The driver turned around to look at me, and his head kept going, past the shoulder, past the place where a neck is supposed to quit. 2.5 full turns, slow, like somebody winding a cheap toy. By the end of it, he was looking at me over his own back, with blood coming out of his eyes and his ears and his nose at the same time. Got you, he said. Then something came through the leather of the seat behind me. I felt every part of that. The seat first, then me. A black hand closed around my spine the way a man picks up a wrench and pulled. My pupils did the thing pupils do when your brain finally catches up to your body and files a complaint. Then it took my head off. The last thing I got was a sound, chewing. Something in that car was eating me, and it wasn't in a hurry. Simulation over. I opened my eyes. I was sitting in the back of a Maybach on a quiet road in Shanghai with the engine running and the air conditioning on. My driver was alive. His head was facing the correct direction, which I appreciated more than I can tell you. The clock on the dash had moved by about 5 minutes, and there was a woman lying in front of my headlights. Let me back up exactly 1 minute, and then I promise I'll never do that again. My name is Lin Feng. I'm 18. Second son of the Lin family of the Great Xia Empire, which sounds impressive because it is. My clan sits in the top tier of the empire. We have an old ancestor in seclusion who could level a district if he sneezed. My elder brother has spent his entire life handing me the best of everything he owns and then asking if I want more. I also died on Earth in a plane crash, which is a whole other story. Woke up 18 years ago as a baby in a world with cultivation and monsters and men who can move mountains, so you'd think I'd be set. Here's the joke. Every single time I tried to cultivate, my spiritual energy just left. Not slowly. It gathered, it sat there for a second like it was reading the room, and then it dissolved. Our celestial realm ancestor came out of seclusion to look at me personally, poked around inside me for 2 hours, told my father there was nothing to fix. I was declared uncultivatable at 6 years old. So I did what any reasonable man would do. I gave up on becoming a god and got very good at languages instead. 18 years of being the second young master. Cars, tutors, private rooms, absolutely no consequences. 2 weeks ago, I got into a disagreement in the capital with a rich boy from the Gu family over a woman. I picked up a weapon and blew his head off. Twice. Don't ask how that works. The answer is enthusiasm. My family's reaction to this was to ask if I was hurt, then quietly ship me to Shanghai overnight to let the capital cool off. That's who was sitting in that car. A man with everything and no power, on the run from a homicide his own family had already paid for. And I was bored out of my mind. Young Master Lin, my driver said, and his name is Lin Wei, and please remember him. The manager of the Shanghai Manor called. Several new foreign language teachers have arrived, very accomplished in the arts. They'd love for you to come by and tutor them. Sure, I said. Foreign languages, you have to learn them. Then the woman fell down in front of my car. She came out the back door of a hotel, running badly, one shoulder along the wall, saying something to herself that didn't have words in it. She made it 8 steps into my headlights and dropped, face flushed. Out cold before she landed. Young Master Lin, Lin Wei said, sounding genuinely surprised. That's the daughter of the Mei family, Mei Ling, the Ice Queen from Magic City University. She's in your year. I knew her. I'd asked her to dinner a few times when I first got to Shanghai, and she'd turned me down without changing expression, which I'd respected enough to leave it alone. She also had a bodyguard who dressed like he'd lost a fight with a laundry basket and had personally beaten up half the men on campus, and now she was on the asphalt in front of my grill at midnight with nobody within 100 meters. Young Master Lin, Lin Wei said carefully, would you like to? No rush. Because I've read novels, a lot of novels, and I know what this scene is. Drunk beauty, alone, at night. Male lead conveniently absent. Rich young master rolls up in an expensive car. That's not a coincidence. That's a chapter title. I sat there in the back seat looking at a woman who had somehow fallen down in the exact center of my headlight beam, and I got the specific crawling feeling you get when you notice the floor of a room is a little too clean. Something in my head went ding. Destined heroine detected unconscious within 10 meters ahead. The fate lines of this world begin to emerge. Villain simulator. Start. I'd love to tell you I was scared. I was thrilled. 18 years of being the one guy in a world of immortals who couldn't so much as light a candle with his mind. My golden finger finally clocked in. Then it explained itself, and I stopped smiling. The villain simulator lets the host simulate future timelines. Each simulation costs villain points. Villain points are earned by changing how things were supposed to go. New player gift pack. 3 free runs. Villain simulator. Not hero simulator. Not system of the invincible sword saint. Villain. I looked out the window at the unconscious woman lying in the road like a delivery. I thought about what kind of story has a villain in it. What kind of story sends the villain a beautiful girl on a plate at midnight? Start simulation, I said. Free talent roll for the first run. Blue rank. Something called slipping away, which the box described as, your feet are like they've been coated in oil, you disappear without a trace if you're not careful, and even cultivators can't catch you. An escape skill. My golden finger's opening gift to me was an escape skill. I should have taken the hint right there. Then my head split in half, not painfully. Half of me stayed in the car with my hand on the door, and the other half got poured into somewhere else. I watched myself, from the outside, live a life I hadn't lived yet. Simulated me, got out of the car. He picked her up. Of course he did. He carried her to the Maybach like a man collecting a package he'd ordered, told Lin Wei to drive. By the time they were moving, he'd already noticed she wasn't drunk. She was poisoned. Something in her was cooking her from the inside, and she was going to lose her mind by morning if nobody pulled it out. So he pulled it out. Not for any particular reason. Purely out of kindness. The simulator's exact phrasing was, overwhelmed by your compassionate heart, and I want you to know I heard the sarcasm. Then it got interesting. Halfway through detoxing her, something inside her started to boil, not the poison, something under the poison, some kind of luck, some kind of blessing. It came loose and moved, and simulated me felt his spine go hot, like somebody had run a wire down it and hooked it to a car battery. Then he heard screaming, not hers, not his, something old, somewhere underneath, going away. The curse placed on you has been broken. You have awakened the supreme sovereign bone. I sat in the car, and my mouth went dry. Curse. There'd been a curse on me. 18 years of tutors and pills and an 8th-tier immortal poking around my meridians, and nobody had found it because it wasn't a defect. It was a lock. Someone had put a lock on me before I could talk. It had been strong enough to hide from a celestial realm ancestor, and the thing it was locking up had a name. Simulated me didn't waste a second. He started running the ancient dragon elephant scripture, which is our family's signature body forging technique, celestial grade. The thing my brother trained on for months before he understood the first page. He cleared the first realm in a few breaths. Half an hour later, the second. An hour after that, the third, spiritual energy pooling into a lake inside him. He sat there in a hotel suite with a woman on the bed and did the math and figured out that if he turned this bone on properly, a 4th realm expert couldn't hurt him. 18 years I couldn't hold a spark. Now I was a rocket, and I wasn't even the one flying. Hanbo showed up around then. That's the bodyguard, the one in the rags. He came screaming across Shanghai on a stolen motorbike after checking the security footage. Here is where I learned that the man in the simulator has his own brain, because simulated me had made one phone call. Every intersection between that hotel and this one turned red at the same time. Hanbo sat at a light with his engine howling, worked out that he was going to run it. Then watched 3 traffic officers in reflective vests walk over and impound his bike. I laughed out loud in the back seat. Genuinely. Lin Wei glanced in the mirror. That was the last time I laughed for a while, because 2.5 hours in, sitting on top of a mountain of new power, simulated me got cold. Cold, rather than scared. The bone in his back went cold and told him something was wrong. The specific thing that was wrong was this. The Lin family had sent a 7th realm expert to Shanghai to protect me. That's an enormous thing to have. With him standing behind me, I could do absolutely anything in this city. Simulated me called for him. Nothing. Either the man protecting me was in trouble, or somebody had moved him, or somebody had bought him. And downstairs, a 4th realm bodyguard was smashing through a hotel that nobody was defending. Nobody was defending it because everybody who was supposed to be there had been taken off the board first. Hanbo wasn't the enemy. Hanbo was a delivery mechanism. Somebody wanted me in a room with him. So simulated me ran, and he was smart about it. He used slipping away, went off the roof like a mouse in the dark, and Hanbo couldn't get within sight of him. On the way out, he stopped, leaned over the unconscious woman on the bed, and slapped her awake. Just left her sitting there blinking. Petty. I liked him. Then he hid in a pond because the cold hadn't gone away. And that's where the Supreme Sovereign Bone did the second thing it does, which is hide you. His presence went flat. The chill started to fade, and then a pair of headlights came down the road, and it was a black and white Maybach. It was his own car, and the man behind the wheel was the 7th realm bodyguard the Lin family had sent to keep him alive. He got out of the water. He was so relieved his spiritual energy dried his clothes on the way to the door. He got in. The driver turned around, and his head kept going. You are dead. I came back to myself in the back of a car, 5 minutes after I'd left it, with a woman still lying in my headlights and a man in the front seat who I now knew somebody could wear. I'd like to describe what that felt like. I can't, really. The closest I can get is this. You know the moment when you realize the room you've been sitting in comfortably has been someone else's trap the entire time. Every comfortable thing in it was put there by them, and the chair you're in is part of it? I'd been in that chair for 18 years. The settlement screen came up. 5 options. Pick 3. Ancient dragon elephant scripture. 3rd layer. Awaken the Supreme Sovereign Bone. Make slipping away permanent. A bright green hat, courtesy of Hanbo. And a piece of Mei Ling's heavenly mandate luck, 3-day rental. I took 1, 2, and 3, and I took maybe 4 seconds doing it. The scripture was obvious. It turns me from an ornament into a man who can kill a fully armed gang with his hands. The bone was more obvious than that, because without waking it up, the curse just eats everything again, and I go back to being decorative. Those two are the same choice wearing 2 coats. The green hat I passed on. That's for men with specific hobbies. I might give one to someone later. Slipping away I kept, because a 4th realm chosen one couldn't catch it, and whoever set this trap couldn't find me while I was using it. They had to wait and let me walk out to them. The luck I let go. She's a renewable resource, and it hadn't saved my life, so how good could it be? Then reality opened up. A river appeared in front of me, not water. Time, laid out sideways, cutting through the air in the back of a car with the seatbelt light still on, and a body floated up out of it. The spine was gone. The face was ruined. The face was mine. 5 fruits hung off the corpse, each one a different color. 3 of them came loose and came at me. The scripture went in first, and the world got loud. Something ancient roared somewhere behind my eyes, and my arms filled out under my shirt like an animal waking up in there. In 1 second, I owned the strength of 10 elephants. I could have torn the door off. I could have put my fist through the engine block. Then the bone woke up, and I heard those screams again, going away. The dragon and the elephant inside me, the actual celestial grade technique I had just installed, lay down flat like dogs meeting a bigger dog, and then my aura went completely quiet. Nothing showing, nothing to read. Lin Wei looked in the mirror. He'd been the Lin family's man his whole life, 7th realm. He had watched me grow up as a well-dressed disappointment, and whatever was in my eyes when he glanced back made a man of that rank drop his gaze and look at the road. I heard him think it. I'd swear I did. The patriarch has never given me a feeling like that. Host, Lin Feng, age 18. Realm 3, Technique, Ancient Dragon Elephant Scripture, Celestial Grade. Physique, Supreme Sovereign Bone, and then 3 question marks, which I would like to point out is the system's own opinion. Talent, Slipping Away. Simulations remaining, 2. Villain points, 0. 5 minutes. That's all that had passed, which meant that everything I had just lived through was still in front of me. The trap was still set. The man with the black hand was still out there in the dark, waiting for me to get tired and get in a car. Here's what I actually understood sitting there with the air conditioning on. Somebody planned this, not tonight. For a long time. They couldn't touch me in the capital because the capital is stuffed with celestial realm monsters, and my family is one of them, so they made me leave. They made me punch a rich boy in the head over a woman in public so my own people would move me somewhere quieter. The Gu family boy I'd shot twice was almost certainly in on it. I'd like to note that I have a very mild temperament and don't normally shoot people in the head twice, so somebody worked hard on that. They moved me here. They dropped a girl in front of my car. They pulled my bodyguard. And then, at the end, they didn't send an assassin. They sent something wearing my bodyguard's face, and they let me walk out of the water toward it on my own legs. That's the part that told me who I was dealing with. That wasn't a hit. That was patience. But they'd made one mistake, and it was a good one. They'd bothered. If they could have just grabbed me and taken what they wanted, they'd have done it. All this, the woman, the traffic, the timing, the face, all of it existed because Lin Wei was still sitting 18 inches in front of me and they were afraid of him, which meant the man in my car was worth more than the man who'd killed me. Advantage, me. There's still more to play in this game, I said out loud in an empty car. Young Master Lin? Nothing. I looked at the woman lying in the road, who had been in my life for 4 minutes and had already gotten me killed once. Villain Simulator, second run. Because I had one thing that trap didn't account for. It could kill me all night. I just had to get better at it than they did. Here's the thing about the simulator that took me a minute to appreciate. It doesn't put me back at the start of the world. It puts me back at this exact moment, in this exact car, with everything I've learned still in my head. Then it lets the next few months run. Every run starts with a woman lying in my headlights. Every run, I know a little more than the last one about who's standing in the dark behind her. It isn't a second chance. It's a scouting report I get to pay for in deaths. Second run. The system offered me a talent roll and I skipped it because I already had the only thing I actually wanted, which was information. Simulated me got out of the car, and this time, he didn't touch her. Lin Wei, he said. There's a man coming for this woman. Rags, 1 blade, roughly 4th realm. Kill him. To Lin Wei's enormous credit, he did not ask a single question. 7th realm. 40 years in the family, and his response to the pampered second young master issuing a hit order out of nowhere was to bow slightly and go stand in the road. Hanbo arrived 9 minutes later at about 140 kilometers an hour. He didn't survive it exactly, but he didn't die either. Lin Wei hit him once, and the man should have come apart. Instead, something behind Hanbo's eyes lit up. An actual light, gold and hot. like a lamp switching on inside a skull, and in the space of one breath, he went from fourth realm to fifth, screamed something at the sky, threw himself backward off the road hard enough to leave an arm behind. Lin Wei stood there holding it, looking mildly annoyed. Simulated me stood there thinking out loud one sentence. So the protagonist has a grandpa in his head. That's what we call it back on Earth. The old man in the ring, the ancient soul in the pendant, the mysterious voice that says, "Child, you have a special destiny." Every one of these worlds has a kid running around with one, and the kid is never the villain, which told me exactly what I was in this story. He put the woman in the car after all, not out of compassion, out of policy. She'd fallen in front of my headlights, and that meant she was either bait, a weapon, or a witness. All three of those are things you keep where you can see them. She woke up in a hotel suite about an hour later and did an extremely good job of pretending she hadn't. "You can stop," Simulated Me said, sitting across the room with a cup of tea he wasn't drinking. "Your breathing changed 4 minutes ago." Mei Ling sat up. Even half poisoned and furious, she had that thing she does where her face just refuses to participate. Ice Queen of the University, 4 suitors hospitalized, 0 expressions in stock. "Where's my bodyguard?" "Missing an arm. Somewhere east." He set the cup down. "Who was in that hotel?" And she told him. Not because he was clever, because she was out of options, and she'd just done the math on what a Lin family car in that road meant for her survival odds. The Mei family was broke, and not in the struggling sense. Gone. Her father had spent the last 2 years selling off everything the family had and had finally arrived at the last item on the list, which was his daughter. The buyer was a man named Wang Day, who was having a birthday party that night at the Century Hotel. She'd been given a drink. She'd worked out what was in it about 90 seconds too late. She'd gone out the back door on legs that were already quitting on her. She said all of it in the same flat voice you'd use to read a train schedule. I sat in my car in the real world and did not enjoy that as much as I expected to. Simulated Me leaned back. "So nobody sent you?" "No. Nobody arranged for you to collapse in front of a specific car." She looked at him for a long moment. "You think very highly of yourself." "I think very highly of whoever's been planning my death since roughly last spring," he said. "You just happen to be standing in his shadow." And that was the first honest exchange I ever had with Mei Ling. I had it while she was lying to me, which is a good summary of the next 3 years of my life. Then the mastermind came. Around 3 in the morning, 42nd floor, a man in a mask walked out of a wall. Not through a door, out of the wall, the way you'd step out of a curtain. The temperature in the suite went down like somebody had opened a freezer the size of a building. Simulated Me was sitting in a chair facing him with his hands folded. That is a thing I do when I'm terrified and want it to look like theater. "You've been waiting," the masked man said, "for about 6 hours. You're slow." The man crossed the room, and Lin Wei came out of the ceiling. Here's what nobody in that trap had accounted for. It's the same thing that saves me in every version of this night. Lin Wei had never actually left. Somebody had sent him a summons pulling him out of the city. Lin Wei had read it, agreed to it out loud, walked out the front of the building, then gone up the outside of it and sat in the dark above my head for 4 hours without being asked. That's the difference between a bodyguard and a family retainer. One of them follows orders. He came down, and a golden ape came down with him. 30 feet of it, a spirit shape made of light and very bad news, and it punched. Just once. The masked man got a shield up, and the shield went into the floor with the man still inside it, 6 floors down. Then Lin Wei walked down through the holes to collect him. Then they searched his soul. That's a thing you can do in this world. I would like to state on the record that it looks awful. Lin Wei put 2 fingers on the man's head, and the man's face went through about 9 expressions in 4 seconds, none of them his. And there was nothing in there. Nothing usable anyway. No handler, no name, no meeting place. He was an orphan, raised from infancy on something called the Thousand Shadows demonic skill, which is a technique for wearing other people. His memories had been trimmed like a hedge. Whoever owned him had never once shown him a face, a disposable asset, purpose-grown, and they'd spent him on me the way you'd spend a coin on a vending machine. Simulated Me stood there for a while looking at a man who'd been made specifically to end me and thinking about the size of the organization that could grow one. Then he did something clever, which turned out to be the worst mistake of that entire run. He sent his brother a message, Lin Tao, my elder brother, the one who spent 18 years handing me his best things and asking if I want more. Simulated Me sent him a short, calm, factual account. Someone tried to assassinate me in Shanghai. They had a Thousand Shadows user. The evidence points at the Gu family, which it did. Zhang Kai was the rich boy whose head I'd removed in the capital. His family had motive, means, and a grudge with my name carved into it. It was a perfectly reasonable conclusion. It was also, I found out later, exactly what I'd been steered toward. But let's take this in order. My brother's reply came back in under a minute. It said, understood. 11 hours later, the Gu family ancestor was celebrating his 300th birthday. You should picture that properly. 300 years old, 8th tier celestial, a banquet with half the aristocracy of the capital in the room, gifts stacked along one wall, an old man in gold sitting at the head of it being told he looks well. My brother walked in through the front and didn't say hello. He took Jiang Kai out of his seat in front of 200 people, crippled his cultivation with one motion, put 2 fingers on his head, and searched his soul in the middle of the banquet hall while the boy screamed. When he was finished, he closed his hand and Jiang Kai stopped being a shape. Then he turned around and told the room in a completely level voice that the Gu family had tried to kill his little brother. The Gu ancestor came off that chair like a mountain standing up. 2 8th-tier celestials fought in the capital of the great Xia Empire that night. In the capital, where the sovereign lives, the sky over the imperial city turned colors it doesn't have, and 3 districts were evacuated, and by dawn, the sovereign himself had come down to stand between them, personally, and tell them both to stop. The Lin family did not walk away from that clean. We lost people. We lost standing. 2 of our elders were forced into seclusion, and my father spent a month in the palace apologizing to men he despised. Over me. Over a second son who can't cultivate, who they'd already shipped out of the capital once that month to keep him out of trouble. I sat in that car and felt the floor tilt again, because that reaction was wrong. Everything about the size of it was wrong. You don't burn 100 years of standing and start a war with a peer clan over the useless kid. You send money. You send a doctor. You send a strongly worded letter and a couple of experts and you call it settled. Unless the useless kid isn't the useless kid. They know something about me. All of them. My father, my brother, the ancestor who came out of seclusion to examine me at 6 years old and told everyone there was nothing to be done. They have known something about me my entire life. They have been very careful for 18 years to make sure I lived like a decorative object. You don't guard a vase that hard. A few days after the banquet, my brother sent me a package. Inside it was a substitute lifeblood escape talisman, celestial grade. Less than 1 attempt in 100 at making one succeeds, which means somebody spent a fortune and a career on the thing. It does exactly one job. When you die, you don't. His note said, keep it on you. That's the man I got as a brother. He set the capital on fire for me and then apologized for not having sent it sooner. Here's a thing that comes up later, and I'd rather put it down now while I still sound reasonable. I have watched my family die a number of times. I have watched Lin Wei die more times than I can comfortably count. And the thing that keeps me sane is that in 9 cases out of 10, the version I'm watching isn't real yet. I can still go back and put my thumb on the scale. The 10th case is the one that ruins you, but we're not there yet. Back in the simulation, simulated me had a hotel, a talisman that gave him an extra life, a 7th realm retainer, and a name, Wang Day, the man who'd bought a woman and put something in her drink. Whose birthday party had been the reason all of this had happened in the same 12 hours. Was he the mastermind? No, obviously not. He was a mid-tier businessman with a bad haircut and a worse family. Simulated me destroyed him anyway. He didn't even do it himself. He picked up a phone and called the Shu family, who are the other big local name in Shanghai, and who had wanted the Wang family's territory for a decade. He said one sentence to them about how the Lin family would look kindly on it. That's all it takes. That's what a surname is worth here. One sentence, no money, no threats. And by the following evening, the Wang family holdings were being carved up between 3 of their friends, and Wang Day was on his knees in a warehouse. Lin Wei searched his soul. Wang Day was clean. He didn't know anything. He was a fat idiot who tried to buy a girl and had wandered into the middle of somebody else's chess game. Simulated me thought about that for 2 full seconds. Since we've made a mistake, he said, let's stick to it. And that's the line where I understood what the simulator meant by villain points. The Wang family ancestor got out. Old man, 4th realm, saw which way it was going, ran into the night swearing the kind of oath people swear when they've lost everyone. Simulated me let him go. He had a to-do list, and revenge from a broken old man was low on it. That was a mistake too. 9 days later they came for him again, and this time they brought the whole thing. The second ambush was better staffed than the first. The Wang ancestor was there, which was predictable. Behind him was another masked man in the same style as the first one, 7th realm this time instead of 5th. That meant they'd sent something that could actually handle Lin Wei. And behind him were about 30 men in black who moved like they'd been trained by the same person, which they had. They came at the estate at 4 in the morning from 3 directions, and Lin Wei went out to meet them, and the sky over Shanghai lit up like a factory fire. Simulated me was on the 2nd floor with a woman who had shown up uninvited. Mei Ling had come back. That's the part I still find funny. She had walked out of my life 4 days earlier without saying goodbye. The moment the fighting started, she was on my staircase with a sword she absolutely should not have been able to lift, telling me to get behind her. Why are you here? Simulated me said. You saved my life. I put you in a car, then I dropped you on a carpet. Get behind me. Now. Look. simulated me had spent 4 days building a picture of this woman and every line of it was wrong. He knew the picture was wrong and he still couldn't see what it was hiding. So he did the only thing he could do with an unreadable piece on the board. He used her. 1,000 shadows. Demonic skill. He'd taken it off the assassin's corpse in the previous run and taken it as a reward. What it does is exactly what the name says. He put my face on her. Then he put her face on me and he took her hand. He walked the two of us straight down the stairs and out through the middle of a battle between 3 7th realm experts. Nobody stopped us. Why would they? One of the two people walking out was the target. The target was clearly the one in the front, moving fast, wearing my clothes, being pulled along by a terrified girl. We got 11 steps past the gate, then Hanbo came through the wall. He'd been hunting me for 4 days with one arm, which apparently was not slowing him down enough. He came in with that gold light already burning behind his eyes, and he found exactly what he'd been promised. Lin Feng, the young master, the man who had taken his mistress and taken his arm, standing in the open with his back turned. He put a blade through the middle of my chest, except it wasn't my chest. The disguise came apart the way they do when the wearer stops holding it. Hanbo stood in the courtyard of a burning estate with his blade through the woman he had spent his entire life protecting and watched her face come back. She said his name once. I have watched a lot of people break in a lot of ways since then. I've watched cities break. That one is still in the top 3. Hanbo made a sound that I don't have a word for, and something in the world agreed with him. He went from 5th realm to 6th. Then he kept going. 6th to 7th in the time it takes to fall to your knees, 7th to 8th before he'd finished getting up. I'm telling you as a man who has since built his entire career out of climbing realms in a hurry that what I was watching was not possible. That's not talent. Talent gets you a fast decade. That was 3 realms in under a minute, on top of a hole where an arm used to be, powered by nothing but a very specific kind of grief. I found out later what it's called. 9 steps to heaven. You burn your own lifespan, and you borrow the strength off the sky, and you climb, and the sky charges interest. At the time, all I knew was that a 4th realm bodyguard in rags had turned into something that killed Lin Wei. That's the part I want on the record. Lin Wei, 7th realm, 40 years in service, who had spent that entire night holding off 2 ambushes so a spoiled kid could walk out. The side gate. Hanbo hit him once. There was a sound like a bank vault closing, and then he came for me. The substitute lifeblood escape talisman fired. That's a good sensation actually. Everything goes white and there's a jerk behind your navel like a hook pulling and the world just deletes itself. My brother's gift, 1 attempt in 100, a fortune and a career spent on a piece of paper that gave his idiot little brother exactly 1 more life. It dropped me 800 kilometers offshore in open ocean at night with no cultivation to speak of and a hole in my chest. I lasted about 6 minutes. Something came up from underneath. I never got a look at all of it. I got a look at part of it, and the part was the size of a warehouse. Then the water above me went dark. That was the end of the 2nd run. You are dead. 2 things about that death. 1. My brother's greatest treasure, the thing that could not be replaced, got spent moving me from a courtyard where I was going to die into an ocean where I was going to die. That's what a life-saving artifact actually buys you when the plan is bad. 6 minutes. 2. I did not forget the shape in the water. Remember it. It comes back. Rewards, 6 options. Pick 3. Dragon Elephant Scripture Layer 4, the 1,000 Shadow skill at 4th layer, upgraded into something called Shadow Mimicry, a mysterious token, contents unknown, taken off the masked man, another escape talisman, Mei Ling's luck again, and Hanbo's severed arm, which I assume was the system being funny. I took the scripture, the shadow skill, and the token. I skipped the arm, and then I sat and looked at the token for a while, because the token was the only thing in that list I hadn't earned. Then the settlement came up, and it said something that changed how I thought about the next 10 weeks of my life. The host's mindset has now begun to align with that of a true villain. 500 villain points. 500. A simulation costs 1,000. I sat in the back of that Maybach with the engine still running and did the arithmetic. The arithmetic said, you have 2 free runs left of your welcome gift. You have used them both. The thing you actually need, more time in the future, more looks at the trap, costs money you don't have. And the currency is being a villain, not being evil exactly. I've had a long time to think about this, and I've come to a conclusion I'm reasonably comfortable with. The points don't come from cruelty, they come from doing the thing the story doesn't want you to do. Every time I take something that was supposed to go to the hero, every time I turn a scene sideways, every time somebody who was scheduled to win my world loses it instead, the number goes up. The system doesn't want me good. It wants me disruptive. It wants me to be the reason the plot doesn't work. Fine. I've read those books. I know exactly what a villain does in that first act. I know exactly why he loses, and it's never because the hero is stronger. It's because the villain is a moron who monologues on a rooftop and lets a wounded man escape twice. I intended to be a much better villain than that. I looked out at the woman still lying in front of my headlights. 5 minutes and 40 seconds in the real world. She hadn't moved. She wouldn't move for another 20 minutes at the rate I was going. I had 500 points, 3 realms of cultivation I hadn't had when I got in the car, a bone in my spine that a celestial realm immortal couldn't find, and a very short list of confirmed facts. The list went like this. 1. Someone with the reach to move a 7th realm retainer, buy a rich family, grow disposable assassins from infancy wants me dead in Shanghai in the next 3 hours. 2. My own family will burn the capital down for me, which means they know why. 3. The woman in my headlights is not what she says she is. 4. The man in the rags cannot be killed. Not by me. Not yet. Every version of this night ends with him standing up out of something that should have finished him. 5. I have no idea what I am, and everyone who does is either lying to me or planning to open me up and find out. 5 is the one that kept me in the chair, because look at the shape of it. 2 runs, 2 completely different sets of decisions, 2 totally different nights. In one of them I saved her and hid in a pond. In the other I used her as a decoy and walked out the side gate. And both times the same thing came for me, and both times I ended up dead within 3 hours of the same woman falling over in the road. That's not an assassination attempt. An assassination attempt has a plan you can dodge. That's weather. I had 1 free run left on my welcome gift. 1. And I'd burned the first 2 doing the 2 most obvious things a man in my position could do. Help her. Use her. And both branches ended in a hole in the ground. So on the 3rd one, I decided to do the thing that no character in any book I have ever read does at this point in the story. Nothing. Lin Wei, I said. Young Master Lin, how long can you sit in a bush without complaining? He thought about it, seriously, the way he thinks about everything. Several days, young master. Good, hypothetically. I looked out at the woman lying in my headlights, who had now been unconscious for 6 minutes and 40 seconds and had killed me twice. 3rd run. The system asked if I wanted to spend my 500 points on a talent draw before starting. 500 points, everything I owned, the entire proceeds of 2 deaths. I said yes, because I have never in my life walked past a gacha machine. Because I had a very ugly suspicion about what I was going to need on this run, and it wasn't strength. The wheel came up red, not blue like the first one. Red, you can't see me, and I want you to understand that I laughed at the name for about 4 seconds before I read what it did. Then I stopped laughing, because a talent that makes the world decline to notice you is not a joke item. It is the single most expensive thing a man can own in a city where everyone who matters can hear a heartbeat through a wall. I put it on, and I told the simulation to run. This time simulated me did not get out of the car to save her. He got out of the car and went and lay down in the bushes. That was the run that taught me what world I actually live in. 59 minutes. That's how long simulated me lay in a hedge across the road from an unconscious woman in Shanghai in August with the talent You Can't See Me switched on and roughly 4,000 mosquitoes who had apparently not read the description of the talent. Nothing happened for the first 20. That was fine. That was expected. Nothing happened for the next 20 either, and that was when it started to get strange. Because a woman had collapsed in a public road in a major city, and in an hour not one car, not one pedestrian, not one hotel security guard, not one police patrol had come down that street. Not one. The road was empty in a way roads aren't. At 59 minutes, Mei Ling opened her eyes, not the way you wake up. There was no blinking, no confusion, no hand going to the head. Her eyes opened all at once like a door being unlocked from the inside. She got up off the asphalt in a single motion that did not use her hands. She stood in the middle of the road and looked at nothing, and the pressure came out. I have since stood in front of a man who could pin a 9-revolution celestial to the floor with one sentence. So I want you to weigh this properly when I say that the thing that came off Mei Ling in that road, standing perfectly still in a school uniform, was heavier than the 7th realm expert sitting 18 inches in front of me in the car. She wasn't a student. She wasn't a hostage. She wasn't a broke aristocrat's daughter with a bad father. She swept the street. I felt it go past. A wide, slow, entirely professional search that pushed into the hedge and through simulated me and out the other side. Found absolutely nothing. Because the talent I'd bought that morning with everything I owned was doing its one job. She stood there another few seconds, faintly annoyed. Then she stepped up into the air like a woman taking a stare, and she was gone. I lay in a bush and had a religious experience. Because here's what that means, and you have to take it in order or you'll miss the size of it. A celestial. An actual celestial. One of the beings that a family like mine keeps exactly one of and builds its entire standing on was walking around a mortal university pretending to be a 19-year-old with money problems. She had been in my classes for 7 months. She had let a fat businessman named Wang Day buy her at a party. She had let him put something in her drink. She had walked out the back door of a hotel on wobbling legs and collapsed in the middle of a public road at exactly the point in the evening when a black Maybach was going to come down it. None of that was helplessness. All of that was staging. And in 2 separate runs, I had picked her up off that asphalt and carried her to a car like a man collecting a parcel. She had let me, both times, and pretended to be unconscious in my back seat for hours. A hidden celestial willingly playing a second-rate family's daughter. Then why did she let me carry her off? Twice. I sat in the real world doing the only thing I could do with that, which was adjust the board. Everything I'd assumed about that woman inverted in 1 second, and the new picture was worse. The new picture was also the first thing all evening that had actually made sense. They didn't want to kill me. Or rather, one of them wanted to kill me, and that one had the black hand and the borrowed faces. But somebody else, a completely different somebody, had gone to the trouble of putting a celestial in a school uniform and parking her in my life for 7 months. You do not spend a celestial to kill a boy who can't cultivate. You spend 2 mortals and a car. You spend a celestial to guard something, or to keep something warm. I did not enjoy that thought, and I have never fully gotten rid of it. Meanwhile, in the simulation, simulated me had stopped lying in a hedge and had gotten extremely busy, because the moment you know the girl is not the story, the entire evening opens up. He went and found Han Bo, not to fight him. Han Bo at that point was a 4th realm bodyguard riding around Shanghai looking for a young master in a Maybach. Simulated me had watched him break 3 realms in a single minute the previous run, and had absolutely no interest in giving him a reason. So he didn't give him one, he gave him a different one. He put on Wang Day's face. 1,000 shadows. 4th layer. Shadow mimicry. You take a man's shape and you take his walk and his voice and the way he holds a cigarette. Then you go and stand in an alley behind a nightclub at 2 in the morning. When the man in rags comes around the corner looking for someone to hurt, what he finds is the fat businessman who drugged his mistress. Han Bo came in like a train, and that was where I met the second thing that changed my life, and unlike the bone, it came with no announcement at all. Everything slowed down. Not the way it does when you're scared. The world actually decelerated. His blade came in at a speed I could read. I watched the specific angle of his wrist and the specific way his shoulder loaded and the exact half-beat pause he takes before he commits, and I understood all of it. Not intellectually. In my arms. Supreme mode. That's what the bone in my spine does when a fight starts. It watches and it takes. And by the 3rd exchange, I was answering Han Bo's own techniques with Han Bo's own techniques, half a second before he threw them. He got about 40 seconds into that fight before his face changed. I want you to appreciate what a thing that is. This is a man with a golden light in his skull and a destiny with his name on it. 40 seconds in, he looked at the fat businessman he was murdering in an alley and realized the fat businessman was fighting like him. Simulated me took his arm off. Again, different arm this time, for variety. Then he took the storage pouch off Han Bo's belt, and inside it, along with the usual junk, was a token, the same token, the mysterious one from the masked assassin, the reward I'd taken in the previous run and never gotten to open. Han Bo had one too. 2 men, 2 different masters. 2 identical tokens. He put the pouch in his coat, and then he did the part that got him paid. He left Wang Day's face on for another 6 hours. He walked into 3 separate places wearing it, and did 3 separate things that a man like Wang Day would absolutely do and would absolutely be blamed for. By dawn, the entire local underworld understood that Wang Day had cut off a celestial track bodyguard's arm. The system paid him for that in a way it had never paid him for anything. Villain points, said the box. Framing an innocent man for your own crimes while wearing his face is exactly the sort of behavior we like to see. I have never been prouder of a hedge, but the run wasn't about Han Bo, and Simulated Me knew it. Because he had a much bigger problem. He was still going to be in a room at the end of this night with something wearing a friendly face. No amount of hiding was going to fix that. So he built a decoy. The Lin family keeps assassins. Everyone's family keeps assassins. It's a very normal thing here, like a dentist. Ours were housed in a compound outside the city, and the man who ran them owed my brother a debt. Simulated Me called in that debt for exactly one thing, a shadow, someone with the build, someone who could learn the walk. The man they gave him was called Tian Lei. He was maybe 25, extremely quiet, and he had the eyes people get when they've decided in advance how this ends. He listened to the whole plan without interrupting once. He understood immediately that the job was to be Lin Feng in a room where somebody was going to try to kill Lin Feng, that the reason the Lin family had a use for him was precisely that nobody would miss him. He agreed on the spot. Then he asked for one thing, and it wasn't money. I have a younger sister, he said. She's blind. She's 18. She has no one else. He put a slip of paper on the table with an address on it. If I don't come back, don't let her know what I was. Tell her I worked for a company. Simulated me said fine, the way you say fine to a thing that costs you nothing. At the time I genuinely did not care, and that is the man I was in that hour. She was a line item. She was the price of a decoy, and the price was low, and I said yes without looking up. Her name was Tianjia. She's the reason I'm still a person. But I didn't know that yet, and neither did she. She wouldn't have known me if I'd walked past her, which she couldn't have done anyway. Simulated me went to the address once, to check it was real. Stood in the doorway of a very small apartment on the 6th floor of a building with a broken elevator. There was a girl at the table with snow-white eyes doing something intricate with her hands that turned out to be folding paper cranes by touch. There were about 400 of them on a shelf. "Is my brother with you?" she said to the door, before he'd made a sound. Blind girl. Heard the difference in the air. "He's working," Simulated me said. "You're not from his company. I'm his company's client." She thought about that for a second, and then she smiled in the direction of the wrong part of the room and said, "Then please don't get him hurt." Simulated me left and went and got her brother killed 9 days later. That is precisely what happened, and I have never once pretended otherwise. 9 days between hiring a man to be me and watching him die in my clothes. I spent most of them teaching him. That's the part nobody thinks about when they picture a body double. You don't hire a lookalike. Faces are the easy problem. I had a technique for faces. What I didn't have was a way to make a professional killer walk into a room full of aristocrats and be bored by them. Tianlei had spent his entire life not being noticed. He was extremely good at it. And the second young master of the Lin family has never once in 18 years entered a room without every person in it knowing about it inside 4 seconds. "Again," Simulated me said. Tianlei came through the door. "No, you're checking the corners." "I am not. Your eyes went left before your shoulders did. That's a man clearing a room. I've never cleared a room in my life. I've never had to. Because everybody in every room I've ever walked into was already looking at me. He tried it 11 more times. By the 4th day, he had the walk. By the 6th, he had the specific way I hold a glass, which is badly, because I don't like any of it, and I have never finished a drink at a function. By the 8th, he had the thing that I genuinely could not have taught him, and which he worked out on his own by watching. I don't finish sentences to people I've decided are unimportant. He caught that on his own. He did it back at me in a rehearsal, and I stopped in the middle of the room and had a small, unpleasant moment about what I sound like. On the 7th evening, he asked about his sister again, not the arrangement. He'd already had the arrangement, and he'd never brought it up twice. That alone told me more about him than a soul search would have. Does she like the apartment? That was the question, whether the apartment was good. "It's on the 6th floor, Simulated me said. "The elevator's broken." "She likes stairs. She counts them." He was cleaning something that did not need cleaning. "She's better at the building than I am. I trip on the landing. She's never tripped on the landing." Then he said, "You don't have to like her. Just don't put her in a smaller place." I have been given a great many things in my life by people who wanted something. That's the only request anybody ever made of me that had no upside for the person making it. He knew he was going to die. He'd known since the first meeting, and the entire content of his last will was a request that the apartment not get smaller. While that was going on, the Wang Day frame was paying dividends I hadn't budgeted for. The story had spread the way I'd built it to spread, sideways, through drivers and security men and the sort of people who actually know things. Wang Day cut off a bodyguard's arm. Wang Day has been picking fights with people above his weight. Wang Day is either backed by somebody or he's lost his mind, and either way, be careful about being in his building. Which meant that when the Shu family started planning their own operation, they had to plan around him. That's the whole art of it. You don't need to make people believe a lie. You need to make the lie inconvenient enough that working around it changes their plan, because a plan they've changed is a plan they haven't rehearsed. Mei Ling did not appear once in those 9 days. Note the absence, because in the first 2 runs she'd been in my life continuously from the first hour. In this one, the run where I lay in a hedge and watched her stand up off the asphalt and step into the sky, she simply did not come back. 9 days of nothing. No car in the street, no classmate in the corridor, nothing. Which meant one of 2 things. Either she'd been recalled or she'd been watching the entire time from somewhere I couldn't detect and had decided that the interesting variable was no longer where she'd left it. I've since learned it was the second one. She spent those 9 days approximately 11 meters above me. She's told me so once, in a tone I describe as smug. The invitation came on the 8th day, on paper, by hand, from the Shu family, a reception at the Lin Manor in honor of the second young master's arrival in Shanghai, hosted by Xu Hao personally as a gesture of respect between families. Lin Wei read it twice and put it on the table and said nothing at all, which from him is a paragraph. "Say it." "It is customary," he said carefully, "for the host to provide the venue." There it is. That's the whole thing in one sentence. They were throwing me a welcome party at my own house. That meant they had already been through my house. That meant somebody had walked the rooms and counted the exits and decided where the lights were going to be. "Do you want me to decline it, young master?" "No, Then may I ask why we're going? And this is the exact moment I want to put down. Because it's the first time in my life I ever explained a plan to Lin Wei instead of just being driven somewhere. Because they've built a trap, I said, and a trap only works once. If I refuse it, they take it apart and build a better one somewhere I haven't seen. If I walk into it, they spend it, and then for about 4 hours afterward there is no trap in Shanghai at all. He thought about that for a while. And the young man wearing your face? He knows exactly what he's for. Lin Wei looked at me. 40 years in service, 7th realm, a man who had watched me grow up as a well-dressed disappointment and had chauffeured me to 100 things that did not matter. Young master, he said. May I ask when you became like this? Tuesday. He accepted that, which is the single most Lin Wei thing that ever happened. The night before the party, I went and stood outside a building with a broken elevator for about 10 minutes. I didn't go up. There was nothing to say, and no version of me that could have said it. There was a light on the 6th floor, and a shape moving across it occasionally. Somewhere in that apartment, a girl was folding paper by touch and waiting for a brother who was, at that moment, 3 kilometers away, learning how to hold a glass badly. Then I went home and slept for 9 hours, which I mention because it's the last time in this account that I sleep well. The Zhu family threw a party at my manor. That sentence should already tell you something was wrong, and simulated me knew it was wrong when the invitation arrived. He went anyway, because a trap you know about is just a meeting with extra steps. Here's how it read on paper. The Shu family of Shanghai wished to formally welcome the second young master of the Lin family to their humble city. There would be a reception at the Lin Manor. Shu Hao, the patriarch's favorite grandson, would host it personally as a gesture of respect. Here's how it read in reality. The Wang family had been carved up by the Shu family that week on my say-so. That meant the Shu family now owed me. That meant the Shu family now hated me, because there is nothing on this earth a proud clan resents more than a debt to a teenager. And Shu Hao was a specific kind of man. 26, good-looking in the way that costs money, and he had spent his whole life being the smartest person in rooms his grandfather had cleared for him. Simulated me arrived at his own party in the back of his own car and did not get out of it. Tianlei got out. He wore my clothes and my walk and my face and the specific bored half-smile I do when I'm being introduced to people who bore me. He was better at being Lin Feng than I was. Meanwhile, simulated me came around the other side of the car in a plain black suit with Lin Wei's face on and stood behind him and carried the coat. There is a particular pleasure in being the driver at your own reception. Nobody looks at you. People say astonishing things 8 inches from your ear. By the 2nd hour, I had learned that Shu Hao had told at least 3 people the young master would not be leaving the building. At the 3rd hour, the lights went out, and the thing that came through the door was wearing Mei Ling's face. That's the Thousand Shadow Assassin, not the 5th realm one from the first ambush, and not the 7th realm one from the second. This was the one they'd been saving, and it walked into a blacked-out ballroom wearing the skin of the woman I'd carried out of the road in 2 previous timelines, wearing her voice, wearing her walk, saying my name in her flat, unbothered tone, and Lin Feng turned toward her. Of course he did. Tianlei had my memories of her because I'd given them to him, because that's how you sell a decoy. He turned toward a familiar face in a dark room and it put a hand through his chest. Then Tianlei burned. He'd had a talisman in his mouth for 3 hours. Not on him. In his mouth, tucked behind his teeth, the whole evening, through the toasts and the handshakes and the small talk. And when the hand went through him, he closed his teeth. The blast took the ballroom apart, took most of the assassin's arm off, and put roughly 40 of Shanghai's finest people through the windows. I watched it from 6 feet away, wearing the face of a man who was, at that moment, sprinting for the exit with his coat over his head, because Lu Zhong's role in that scene was to panic and running is what I did best. The chaos after that was genuinely beautiful, and I say that as someone standing in the middle of it. Han Bo came through the roof at some point looking for whoever had cut his arm off and found Wang Dai in the crowd, because Zhao Kun had also been invited, because of course he had, and Han Bo killed him in front of 100 witnesses for a crime that a 19-year-old had committed while wearing his face. The Shu family security fired on the assassin. The assassin killed 9 of them and left through a wall. Shu Hao stood in the wreckage of his own trap, screaming at people to find the body. The body he was looking for was cooling on the floor with my face on it and a family assassin inside it, and I walked out the service entrance past 2 paramedics and got on a bus. The golden cicada sheds its shell. That's what they call it here. You leave the shell behind and everyone stands around the shell arguing about who killed you. For the next 4 months, Lin Feng was dead and I was Tian Lei. That's the part of the run I actually want to tell you about, because everything before it was tactics and everything after it was consequences. The middle was the only stretch of my life in any timeline where nobody was trying to open me up. I took his identity because it was clean and available. I moved into his apartment because it was already paid for. I told his sister that her brother had been sent overseas by his company for a long assignment and had asked a colleague to look in on her. She said, "You sound tired." I said I'd had a long week. Living with Tianjiao was like living with a very small, very polite lie detector. She couldn't see me, so she'd built an entire model of me out of the way I set a cup down. She knew when I came home angry. She knew when I was standing in a doorway not saying anything. She once told me I'd started walking differently and asked, with genuine concern, whether my back hurt. My back did hurt. There was a bone in it that a celestial couldn't find and a curse coming off it in strips. I said I'd slept badly. I cooked because she couldn't, and because the alternative was ordering in every night from a man with a scooter who I did not want to have my address. I had never cooked in my life. 18 years of chefs and hotels, and a family that would have found the concept insulting. My first attempt at fish was so salty that I gagged on the test bite over the sink. I put it on the table anyway because I was curious. She ate all of it, every bite, straight-backed, unhurried, like a woman at a state dinner, and when she finished, she set her chopsticks down and said, "It's very good." "It's not. It's very good," she said again, in a tone that closed the topic. She'd worked out inside 4 days that I wasn't her brother's colleague. She never said so. She never once asked me a question I'd have had to lie about. She just adjusted her entire life around a stranger in her kitchen and decided to keep him. And then the mechanic showed up, and this is where the run stops being a holiday. My cultivation started moving faster around her. Not a little faster. I'd sit in that apartment with her 3 meters away folding cranes, and the dragon elephant scripture would run about twice as clean as it did anywhere else in the city. My talismans stopped failing. I'd been drawing them at a 30% success rate, and inside a week I was at 70, in a rented apartment on a cheap table next to a blind girl who was humming. There is a name for what that is, and it isn't luck. Somebody had grown her too. I did not tell her. I have thought about that a great deal since. I sat in that apartment for 4 months, getting stronger off a girl who thought I was a colleague of her dead brother's. I let her believe every word of it, and the honest summary is that I was farming her, and I knew it, and I stayed. The only thing I can say in my defense is that I also went to work, because Xu Hao had thrown a party to kill me, and Xu Hao was still walking around Shanghai being handsome. I now had a face nobody was looking for, and a talent that made rooms forget I was in them. I got into the Shu estate in 11 days, not through a wall. Through a door, in a uniform, as a driver, standing behind Xu Hao the same way I'd stood behind my own decoy. I was in his shadow for 6 weeks. I heard everything, and what I heard was so much worse than I'd expected that I stopped sleeping. Item 1. The Zhu family had not moved on me on their own. They'd been given permission by somebody in the capital, and Xu Hao referred to that somebody always only as the higher-ups. Item 2. The Lin family, my family, the top-tier clan with the 8th-tier ancestor, the ones who had burned 3 districts of the capital over me in another timeline, were being held down. Something in the capital had their hands pinned, which is why nobody had come to Shanghai to ask why the second young master had died at a party. Item 3, and this is the one that got me out of that chair. There was a man in the capital they were all frightened of. They called him the Venerable. Xu Hao said the name once, quietly, and then apologized to the room for saying it. He was the one who'd taken Han Bo, actually taken him, alive, off the street 3 weeks earlier. Nobody had seen the man in rags since. And on the desk in Xu Hao's study, in a folder of people the Venerable had asked about, there was a photograph. 6th floor, broken elevator. A girl at a table with snow-white eyes and 400 paper cranes on a shelf behind her. I have been in some bad rooms. That's still the worst thing I've ever seen on a desk. I went out the window. 6 weeks in Xu Hao's shadow. I'd like to describe the tradecraft, and the honest truth is that there wasn't any. I had a face nobody was looking for, a talent that made rooms decline to notice me, and a uniform. That's it. The Xu family had 4 celestial grade formations around that estate, and every one of them was designed to keep people out. None of them were designed to keep a driver in. The job itself was mind-numbing. 11 hours a day of standing next to a car. Here's what I heard. Week 1, in a car, going to a restaurant. Xu Hao on the phone, irritated, to somebody in the capital. I told you the young master was a nobody. He was a nobody. And now I've got 2 elders asking me why we spent an operation on him. A pause. Then tell the higher-ups that if they want the next one done properly, they can send somebody who talks to me directly. The higher-ups. Not a name, not a title. Just an upward gesture. And he used it 11 more times over 6 weeks and never once put anything in front of it. Week 2, at a dinner, from the next room. The Lin family was not coming. That's the sentence that changed my week. A top-tier Senate clan had lost its second son at a party in Shanghai and had sent nobody. No investigator, no elder, no letter. My brother, who in another timeline had walked into a 300th birthday banquet and started a war in the capital over a message from me, had not so much as sent flowers. Xu Hao's explanation, over dessert, to a man from the Zhou family. The Lin family had their hands full at home. Held down, that was the phrase. The Lin family are being held down. Something in the capital had my clan's arms pinned behind its back. It had done it well enough that the death of a son did not move them. That is a thing you can only do to a top-tier house if you outrank everybody in it. Week 4, in a corridor, quietly, and the corridor is why I remember it. 2 of Xu Hao's people talking about a man called the Venerable. That name did not come up in the way names come up. It came up the way weather does, a thing you check before you make a plan. Somebody said it and then apologized for saying it out loud in an empty corridor to nobody in particular, and what they'd said was that the Venerable had taken the swordsman, Han Bo, off the street in daylight 3 weeks previously, and nobody had said killed, they had said taken. The man who had broken 3 realms on a scream, who in 2 timelines had killed Lin Wei with 1 punch and could not be finished by anything I owned, had been picked up like a parcel and had not been seen since. I stood in that corridor for a while, because up to that point my mental model of this world had a ceiling on it. The ceiling was Han Bo, and I had been quietly building my entire strategy around the fact that the strongest thing in the story was a man in rags with a light behind his eyes. The strongest thing in the story had been collected by somebody as inventory. Meanwhile, on the other side of the city, I was living the best domestic arrangement of my life and lying about every part of it. Tianjia did not ask where I went. I told her the company had me on a driving contract, which was technically the truest thing I said in 6 weeks. She accepted it and adjusted her entire schedule around it. She started eating at 9 because that's when I got in. She talked while I cooked. That was the arrangement. She'd sit at the corner of the table with her hands going, always going, cranes, folded paper, something, and she'd deliver an unbroken commentary on the building. The woman on 4 was feeding a cat that wasn't hers. The man on 2 had started coming home at a different time, and she had a theory about it. Somebody on 5 had a new washing machine, and the whole stairwell knew. She had never seen any of these people, and she knew more about all of them than I have ever known about anyone. Once, in the 5th week, she said, "You're getting stronger." I had a knife in my hand and I did not put it down, because putting it down would have been an answer. "I've been eating better. You breathe differently." She kept folding. "In the 1st week, you took a breath every 4 steps on the stairs. Now it's 11. I said something about the driving job being physical. She said, in the exact tone the dog uses about dust. That was the end of it, and neither of us ever raised it again. And here's what I was actually doing, which I did not tell her. The dragon elephant scripture runs about twice as clean in that apartment as it does anywhere else in Shanghai. My talismans were failing 7 times in 10 when I started and 3 times in 10 by the 6th week in a rented room on a folding table at a distance of about 3 meters from a girl who was humming. I ran the tests. I'm not proud of the tests. I went and sat in 4 other places in the city with the same paper and the same ink and the same technique. The numbers came back ordinary every time, and the moment I sat back down at that table, they came back extraordinary. There is a name for what she is, and I didn't have it yet. What I had was an arrow pointing at a girl in a rented kitchen and a very clear understanding that if I could measure it in 6 weeks with a table and a stack of paper, then somebody with actual resources had measured it a long time ago, which brings us to the desk. I was in Xu Hao's study for 11 minutes on a Thursday, waiting for him to finish a phone call, standing against the wall in a driver's uniform being not worth looking at. There was a folder open on the desk. It was a request list. That's all. A page of people the Venerable's office had asked the Xu family to locate in the Shanghai region. Routine. The way an empire is routine. 6 names and 6 photographs clipped to 6 short paragraphs. 4 of them were cultivators of the 5th or 6th realm. 1 was a doctor. And the 6th photograph was a girl at a table with snow-white eyes taken from across a street through a window with about 400 paper cranes on a shelf behind her. There was a line under it, 2 words, and a rank. I have stood in front of a god-king's projection. I have had a hand go into my chest. I have watched my own uncle hand my spine to a man in a red robe. That photograph is the worst thing I have ever seen. The reason is that it was clipped neatly to a page in a folder among 5 other items. It had been there for a while, and somebody had annotated it in a tidy hand. Xu Hao finished his phone call and said something to me about bringing the car around. I went out the window instead. I did the 6 flights in about 9 seconds, which is a personal record I have never beaten and never wanted to. The door was unlocked. The lights were off. The television was on, showing nothing, hissing static at an empty room. The volume was up loud enough that you'd have to shout over it. She was sitting on the sofa with her back to me. Tianjia. She didn't turn around. She never turned around. She couldn't, but she always tilted her head, and she didn't. I came around the front of the sofa and I put my hand on her shoulder, and I understood what had happened to her before I had finished the movement because my hand came away wet. The venerable had taken her eyes. She'd been blind since she was 2. They were no use to anyone. He took them anyway because whatever was in them wasn't for seeing with. I found out much later what he'd wanted them for, and it was worse than I'd have guessed. I got her flat on the sofa and I had my hands on her face and I was talking, constantly, saying her name, saying I'm here, saying entirely useless things at high speed the way you do, and she moved her mouth and got out one word. Run. Bleeding out on a rented sofa with a static channel playing, and the only thing she had left to spend was a warning. Behind me, very politely, somebody said, "Oh, don't do that. I have met a lot of monsters since. The ghost doctor is the only one who ever frightened me in a way that felt like being small." He was standing in the doorway of a 6th-floor apartment with his hands folded into his sleeves, an old man with a soft face and a soft voice and about 4 centuries of authority sitting on him like a coat. The air in the room had already stopped being mine. He put a talisman on the wall and the apartment shut, not the door, the room. The windows went the color of a closed eye and the sound of the city outside cut off mid-note. "Do you know," he said pleasantly, "how long I have been looking for that child? 3rd stage celestial. I've spent a lot of my life since then closing gaps, and this one was not closable. I was, at that moment, a 4th realm mortal with a very good escape talent and a stolen face. He was a man who could have removed the building. The escape talent did not work. That was educational. He took me apart in the order a professional does it. I am going to give you the summary and not the tour, because I've watched people describe things like that in detail and I've never once thought better of them for it. He destroyed my cultivation first, so I'd stop being a variable. Then he went to work on the rest, and he talked the entire time, in the same warm voice, the way a dentist talks. "Scream all you want," he said at one point, genuinely kindly. "No one will come." He was wrong about that, and it's the single luckiest sentence anyone has ever said to me. Because somebody said from the doorway, "Old thing, who told you you were the only celestial in Shanghai?" The apartment blew outward. She came in wearing red, and there were petals in the air around her. Thousands of them, moving in a way petals don't. Mei Ling, 19, allegedly, broke, allegedly, sitting 2 rows behind me in comparative literature. She crossed the room without appearing to cross it. She put one open hand against the side of the ghost doctor's head and took most of it off. 5 revolution heavenly human. I didn't know what that meant yet. I know now. It means she was, at 19, more than twice what the old man was. He had been the thing my entire local underworld whispered about. He got out. Half ahead, and he still got out, through a crack in the air, screaming a word I didn't catch. And then she turned around and looked at me lying on a floor with nothing left in me, and her face did something, just briefly. It came apart for about a quarter of a second, and then it locked again. So naturally I opened my mouth. "I knew it," I said. "You've been following me around for 7 months. Admit it. You lust after my body." I would like to state that I was, at that moment, dying, and that this is genuinely how I handle things. Mei Ling turned an interesting color, then she hit me on the back of the neck and I stopped having opinions. I woke up somewhere that was not Shanghai. Stone, water running somewhere, a ceiling of actual rock, and air so thick with spiritual energy that breathing it felt like eating. And I could not move a single meridian. My cultivation was gone. The ghost doctor had seen to that, and Mei Ling's people had seen to the rest. Because a man they'd spent 7 months quietly guarding had just been found bleeding on a floor with the wrong name and the wrong face and far too much information. There was a contract on my chest, not a piece of paper, a mark, right over the sternum, still warm, and every time I tried to think hard about a specific set of questions, who they were, what they wanted, why me, the mark got warm again and the thought went away like a word you can't retrieve. Their pavilion had made an alliance with me, that's what they called it. A binding oath, blood-sealed, ratified by 2 elders I never saw, and one 19-year-old who did it with her jaw set and did not look at me once during the ceremony. I want to be very clear about how that felt, because it's the exact center of everything that comes after. 3 factions in this world know what I am. One of them wants to kill me, one of them wants to open me up and take it out, and the third one wants to marry it into their bloodline and keep it in a nice room with good food. Nobody in the entire world has ever wanted me. There has never once been a person on either side of this who was interested in the man doing the talking. I said 6 months in a cave and moved straight on. That cave is the most important room I have ever been in, so let me go back for it. The chamber was about 9 meters across with a ceiling I never saw properly. There was water coming in somewhere on the left, constantly. That is the only reason I know how long I was in there. I counted drips for the first 11 days until I worked out that counting drips is how people stop being people. The air was so thick with spiritual energy that breathing it was like eating, and I could not use one particle of it. That's the joke, and I want it fully appreciated. The Rain Mist Sword Pavilion had put a man with destroyed meridians in the single richest cultivation environment on that continent. It's like locking a man with no hands in a bakery. I sat in the middle of a spiritual vein for 6 months and got measurably weaker every week. The paper was in the northeast corner in 3 stacks. Somebody had lived down there before me, decades earlier by the state of it. He'd left about 4,000 sheets of talisman paper, 2 dried out inkstones, 11 brushes of decreasing quality, and, this is the part I've never gotten over, a half-finished 5th tier water rune that he'd abandoned in the middle of the 3rd stroke. I spent a week working out why he'd stopped. He'd stopped because it was wrong. The 3rd stroke on that particular rune has to turn before it crosses. He'd been taught to cross before he turned, and he'd been doing it that way his entire life. At some point in that cave, he'd looked at his own hand and seen it. I never found out who he was. He's the closest thing I ever had to a teacher, and he left me 1 bad stroke and 4,000 sheets. I started at the 1st tier, not out of humility, out of arithmetic. I had a bone in my back that didn't care about meridians, and a great deal of time. The realization, which took me 11 days of self-pity to arrive at, that a talisman does not come out of your dantian. It comes out of your hand and your attention and your understanding of what the stroke is for. Cultivation makes it faster. Cultivation is not required. Nobody works that out because nobody who has cultivation has ever needed to. Nobody without it has ever had 6 months and 4,000 sheets. 1st tier took 4 days, 2nd took 9, 3rd took most of a month, and I broke 2 brushes doing it. When the 3rd tier fire rune finally lit in that cave, I sat down on the floor and laughed until my ribs hurt, alone, underground, starving, at the sight of a piece of paper burning. The food stopped in the 3rd month. I've decided to believe it was carelessness. There was a war going on upstairs. That pavilion was in the middle of something. I heard it twice through the stone, and a crippled hostage in a lower chamber is exactly the sort of thing an organization forgets. I ate the paper, 4,000 sheets minus what I'd used. It's made of bark fiber in a binder, and it has approximately no nutritional value at all. It kept me alive for 11 weeks, and I have never since been able to hold a fresh sheet without thinking about the taste. I got to 4th tier in the 5th month. 4th tier is not a hobbyist rank. 4th tier is a title. It gets you a workshop, a waiting list, an appointment at a provincial court. It takes a talented man with a master and a school and full cultivation somewhere north of 60 years. I did it in a hole, in the dark, hungry, with no cultivation at all, off a dead man's mistake and 4,000 sheets of increasingly edible paper. And here's why it matters, because it's the only thing in this entire account I'm actually proud of. Every single other thing I own was given to me. The bone was in my back when I arrived. The dragon elephant scripture is my family's. 9 steps. I kicked out of somebody's lap. The blade came off a corpse. The talents came out of a machine. Even the ashes in my jar were somebody else's courage. The talismans are mine. I built them from nothing in a room with no exit. When I came out of that cave and got flattened 4 seconds later by a man I never even saw, the only reward on that corpse I would have fought the system for was the 4th tier rank. I have been a land true immortal. I have put the sun out with a sentence. The best I have ever been was a starving cripple in a cave getting a 3rd tier fire rune to light on the 11th attempt. In the 6th month, I heard footsteps upstairs that weren't the usual ones, not the pattern. There was a pattern. 2 people, twice a week, 1 heavy and 1 light. And this was a great many people moving fast in a way that had no rhythm to it at all. Then it stopped. Then it was very quiet for about 3 days. I sat in the dark against the wall with a stack of 4th tier talismans in my lap that I could not activate, working out that whatever had come for the pavilion had won, that nobody upstairs was in a position to come and open my wall. On the 4th day, somebody opened the wall, not the door, the wall, straight down the middle, the way space goes when something with real weight decides to stop respecting it. And a voice came through it, calm, satisfied, slightly out of breath, the tone of a man who has been walking a long way and has finally seen a landmark. After going to such lengths to wipe out those traitors of the Lin family, we finally found you. I got about 1.5 seconds. I used it to stand up, which was pointless, and which I have never regretted. Those traitors of the Lin family, which meant the pinned-down clan in the capital had stopped being pinned and started being erased. It meant somebody had done that specifically as a way of finding me, and it meant that every single thing my brother had ever spent on his useless little brother had been billed to the family and paid in full. I didn't even see him. You are dead. 6 options this time. I took Talisman Master, 4th tier, permanently, in my hands, in the real world. I took Supreme Mode, the fight-stealing thing the bone does. And I took You Can't See Me, because I had just watched it fail against a 3rd stage Celestial, and I wanted very badly to own the version of it that didn't. Then the river of time opened and my own corpse floated up out of it, and this time it was different. It was withered. 6 months of a cave on it. And as it hung there dissolving, with 3 fruits already gone, it opened its eyes and looked directly at me. Revenge, it said, and threw me a 4th fruit, right at my head. Not gently. It came in like a man throwing a rock, and I caught it out of pure reflex. It went into my chest and turned into fierce dragon boxing and something called the nail soul technique, neither of which had been on the menu. I stood there in the back of my car holding my own hands. I'd like to tell you I said something appropriate. What I actually said out loud in an empty Maybach was, "Thank you?" The corpse was already gone. I have thought about that a lot. Every simulated version of me is me. Same memories, same jokes, same appalling decisions, right up until the moment I stopped watching and he keeps living. He got the cave. He got 6 months of eating paper. He got the sofa and the static and the one word. And then he came apart in a river with 3 of his 5 prizes already handed over to a man sitting comfortably in a car. What he did with his last second was throw the extra one at my head. He didn't say good luck, he said revenge. I intend to keep that appointment. Newbie gift pack complete. Villain simulations remaining. 0. Villain points, 0. I looked at the dashboard clock. 20 minutes. 20 minutes had passed in the real world. Mei Ling was still lying in front of my headlights being unconscious at me. Lin Wei was still in the driver's seat waiting for instructions, alive, both arms attached, head facing forward. Qian Jia was in an apartment on the 6th floor of a building across town, folding paper cranes, with her brother still breathing and her eyes still in her head. Nobody had put a photograph of her on a desk yet, because none of it had happened. None of it had happened. I sat there for about 4 seconds and I found that my hands were shaking, which was inconvenient, so I made them stop. Then I opened the door. Because there was a birthday party going on about 2 kilometers from here, in a hotel with a very nice lobby, hosted by a man who had put something in a girl's drink. And in every single one of the 3 futures I had just lived, that party had continued undisturbed while everything else in my life caught fire. I had 0 points. I needed a great many points. And the system, in its infinite wisdom, had told me exactly how a young master earns them. I picked her up off the road myself this time. I did it badly because I was in a hurry and because a small part of me wanted the Celestial pretending to be unconscious to have an uncomfortable ride. I put her in the back seat at an angle no unconscious person would tolerate. She tolerated it. Lin Wei, the Century Hotel. Of course, young master. Shall I park in? No. There is a moment in a man's life when he stops being a passenger. Mine happened at 110 kilometers an hour in the middle of the lobby of a 5-star hotel. The Century has, or had, a set of glass doors at the top of a marble ramp. Behind them, a lobby the size of a tennis court. Behind that, a banquet hall with a double door in gold leaf that somebody had decorated with a red banner reading "Happy Birthday, Mr. Zhao" in characters half a meter tall. We went through all of it without slowing down. The banner came off the doors and draped itself over the hood, which I thought was a nice touch. The Maybach came to a stop in the middle of 150 of Shanghai's most important people with the engine ticking and one headlight out. I opened the door and got out and stood on the marble in a suit worth more than the car. I heard, I said, into a room where nobody was breathing, that someone wants to leave me nowhere to go in Shanghai. Nobody moved. Wang Di was at the head table with a glass in his hand. He was about 40, with a good tailor and a bad face, the specific complexion of a man who has never once been told no by anyone he could see. "Do you know who I am?" he said. "I want to thank him sincerely for that. It's such a gift. You so rarely get a man to hand you the whole scene in 5 words. "I do," I said. "You're the man who put something in a drink 2 hours ago and then went back to your party." The room got a little quieter, which I would not have thought possible. "Get him out of here," Wang Di said to the air. And then somebody at the 3rd table stood up so fast their chair went over backward, said, in a voice like a man reading a diagnosis, "That's Lin Feng. You have to understand what a surname does in this world. The Lin family sits in the Senate of the Great Xia Empire. My grandfather is Elder Lin. We have a celestial ancestor in seclusion. In practical terms, this means that within the borders of the empire, there are perhaps 30 people who can afford to be rude to me, and none of them were at a businessman's birthday party in Shanghai." I watched the information move across that room like a wave in a stadium. A woman near the front actually fainted, genuinely, properly fainted, went down into the arms of the man next to her, who did not catch her because he was busy being extremely still. Wang Dai's glass hit the carpet. I walked up to the head table and I hit him, open hand, not hard enough to break anything because that ends it, and I had a lot of party left to get through. He went sideways into the cake. Ding. Villain points plus 500. I hit him again, plus 600. He was making a sound now, a sort of rising hum, trying to get his hands up. That is when I learned that a fourth realm mortal with the dragon elephant scripture at layer 4 can slap a man faster than the man can decide to block. Plus 450. Somewhere behind me, in the back seat of a Maybach parked in the middle of a banquet hall, a woman who was pretending very hard to be unconscious was awake and listening to every single word. I know that now. I knew it then, actually. That's the part I enjoyed, because the little numbers were not just coming from the slapping, some of them were coming from her. Every time I put Wang Day into a piece of furniture, a small tag came up in the corner of my vision that said her favorability had increased. I want to be honest about the fact that I checked it every single time. 11 slaps. I counted. 6,000 points in under a minute, which for a man who had spent the previous 20 minutes dying in 3 separate futures for a lack of exactly that currency, was the single most satisfying minute of my life to date. Then Shu Hao stood up. That's enough. Handsome, 26, the best suit in the room, and he stepped between me and the man on the floor with the confidence of somebody whose grandfather has never lost an argument. Shu Hao, who in a future I had already lived, had thrown me a welcome party in my own house and told 3 people I would not be leaving it. Young Master Lin, he said, we're all family here in Shanghai. There's no need to. I hit him. The room made a noise. Wang Day was a businessman. Shu Hao was a clan heir, and there are rules about clan heirs. Family, I said. Where would my Lin family get so many poor relatives? Plus 8,000. I need you to appreciate the economics of that. 1 sentence, 8,000 points. I had spent 3 deaths earning 500, and I made 16 times that by being rude to a man in a nice suit in front of an audience. The system was not subtle about what it wanted from me. Shu Hao stood there with a red hand mark rising on the left side of his face and his mouth slightly open. I watched a lifetime of being the cleverest man in the room fall out of him. What was left underneath was a boy who was about to do something stupid. He did it. He Jian. The security manager came in with 12 men, and every one of them had a rifle. They came in fast, and they fanned out, and they pointed them at me. He Jian started saying something about hotel property and lawful authority and how there had been an assault. Lin Wei shifted his weight beside me. I put a hand out. Because guns are boring, and I had a much better idea. I took my phone out, in the middle of a banquet hall, with a dozen rifles on me, and I made a call. I want you to picture the room watching a 19-year-old scroll through his contacts. Director Qi, it's Lin Feng. Pause. I'm at the Century. There are 12 armed men pointing rifles at me. I hung up. Then I stood there and smiled at He Jian for 55 seconds, which is a very long time to smile at a man. Zhang Ming is the deputy director of the Magic City Garrison. My father described him to me once, years ago, in a single sentence. That one can do the dirty work. He arrived in under a minute with 4 vehicles, came through the ruined doors on foot, took in the scene, the car, the cake, the crying businessman, the heir with the handprint, the rifles, and did not ask a single question. Young Master Lin. Those, I pointed. Zhang Ming looked at the 12 men and their rifles and said in a completely conversational tone, take them all outside and shoot them. And they did. I heard it through the wall, so did everybody else, and I watched 150 of Shanghai's finest citizens all arrive at the same understanding at the same moment. The rules they had spent their lives learning were local ordinances, and something from the capital had just parked in the lobby. He Jian did not go outside. He Jian went down on the marble and stayed there. And that's when it got genuinely funny, because Wang Day and Shu Hao, who had spent the evening as host and guest of honor, who had planned this together, who had a girl in a room upstairs between them, looked at each other. Both of them understood that only one of them was walking out. It was his idea, Wang Day shouted on his knees in cake. Shu Hao told me the May girl would be no trouble. He said the Shu family would handle it. You bought her, you fat pig, I never touched. You wrote the guest list. They got to their feet at roughly the same moment and went for each other. 2 grown men, one of them a clan heir with a spiritual technique, rolled around on the floor of the Century Hotel banquet hall, punching each other in the ribs while 150 people watched, and nobody in the entire building dared to separate them. I stood there with my hands in my pockets. Plus 2,000, plus 1,500, plus 900. I would like to say something noble here about justice. What I actually thought, standing in that room watching my 2 would-be murderers bite each other was, this is the best night of my life. I have been dead 3 times today. 55 seconds is a long time to stand in front of 12 rifles smiling. Let me tell you what was happening in that room while I did it. Because it's the most useful thing I ever learned about power, and it cost me nothing. He Jian, the security manager, had come in shouting, assault, hotel property, lawful authority. He had 12 men, all of them armed, all of them pointed at one 19-year-old with no visible protection. By every rule that man had ever operated under, he had already won. At about the 22nd second, he stopped shouting. Nobody had told him to. Nothing had changed. But a room full of 150 rich people had gone completely silent behind him. None of them were looking at him. All of them were looking at the boy who had made a phone call and then put his phone away. At the 35th second, one of his men lowered his rifle about 4 inches, entirely unconsciously, the way you do when your body has worked something out before you have. At the 50th second, He Jian said, "Who did you call?" I didn't answer, because the answer was arriving. Zhang Ming came through the ruined doorway of the Century Hotel with 4 vehicles behind him and mud on his shoes. That I remember because it meant he had been somewhere that had mud and had left immediately. Deputy Director of the Magic City Garrison. My father described him to me exactly once, years ago, in one sentence, at a dinner I wasn't supposed to be at, that one can do the dirty work. He came into that hall and did the thing that separates a useful man from a competent one. He didn't ask what happened. He looked at the car parked on the marble, and the cake, the businessman crying in it, and the clan heir with a handprint coming up on his face, the 12 rifles, and he assembled all of it in about a second and a half, and then he turned to me and bowed slightly. "Young Master Lin," I pointed at the rifles. "Those." And Zhang Ming looked at 12 armed men in the employ of a 5-star hotel and said, in the tone of a man asking somebody to move a chair, "Take them outside and shoot them." There was a pause of about 4 seconds in which everybody in that room found out what kind of evening this was. Then it happened. I heard it through the wall. So did 150 of the wealthiest people in eastern China. I watched every one of them arrive at the same conclusion at the same moment. The conclusion was not that I was dangerous. The conclusion was that the rules they had spent their lives learning were local ordinances. That's the whole lesson, and I'll state it plainly because it took me 18 years and 1 evening to learn it. Everybody in that room had money. Several of them had cultivation. 2 of them had private armies of a sort, and every single one of them had been operating inside a structure. Permits, favors, the garrison, the courts, the understanding that certain things are not done, and the structure had a top. The top was a family in the capital, and I was one. I had had that my entire life. I had used it to get out of a speeding fine. He Jian did not go outside. He went down on the marble about 2 meters from my shoes and stayed there. He was still there 20 minutes later when the ceiling came off. I genuinely forgot about him until I nearly stepped on him on the way to the elevator. And then the evening produced the thing I had actually come for, which I hadn't planned and couldn't have. Wang Day and Xu Hao started ratting on each other. It began small. Wang Day, on his knees, in cake, said the May girl had been Xu Hao's idea. Xu Hao said something about a fat pig who couldn't hold his own party. Wang Day said Xu Hao had written the guest list. Xu Hao said the drink hadn't been his. The drink hadn't been his. Everybody in that room heard it. 150 witnesses, including 3 men from families that would sell it to the capital by morning. Xu Hao had just said out loud, in public, that he knew there had been a drink. Then Wang Day said something about the room upstairs, and Xu Hao hit him. Not with a technique. With a fist badly, the way a man hits somebody when he stopped being a clan heir and started being 26. And Wang Day, 40 years old, no cultivation, 300 million in property, hit him back and got a handful of his hair. 2 grown men rolled around on the floor of the Century Hotel banquet hall punching each other in the ribs. 150 people watched. Nobody separated them. Nobody in that building dared to touch either one of them, because one of them was a clan heir and the other one was under the direct attention of a Senate family. There was no move on the board that didn't end with somebody's career. I stood there with my hands in my pockets, plus 2,000, plus 1,500, plus 900, and Zhang Ming came and stood beside me at a respectful distance, with his hands behind his back, watching it with the face of a man at a very good horse race. "Young Master Lin," he said eventually, "do you want them separated?" "Absolutely not." "Understood." I have thought since about why the system paid me for that and not for the slapping, which was more spectacular. I think it's this. Anyone can hit a man. What I did to those 2 was take away the thing they had built their lives on. That was the certainty that people like them settle things quietly among themselves. I did it by putting them in a room where the quiet had been removed. They didn't fight because they were angry. They fought because for the first time in either of their lives there was no procedure. The ceiling came off about 4 minutes later. 2 old men came down through it. That's how they travel when they're in a hurry and want you to know it. No doors, no stairs, just a hole in your roof and a pressure that makes the water jump out of the glasses. Patriarch Shu, 4th realm. And behind him the Wang family ancestor, 5th realm, which made him the strongest man in Shanghai as far as anyone in that room had ever known. "Who dares?" Lin Wei took 1 step forward. He didn't say anything. He didn't raise a hand. He just stopped being a driver, and the thing that had been folded up inside a man in a black suit for the entire evening came out. It filled the banquet hall from the floor to the hole in the ceiling, 7th realm. The 2 old men went out through the wall, not thrown, nothing touched them. They simply stopped being able to remain in the room the way a candle stops remaining lit. They went backward through the outer wall of the Century Hotel and landed in the plaza in front of it in a spray of masonry. They came back inside on foot. I've replayed that a few times. The two most powerful men in Shanghai walking back in through the hole they'd just made, brushing plaster off their shoulders, arranging their faces into something respectful, then getting down on the floor of a banquet hall to apologize to a 19-year-old with a slap-shaped bruise developing on his knuckles. They brought gifts. That's the protocol. When you have offended a Senate family, you do not say sorry. You hand over something that hurts to lose. Patriarch Shu produced a jade ruyi, 6th tier, royal grade, a genuine imperial artifact, the kind a family passes down and lies about in public. The Wang ancestor gave up an ancient seal that had been in his clan for 200 years, plus 20,000. I took both, and I did it with the specific unhurried greed of a man being handed something he was always going to be given. That is a face I had 18 years of practice at and had never once had a use for. Then I said mildly, "There's still the matter of who arranged tonight." Patriarch Shu's expression did not change. "A misunderstanding between juniors, young Master Lin. Regrettable. Then you won't mind." I nodded at his grandson, who was on the floor holding a broken nose he'd received from a fat businessman. "Have Lin Wei search his soul. 5 minutes and we'll know exactly whose idea it was, and I'll apologize to whoever's innocent." The room got very quiet again, because a soul search is not an interrogation. It's an autopsy you perform on a living man's memory. Everything in there comes out. Every deal, every debt, every name, every instruction from anyone the family has ever taken money from. You don't survive it as a clan. Not with a Lin family retainer holding the fingers. I watched Patriarch Shu do the arithmetic. It took him about 2 seconds, which tells you he'd already done most of it on the way down through the roof. "Grandfather," Shu Hao said. "Grandfather, wait." Patriarch Shu killed him. His favorite grandson, the heir he had cleared rooms for, 26 years old, on the floor of a hotel banquet hall in front of 150 witnesses, in one motion, without a word. Then he turned back to me and bowed and said, "The matter is settled, young Master Lin. Plus 30,000 villain points," said the system. And a talent rank bonus, which I did not know at the time, was a thing that could be awarded, which turned out 10 minutes later to be worth more than everything else in the room combined. I looked at the old man bowing to me. Here is the honest thing. I did not feel powerful. I felt like I'd put my hand on a machine and the machine had eaten somebody. The machine was now waiting politely to see if I wanted it to do that again. I had said one sentence about a soul search. That's all. I hadn't asked for anything. That's what a surname is in this world, and I'd had one my whole life and had never once picked it up. "Very generous," I said. "Director Qi." Zhang Ming stepped forward. "For your trouble tonight," and I handed him the Jade Ruyi. 6th tier royal artifact, a gift a man might weep over. He very nearly did. He held it in both hands and thanked me 3 times and put it inside his coat. I said something gracious, and what I was actually thinking was, that thing came out of the Shu family's vault 40 seconds after I had their heir killed. I would not put it under my own pillow if you paid me. Let somebody else hold the grenade. Zhang Ming was delighted to. I'd like to record that this decision was cynical, correct. Came back to bite me anyway, in a way I'll get to. Because that Ruyi eventually takes an arm off, just not mine. And then finally, an hour late, Han Bo arrived. An hour. The man in the rags, the gold light in the skull, the one who had broken 3 realms in a minute and killed Lin Wei with a single punch and who cannot, under any circumstances, be killed by me. He came through the ruined doorway of the Century Hotel 62 minutes after his mistress had been drugged at a party he was supposed to be guarding her at. He had lipstick on his collar. I found out later, because I always find out later, what he'd been doing. He'd seen a girl in a bar who looked like his first love. He'd gone over to talk to her. That's it. That's the whole reason. The single most important night in the destiny of the protagonist of this world, the night that in 3 separate futures ends with him ascending realms he shouldn't be able to reach on a scream. He missed the first hour of it because a stranger had a familiar face and he thought he'd try his luck. He came into that hall at a dead run, saw a Maybach parked on the marble, saw Mei Ling in the back of it, and drew. Lin Wei took his arm off before he'd finished the motion. Zhang Ming, and I have genuinely never respected a man more, walked over, picked the arm up off the floor, carried it across the room, handed it back to him with both hands, the way you'd return a dropped glove. Han Bo stood in the wreckage of a banquet hall, holding his own arm, and looked at me, and I looked back, and I thought, in 3 futures, you have hunted me across this city and killed me once and broken every rule of the world to do it. Tonight, you were an hour late for the beginning of your own story because a girl at a bar smiled at you. You're late, I said. He didn't answer. He went out the way he'd come in. I had every opportunity to have Lin Wei finish it right there. Every incentive, 3 futures worth of reasons. I didn't, and I'd love to tell you it was strategy. It wasn't. I just didn't feel like it. He looks so tired. That decision costs me, eventually, more than any other decision I make in this entire story. I would probably make it again, which is the most annoying sentence in this account. I took Mei Ling upstairs. The sweet Wang Day had prepared was on the 40th floor, and it was exactly as tasteful as you'd imagine. Rose petals, candles, a bottle in a bucket, the whole depressing infrastructure of a man who had bought a person. I carried her in past all of it, then I put her on the carpet, not the bed, the carpet beside the bed, on her side, in the recovery position. I got a pillow off the bed and put it under her head and pulled a spare quilt over her. And then I went into the other bedroom and shut the door and went to sleep, alone, for 9 hours. I have been told by several people since that this was the single most confusing thing I have ever done to another human being. A 5-revolution celestial who had spent 7 months embedded in my life as a distressed damsel had spent an entire evening being carried around by a boy who was supposed to be a villain, waiting for him to do the thing villains do. Instead, she was placed gently on a floor with a pillow, like a cat. The system said, villain points, plus 400. I don't know what for. I've never known what for. I think it might have been for the carpet. Final tally when I woke up, 66,800 villain points. Enough for 66 simulations if I wanted to be an idiot about it. I did not want to be an idiot about it. I wanted to be extremely specific about it because I had learned exactly one useful thing from 3 deaths, and it was this. Power is not the problem. In every run, I get strong. In every run, I get strong fast, and it never once matters, because at the end of every run, somebody I couldn't see reaches into the world from a very long way off and takes my head. The problem is that I am 18 years old, I live at the bottom of a hole, and everyone who knows why is above me. I needed to climb, and I needed a ladder that didn't care how much talent I had. I spent 5,000 points on a 10 pull. 10 pulls, 5,000 points. I got a lot of junk, which is how these things work. One green called a torrent of lies that I put in storage because the description was 2 lines long and both of them were interesting. Storage costs 5,000 points a year, incidentally, which is the system's way of telling you it knows exactly what you're going to do with it. And then the wheel came up red. Talented Talisman Master, which was already the single best thing that could have landed in my hands, given that I'd spent 6 months of somebody else's life in a cave learning to draw with charcoal on a rock. And then the talent rank bonus fired. The one patriarch Shu paid for with his grandson. Red went purple. Talisman Dao Seed. I don't have a good comparison for what that is. The closest I can get is this. Imagine you've spent years learning a language well enough to argue in it. Then one morning you wake up and it's your first language. Every book ever written in it is now something you can read at speed instead of something you can decode. 4th tier to 5th tier overnight. 5th tier talismans are the ones that get a man his own workshop, his own students, and an invitation from the imperial court. 60 years of somebody's life, delivered to a hotel suite at 4 in the morning while a woman pretended to be asleep on the floor. Speaking of which, she'd moved to the bed at some point in the night, which was fine. I'd left it empty. And at around 5, when I was sitting at the desk in the outer room with the lamp on and about 40 sheets of paper in front of me, she started making an effort. Nothing crude. She was extremely good at this. There was a sigh. There was the sound of a quilt being displaced in a way quilts do not displace themselves. There was, and I swear this is true, a small distressed murmur of my name. The Ice Queen of Magic City University, 4 suitors hospitalized, was lying 9 meters away doing a pantomime for an audience of 1, and the audience was busy. The mechanics of my thinking there sound noble, and weren't. Item 1. She was a 5-revolution celestial who had killed a 3rd stage immortal by putting her hand on his head. Whatever this was, it wasn't attraction, it was work. Item 2. I had, in 3 separate futures, ended up either dead, crippled, or blood-oathed into a marriage alliance by her faction. Every single one of those routes started with me deciding she was a person I was allowed to want. Item 3, and this is the true one. I had a 5th tier formation diagram in front of me that I had not been able to read 6 hours earlier. It was the most interesting object I had ever seen in my life. Women are nowhere near as fun as talismans. Around 6 she gave up and actually fell asleep, having kicked the quilt onto the floor in what I choose to interpret as frustration. I went in and put it back over her. I tapped her twice on the top of the head with 2 fingers, the way you'd acknowledge a cat, and went back to my desk. I have been told this was worse than the carpet. Then I ran the 4th simulation, and simulated me did something none of the previous 3 had thought of, which was to leave. He left. There's a difference, and it matters. Shanghai was a box with the lid closing and everyone in it knew my face. There was a place 200 kilometers offshore that the entire empire agreed was the best training ground on the eastern seaboard. The entry price was a boat ticket. He went as Wei Jin, plain robes, no retainer, no car, just a young man with a talisman satchel and a very forgettable name. The Kraken was waiting at the port. I don't mean a legend. I mean that the shipping lane out to the sea realm had been closed for 9 days because something had taken up residence across the mouth of the harbor. There were 300 cultivators standing on the dock arguing about it. Out past the breakwater, a stretch of water the size of a district was moving in a way water does not move. Same shape, same one that came up under me in the second run and finished a night that had already gone badly. Simulated me stood on that dock and looked at his own murderer for a while. Somebody behind him laughed. There's always somebody. A young man in decent robes, third realm, pointed at the satchel and said something to his friends about a paper seller who thought he was going to swim. Simulated me put a talisman on the water. 5th tier. Fire dragon rune. The thing that comes out of a 5th tier fire rune is not a flame. It's an animal. 40 feet of it came up off the surface with a head like a temple gate and went out across the harbor with its own weather behind it. The water stopped moving. Not immediately. There was a period of about 90 seconds in which the harbor of a major port city was a place you would not want to be. At the end of it, something enormous went backward into deep water and did not come up again. The dock was completely silent. 300 cultivators. Nobody said anything at all. Simulated me put his satchel back on his shoulder and looked out at the water where it had gone. I'll come back and kill you, he said, after I finished my business. And then he got on the boat, and he did not look at the young man in the decent robes even once. That I thought was a nice piece of work. The sea realm is a broken world. Somebody's once. Now it's a few thousand square kilometers of ruin hanging in a fold of space with a 10-to-1 time dilation and a great many things in it that will eat you. And at the center of it, there's the wasteland, which does one thing, and the thing it does is take your cultivation away. Step over the line and everything you've built drains out through your feet. You're a man in an empty land with whatever your body can do unassisted. It's why nobody goes in. There are treasures in there that have been sitting untouched for centuries because the only people who could reach them are the people who need their cultivation to survive the trip. Simulated me walked in and nothing happened. Nothing at all. The bone in his spine took the drain, absorbed it, and did not comment. He stood on the wrong side of the line with his full strength intact, in a place the entire empire had written off, and understood that he owned it. That's when he found Hanbo, broken statue in the middle of nowhere, 200 feet of it, most of it gone, a face weathered down to a suggestion. And sitting cross-legged at the base of it with his eyes closed and a scroll open on his knees was a one-armed man in rags with gold light bleeding out of the gaps in his eyelids. Mid-epiphany, that's the technical term. It's the state where the world explains itself to somebody and they come out the other side a different order of being. You know what interrupts an epiphany? 2 fire dragons. Simulated me came in behind them, kicked Hanbo in the face on the way past, took the scroll off his knees while he was still going backward, and I want to tell you what happened next, because it's the funniest thing I ever saw a hero do. Hanbo got up, spat, and reached for the sky, and gold fire went up his arm. He said the name of the technique out loud in a voice that shook the ground. 9 steps to heaven. Simulated me was already 40 meters back and accelerating, because he had watched that technique take a 4th realm bodyguard to the 8th realm inside a minute. He had absolutely no interest in being in the same province. By the time he stopped running, Hanbo was gone. He'd faked it. He didn't have the strength to use it, not out there, not in the wasteland with a scroll he hadn't finished reading. He'd shouted a name he'd learned 9 seconds earlier and it had cleared the field. So, the protagonist of this world beat me in a straight confrontation by bluffing with the contents of a book I was holding. I have made a point of remembering that. The scroll was the real thing though, 9 steps to heaven. You burn your own lifespan, and with it you borrow strength from heaven and earth, and you climb. Training has nothing to do with it. Whole realms, in minutes, on credit. I read it 4 times, and then I read the small print that the world had thoughtfully included at the bottom in the same tone doctors use for side effects. The borrowed key has to go back, all of it. If you don't return it, it comes out of you, and it doesn't take installments. And the more often you use it, the less each step gives you. So a man who leans on it climbs fast for a year and then spends his whole life on a ladder that no longer moves. Simulated me sat on a rock in a dead world, holding the single most powerful technique he had ever seen, and said, out loud, to nobody, "Is this definitely 9 steps to heaven, and not a loan from heaven and earth?" Because that's what it is. It's a payday lender with a very good name. And the thing about a man who has already died 3 times and has an unlimited supply of futures he can throw away is that he is, structurally, the perfect customer for debt. He took the loan. 3 months in the wasteland is a strange way to live. There's no weather. That's the first thing you notice. The light doesn't change. There's no wind, because wind requires a temperature difference, and the place doesn't have opinions about temperature. And nothing that walks in there keeps its cultivation. Not the beasts, not the people, not the things that used to be people. Everything in the wasteland is reduced to what its body can do. That means the ecosystem in there is a completely honest one, and honest ecosystems are horrifying. Simulated me was, as far as I can establish, the only thing in the history of that place that walked in fully loaded. He used it the way you'd use an empty gymnasium. 7 steps in 3 months. Each one costs years, and each one takes about 40 seconds, and the part nobody tells you about 9 steps to heaven is that in between the steps you have to sit and hold it for days, while borrowed strength that does not belong to you decides whether it's staying. The first step took an afternoon, the fourth took 9 days, the seventh took most of a month, and at the end of it, he was lying on his back in a dead valley with his ears ringing, about 140 years later, laughing at nothing. And on day 61, the Shu family Grand Elder came to kill him. I'd like to know how they found the entrance. I have 3 theories, and the ugliest one is that Patriarch Shu had known where the Sea Realm's western gate was for 2 centuries and had simply never had a reason to mention it. What I know is that a 5th realm expert who had been alive for 200 years walked into a valley in a place that strips cultivation and did it anyway. That tells you exactly how badly that family wanted this. He found simulated me sitting on a rock. Do you know, the old man said, how long I have waited to be given this errand? Your grandson's dead. My patriarch's grandson. He was taking off his outer robe, folding it, setting it on a stone. 200 years of manners. I have 11 of my own. What I have waited for is a lin. Then he explained, at length, that he intended to take a long time about it. That's the part that gets these people killed, incidentally, and it's not arrogance. It's that a man who has been alive for 200 years has never once been in a hurry and has completely lost the ability to recognize a schedule. Simulated me let him talk. He'd been in that valley for 4 days doing something with his hands in the dust, and the old man never once looked down, because there was nothing down there to look at. No formation lines, no inscriptions, 2 inches of dead gray dust over the entire valley floor, undisturbed for 1,000 years, and under it, 5 5th-tier fire dragon runes, chained in sequence, each one buried at a different depth so the ignition would cascade instead of firing flat. He'd spent 4 days on the geometry and 1 word on the trigger. The problem with a talisman array is power. That's always the problem. A 5th-tier rune wants a 5th-tier practitioner, and 5 of them chained want something a great deal more than that. In the wasteland, there is no ambient energy to draw on at all. There was exactly 1 battery in that valley, 20 years of his own life, straight into the ignition. Are you listening to me, boy? Not really, Simulated Me said. Burn. The valley came apart. 5 dragons in sequence, a quarter second between each, coming up out of the ground under a man who had spent 200 years learning to defend against things coming from the front. The first one took his footing. The second took the robe he'd folded so carefully. The third one caught him in the air. He was gone before the 5th fired, and it fired anyway, because I hadn't built in a way to stop it. 20 years for 1 second, and I did that arithmetic in advance, and I did it coldly. I was, at that point, a man with a technique that turns lifespan into rank, going up against an enemy who would cost me 30 years to fight honestly. 20 is cheaper than 30. That's the whole moral reasoning. I've had a very long time to find a better one, and I never have. He went through the remains, which is a habit I have never lost. There was a storage ring, which had a great deal of money in it, and money is boring. There was a spirit sword of the 6th tier, which he left, because he doesn't use swords. And in a lacquered case, in an inner pocket, there was a pill, Yin Ma Unrestrained Pill, which is a genuinely stupid name for what turned out to be a genuinely serious object. What it does is unlock everything in a body at once, every restriction, every seal, every carefully maintained limit, for a short period, at a price the manual is coy about. An old man had been carrying it for 200 years and had not used it on the afternoon he died. That tells you what he thought the price was. Simulated Me put it in his pocket. He never used it either. Neither have I. It's still in the hoard. I keep it because there is going to be an afternoon, somewhere in the next few decades, when a man in my position needs everything he has all at once and does not particularly care what happens on the following morning. I'd like that to be a choice I've already got in my pocket. The last month in there he spent on something completely different. It's the reason that simulation mattered more than the 6 that came after it. He drew, not for power. There was no one left to fight. He sat in a dead valley with the talisman Tao seed in his chest and 3 months of subjective time and no interruptions of any kind. He did the one thing a man with my life never gets to do, which is a long piece of uninterrupted work. 5th tier when he went in, comfortably 5th tier when he came out, and something else besides, a way of thinking about the strokes that I have never been able to explain to another practitioner, and which Zheng Lao, later, in a cell, looked at for about 4 seconds and identified as the National Preceptor's hand. He'd reinvented a 400-year-old technique in a place with no distractions. That's what I actually got out of the 4th simulation. It isn't on the reward list because the system doesn't pay for that. Then he walked out through the western gate into a world where 9 days had passed and found the Century Hotel in a crater. Then he came out of the Sea Realm and found that Shanghai had ended. 9 days. The Century Hotel was gone, not damaged, gone, in the specific way buildings go when something above the 7th realm decides they shouldn't be standing, with a crater where the ballroom had been and the neighboring blocks scorched down one side. Tian Lei, the double, the one he'd left running around wearing my face to keep the city's attention pointed somewhere convenient, had been taken alive, which is a very different word from killed. Jiang Ming was in a hospital with one arm, the Jade Ruyi, 6th tier, royal grade, an imperial artifact out of the Shu family vault handed over as an apology 40 seconds after I'd had their heir killed. He'd carried it inside his coat for 9 days like a man with a winning ticket, and on the 9th day it had gone off. I had known. That's the thing. I had known there was something in it, and I had handed it to a man who had spent that evening cheerfully executing people for me. I'd done it with a gracious little speech about his trouble. He kept the arm in a jar and showed it to me once. He wasn't even angry. That's Jiang Ming. He worked out immediately that the Shu family had tried to kill him with a gift. His conclusion was that he'd been promoted, and Lin Wei was gone. There was a letter. I've had a lot of things given to me in my life. Artifacts, techniques, entire cities. That letter is the only object from any of it I would go back into a burning building for. It existed in a timeline that never happened. He'd found Tianjia. He'd gone looking the moment things started going wrong because I'd mentioned her exactly once, in passing, months earlier, as an errand, and he'd found out what she was. Mystic Curse Eyes. That's the name of the thing behind those white eyes she can't see with. It is not a defect, and it is not a gift. It's a weapon. What it does is trigger the 5 signs of decay in another living creature, which is a technical way of saying it can make a celestial being get old and die on a schedule of the user's choosing. There are perhaps 4 things in the Empire that can kill an immortal. One of them was folding paper cranes in a rented apartment on the 6th floor of a building with a broken elevator. That's why the Venerable wanted her. That's why her photograph was in a folder on a desk. So Lin Wei took her somewhere and hid her, and then he did the part I still can't read without stopping. He erased his own memory of where. A 7th realm expert removed the location from his own head so that no soul search anywhere in the Empire could take it out of him. That means that from the moment he sealed that letter, he could not have found her again himself if he'd wanted to. The last line said, "The old master gave me the character for loyal and the surname Lin. Live well, young master." That's the whole letter. No instructions, no request. He didn't ask me to find him, and I want to be very precise about this because it becomes important later, and I have never once lied about it. Lin Wei never asked me to come for him, not in any run, not once. I have made a number of choices in this account that I defend in front of anybody. That's not one of them, and we'll get there. There was a second letter from my brother. Lin Tao's handwriting, Lin Tao's seal, and a route. South, into the 10,000 mountains. Through the mountains, past the pass, to the temple, and then into the river. That's all it said. No explanation of what was at the end of it, which told me 2 things. That he expected to be intercepted, that whatever was down there was worth more than the risk of writing it down. Then, 4 days later, a 3rd message arrived. Same seal, same handwriting, and it said, "Second brother, it's all right now. Come back." I read it about 9 times. Lin Tao has called me many things in 18 years. Little brother, Fanger. On 2 memorable occasions, an embarrassment. He has never in his life called me second brother, because that's what you call a man when you're being formal with him. He has never once been formal with me. Not when I broke his sword, not when I got expelled, not when I put a hole in a Gu family heir's head and he had to go and start a war about it. Whoever wrote that had studied my family thoroughly enough to forge a Senate seal and get the handwriting right. They had not studied it thoroughly enough to know how a man talks to somebody he loves, simulated me, burned it, and went south. He took Tianjia with him. There was no version of leaving her behind, not with a folder on a desk and a venerable in the capital who collected eyes. And I'd love to tell you that was the reason, and it was one of the reasons. The other one was on the receipt. Her presence doubled his cultivation rate and tripled his talisman yield, and he had a very long way to go. I have never once managed to do a decent thing without also charging for it. I'd like that noted. What he told her was that her brother had sent a message from overseas, that they were going to go and meet him halfway. Halfway, she said. Roughly. She thought about that, standing in the doorway of an apartment she was never going to see again, holding a small bag with 400 paper cranes in it. Then she said, "You've never been a very good liar, Brother Lin." Then she got in the car. He put out one more piece of business before they left, through Jiang Ming, from a hospital bed, with one arm. A rumor, nothing dramatic, just a whisper into the right 3 ears in Shanghai that Mei Ling of the Rain Mist Sword Pavilion was currently in the hands of the Lin family's second young master. If you're going to be hunted across an ocean, it costs nothing to make sure the hunters are also worried about somebody else's celestial. They boarded a cruise ship out of the eastern port 2 days later, and on the 3rd night, in open water, 400 kilometers from anything, the engines stopped. A cruise ship's engines do not stop in open water. There are 4 of them, and they are independent and they have redundancies. When all of them go quiet at the same moment on a calm sea, what has happened is not mechanical. Simulated me was on the promenade deck when the lights went out. Tianjia, cabin, now. Brother Lin, now. The ghost doctor came in over the water. He didn't fly. He walked about 2 meters above the surface, in soft shoes, with his hands folded into his sleeves. Every light on that ship went out in sequence as he passed under them like somebody drawing a finger down a switchboard. There you are, he said warmly. You've been very difficult. Third stage celestial. The man who had taken me apart on a floor in a 6th floor apartment in a future I'd already paid for. Except this time I was not a 4th realm boy with a stolen face. This time I'd had 3 months in a dead world and a scroll I'd kicked out of a hero's lap. 9 steps to heaven. First step. The sky came down and lent me something and the world got slower and heavier and much more detailed. Second step. 20 years off the end. Everything I owned got bigger. Third step, another 30. Somewhere in that motion, I passed the place where the grand elder of the Shu family had been standing when he died, and kept going. 100 years of my life in about 4 seconds. It bought me exactly one thing, which was the ability to be in the same conversation as the old man on the water. It wasn't enough. He didn't even change his stance. He raised one hand, and the sea came up in a wall, and the wall came down on the ship. I met it with the fierce dragon boxing that a dying version of me had thrown at my head out of spite. I got about 11 seconds out of that. And then Tianjia came out on deck. She had told me she'd stay in the cabin. She lied, which she did approximately twice in her whole life. Both times it was to help me, that I'd like you to remember when she comes up later. She stood at the rail with her face pointed at a man she could not see, and her eyes went black. I've tried to describe this to people since, and I always get it wrong. It isn't dramatic. It's the opposite of dramatic. 2 white eyes turn the color of a well. Then somewhere across the water, an old man who has been alive for 400 years suddenly gets a little older. Then a little older than that. The 5 signs of decay. It's the thing that happens to celestial beings at the very end of their span. It is supposed to take centuries, and it took 11 seconds. His hair went. His hands went. The pressure coming off him folded up like a tent. He started screaming, not in pain, in recognition. He was staring at Tianjia across 400 meters of dark water and screaming a name. Xuan Fuzi. I did not know that name. I filed it the way you file a word somebody screams while they're dying. It took me 2 more simulations to find out that the old madman it belonged to was chained in a hidden realm under a university in the capital, that he was the only person in this entire story who ever did anything for me without wanting something back. The ghost doctor pulled a mirror out of his sleeve. Profound yin treasure mirror. I know what it does now. At the time, all I knew was that a dying celestial was reaching for the last thing in his pockets, that the curse eating him was slowing down as he did it, and Hanbo came out of the water behind him. I have no idea how long he'd been on that ship. He'd been hunting me for months. He'd tracked me to the port. He'd presumably bought a ticket like a normal person. He had picked that exact moment to attack the man who had captured him in a previous timeline, because Ye Xiao's entire method is to arrive at the worst possible instant for everyone including himself. The ghost doctor turned to deal with him. I put a spike of ice through his throat. 5th tier talisman, drawn in a cave, in a life that ended 6 months later with a wall opening. It went in under the jaw and it came out the other side, and the old man stopped, looked at me with an expression of the purest, most personal outrage I have ever seen on a face. Your Highness, he said, I won't let you get away with this. Then he came apart into black fire. Your Highness, not my lord, not master. Your Highness is a word you use for exactly one category of person in the great Xia Empire. There are perhaps 9 of them alive, and every single one of them is a son of the sovereign. A prince. A prince of the empire had spent months and a fortune and an entire disposable assassin program on killing a second son of the Lin family who couldn't cultivate. And Tianjia fell down. Because that's how her eyes work. It's not free. It has never once been free. You point that thing at a celestial and the celestial pays, and then you pay. I got to her before she hit the deck and her hair had gone white in my hands. All of it. 18 years old. She said, did it work? I said yes. She said, good, and stopped talking for 2 days. Now here's the part where the loan came due. 100 years of borrowed strength. The sky wants it back, and I had spent the whole of it in 11 seconds on a man I killed with a piece of paper anyway. When the borrowing wore off, there was nothing underneath it because I'd been standing on credit. Simulated me came out of that fight crippled. Crippled, which is a different word. Meridians shot, Dantian cracked. The whole apparatus of a cultivator turned into scenery. He could walk about 40 meters at a time, so the blind girl with white hair carried him through the 10,000 mountains. For months. I want to sit on that for a second, because everything else in this account is fights and thrones and the sun being used as a weapon. The actual center of my life is a girl who couldn't see, carrying a man who couldn't stand, up a mountain range in the direction he said, without ever once asking why. He taught her, on the way. He had nothing else to give. He taught her the dragon elephant scripture out loud from memory, and he taught her to draw talismans by touch, correcting her hand on the paper. By the end of the second month, she was better at it than most people with eyes. And then Mei Ling found them. Of course she did. She always does. In every run, at some point, that woman walks out of a tree line into my life at the exact moment I've stopped being able to defend myself. Simulated me was lying against a rock at the time with about 6 weeks left in him, so he played it. I'm not proud of this one. It works, and it's cheap, and I've used it since on much better people. He let his voice go thin. He looked past her at nothing, and he said to the air in the tone of a man who has finally stopped keeping score, "All these years, all I ever wanted was to live. Did I really have to be so ruthless?" And Mei Ling, 5 revolutions celestial, 7 months undercover, jaw like a shut door, sat down beside a dying boy and sighed and said the single most expensive sentence anybody said to me that year. The struggle for the crown prince position has always been like this. The struggle for the crown prince position. Not a prince hunting a merchant's son. Not a nobleman settling a grudge. A succession. You do not have a succession struggle with somebody who isn't in the line. Then Simulated Me did the worst thing he ever did in any timeline, and he did it with his eyes open. He sold Tianjia to her. He handed the blind girl with white hair over to the Rain Mist Sword Pavilion, to the faction that wanted him bred rather than dead, in exchange for her survival, because he had 6 weeks left and no legs and no better option. Because he had done the arithmetic, and the arithmetic said that Tianjia in a celestial's custody outlives Tianjia on a mountain with a corpse. She didn't argue. That's the part. She just held onto his sleeve for a second before they took her and said, "You'll come and get me." And he said yes. He died 9 days later. A man in black came up the mountain and put 2 fingers on his head and took everything out of it. I sat in a car in Shanghai and watched the last thing he ever felt, which was somebody reading him, "You are dead. Rewards." I took 9 steps to heaven, the whole technique permanently mine. I took the ghost doctor's legacy, which was 4 centuries of a celestial's accumulated methods, and the reason I stopped being frightened of doctors. And I took the talisman Dao seed, locked in, real, in my hands. There was no gift this time. The corpse in the river dissolved without opening its eyes. The system's note said his resentment wasn't sufficient. I sat with that one for a while. 3 runs, 3 deaths, and the first 2 had thrown me something out of pure spite. This one had died at the end of a long, slow slide with a promise he hadn't kept. Apparently that produces a different quality of ghost. Then I opened my eyes at a desk on the 40th floor of a hotel with 40 sheets of paper in front of me and the sun coming up over the harbor. I said out loud into a quiet room, "Xiaojian. The name of the imperial house of the great Xia Empire is Xiao." I don't know where I got the rest of it. It came up the way a word does when you've heard it spoken in a room you were too small to remember being in. Behind me, in the doorway of the bedroom, somebody stopped breathing. I turned around. Mei Ling was standing there holding the quilt I'd put back over her. She had gone the color of the wall, and for the first time in 7 months of knowing her, the Ice Queen of Magic City University was looking at me with her entire face. "What did you say?" "Nothing," I said, talking to myself. She did not believe me, and I did not care. We both stood there for a moment doing arithmetic about each other. Then I picked up my pen and went back to work. Because there was a 5th simulation to buy, and I had a very specific question I wanted answered, and the question was this. If a prince of the Great Xia Empire wants me dead over a succession, and I am not a prince of the Great Xia Empire, then somebody in my life has been lying to me since before I could speak. I intended to find out who my father was. I did not expect to like the answer this little. The talent I'd put in cold storage for 5,000 points a year was called a torrent of lies. The description was 2 lines, and I'd read them about 40 times. What you say becomes what they believe. Not forever, not against everything, but for as long as it takes for a sentence to land. Whatever comes out of your mouth arrives in the other person's head wearing the clothes of a fact. I took it out of storage and I equipped it, and then I sat there for a while thinking about the responsibility. Then I went into the bedroom. Mei Ling was at the window with her arms folded, still not over the fact that I'd said a name I shouldn't know. She turned around when I came in with the specific expression of a woman who has decided to be professionally patient with a child. "Mei Ling," I said, "I'm your father." There was a pause of roughly 1 second, and a 5 revolution celestial, a woman who could take a 3rd stage immortal apart with an open hand, went absolutely rigid, then bowed, properly, from the waist, the way a daughter of a good house greets the head of her family, and said in a completely sincere voice, "Father." Then the talent wore off. I would like to describe what happened to her face over the next second and a half, but I don't have the vocabulary. I've seen a man's face come off to reveal something rotting underneath, and it was less eventful. She hit me 11 times, not with technique, not with cultivation, with her fists from about a foot away, like a girl at a school gate. I let her, because a 5-revolution celestial punching you at mortal strength is the safest she will ever be, and because I was laughing too hard to defend myself. You have no idea, I said from the floor, how much that cost. What did you do? 5,000 points a year. Worth everyone. And then, because I am not actually an idiot, I stopped laughing and made her an offer. That is the real reason I tested it on her first. I needed to know whether it worked on something at her level. It did, for 1 second. 1 second is enough to make a man open a door, drop a guard, or say a name. I'm going to be leaving Shanghai, I said. You want something from me? I don't know what. I don't want to know yet. I'd rather not have it forced on me in a cave somewhere by 2 elders and a contract. Her expression didn't change, which is how I knew I'd hit something. 3 actions, I said. Come with me, and I'll spend 3 of them on you. Any 3. You name them, I do them, no questions, and after the 3rd we're even, and you can go home and tell whoever sent you that the boy was very cooperative. Because here's the arithmetic. I could not stop the Rain Mist Sword Pavilion from taking what they wanted. They'd already done it in one timeline while I lay on a floor with nothing left. But a debt you agree to is a debt with terms, and a debt you refuse gets collected with a mark burned onto your chest. Buy it on credit or have it repossessed. Those were the options. She said yes. I hired a celestial as a bodyguard for 3 favors and an escort out of Shanghai. Every version of me who lived through what came next has agreed it was the single best trade I ever made. The 5th simulation ran clean and fast because I finally had the shape of the board. Simulated me went to the Sea Realm first, immediately, before anyone in Shanghai had finished cleaning the marble. He had 3 months of subjective time and a technique that turns lifespan into rank. This time he took all 9 steps, which nobody in the recorded history of that scroll had done. Then he sat in the wasteland by a broken statue for 11 days and waited to ambush Hanbo. Hanbo never came. That was the first time it occurred to me that I'd been changing this world. In 2 runs, the one-armed man had found that statue and had his epiphany and become the thing that hunts me. This time he didn't come, because in this timeline, I'd never taken his arm. A man with 2 arms doesn't run to the same places. The story is not fixed. It bends around what I do. I have never once found that comforting, and I'll tell you why. If it bends around me, it bends around him too. Somewhere out there, Hanbo was having a completely different life because of a decision I'd made in a hotel. I couldn't see any of it, and every single thing I couldn't see was a thing that was going to arrive later, at the worst moment with a blade. Simulated me came out of the realm and cleaned house. Before he went south, simulated me spent 11 days clearing the board. I want to render those 11 days properly, because they are the first time in any timeline that I stopped reacting and started scheduling. 3 names, in order of who would notice. The ghost doctor first. He came out to the eastern port because a rumor had reached him that the Lin family's 2nd son was moving something valuable through it. The rumor was correct, and the valuable thing was a 5-revolution celestial standing 11 meters behind a boy in plain clothes pretending to be a customs clerk. He got about 4 words out. Mei Ling does not fight the way people fight. She arrives at the conclusion of a fight and lets the rest of it catch up. There were petals, and the air did something unpleasant, and a 3rd-stage celestial who had taken me apart on the floor of a rented apartment in a previous life was pinned against a shipping container with his own technique coming apart in his hands. Simulated me walked up and finished it with a talisman, at a range of about a meter, in front of a woman who could have done it herself and had chosen to let him. That's what a bodyguard contract buys, and it isn't safety, it's access. That was 1, Mei Ling said. That was not 1. That was a demonstration. You offered. That was 1. Patriarch Shu II, at his own estate, in the middle of the afternoon. He had been expecting the boy. He had not been expecting the boy to come in the front with a celestial, and no conversation at all. His last act was to reach for a talisman that had been in his sleeve for 100 years and that he had never once needed. He got it out. He got about half of it activated. And then Chief Shen, who was the 3rd name and the interesting one, Shen was nobody. 53 6th Realm, a mid-ranking official in the Shanghai garrison who had been quietly reporting my movements to a capital office for 4 months at a rate of 11,000 a month, which is not even a good salary. Simulated me took him in his own kitchen. He cried immediately. Before anything happened, he sat at his own kitchen table and cried and named 11 other people, unprompted, in order. Then asked whether it would help if he named more. All 11 were correct. I checked later in 3 separate runs. There's no lesson in that one. I include it because everybody who tells a story like this makes their enemies formidable. The honest truth is that the machinery that had been trying to kill me since spring ran at its lowest level on a frightened man in a kitchen who would have stopped for 11,000 a month. Then they went south, and the man in red came after them, the blood demon. He had been the thing that opened a wall in a cave in the third simulation and said, "We've finally found you after wiping out those traitors of the Lin family." He is the reason I know that sentence. And in this timeline, he came out of the west 4 days into the journey with both arms and no orders except the obvious one. Half-step celestial. Which meant that for the first time in 5 lifetimes, I was in something that was neither an execution nor a slaughter. I have to tell you, it was the most fun I've ever had. It lasted 2 hours and covered 400 kilometers of coastline. He was better than me. I want that clear. He'd been doing it for 4 centuries, and I'd been doing it for 4 months. Every single time he closed the distance, I lost something, but I had 2 things he didn't. The first was supreme mode. Every exchange, the world slowed and the bone in my spine took a copy. His footwork, the specific half beat before he committed, the way he covered his left after a heavy strike. By the 40th minute, I was answering his own openings with his own answers. I watched a 400-year-old expert start to fight defensively against a technique he invented. The second was that I was drawing the entire time. Drawing, not casting. In the air, with a fingertip, between exchanges, half a stroke at a time. A talisman sword that took 90 minutes to build in the middle of a running fight, which he could see me building and could not stop me building because stopping me building it required him to stand still. It took his arm off at the 104th minute, and then it ran out. 5th-tier talismans have a finite number of activations, and the number is small. I had spent all of them getting to that moment. So there we were on a ridge above the sea, a half-step celestial with one arm, 400 years old, 6 meters away, and deciding. And a 19-year-old holding a piece of dead paper wrapped around a hilt. I held it up. I didn't say anything. There's nothing you can say at that moment that doesn't sound like a man saying something. I just held it up, tilted slightly, the way you'd show somebody the second item on a list. I made the face I had spent 18 years learning at dinner parties, the specific bored expression of a young master who is not enjoying this and has one more of these in his pocket. He looked at it for 4 seconds. Then he went west and did not stop. Mei Ling, who had watched the whole thing from a rock and had not been called on, said one word, bluff. Yes. And if he'd come? Then you'd have used up a second action, I said, and I'd have felt terrible about it. She threw a rock at me, genuinely, a rock. That's the other thing about the 5th simulation. Somewhere in those 11 days and that coastline, the arrangement between me and Mei Ling stopped being a contract and started being something I have never had a name for. I could not tell you the exact hour it happened, and I have gone back and looked. I want to be careful here. She was raised for me. That's not a suspicion. It's a fact I pulled out of my own mother's head with 2 fingers in a different run. A decade and a half in a pavilion, learning a specific set of skills, aimed at a specific boy who did not know he was a boy anybody would aim anything at. None of that was her idea. She was 8. I have never once managed to hold those 2 things in my hands at the same time. That she was sent as a child, and every version of me has resolved it by being flippant. Every version of me has been wrong. Then the mountains took their senses away and there was nothing to be flippant about for 3 weeks. The 10,000 mountains took their senses away on the second day. That's the actual defense of the place. It isn't a barrier. There's no wall and no formation you can see. You simply walk in, and after the first day, you find that you have been walking downhill for 6 hours in a mountain range. That the sun has been on your left the entire time. That the tree you're passing has your own knife mark on it from yesterday. 3 weeks. They walked in circles for 3 weeks. He had a girl with him who couldn't see, and he'd stopped being able to trust anything he could. On the 22nd day, he took a step, and the ground wasn't there. Cliff. 200 meters, at night, mid-stride, with the world telling him it was flat, and the bone in his spine locked his whole body rigid before his foot came down. It has done that exactly 4 times in my life. It does not warn me. It does not speak. It simply decides that this is not how I die and takes the decision away from me. I've never been able to make it do that on purpose. Tianjia found the pass 3 days later, by the way. Her, not him. She stopped in the middle of a slope and said, "There's wind coming from the wrong direction," and she was right. The pass was behind a fold of rock that his eyes had been declining to see for a month. Past the pass, the world came back, and there was a temple. Small, very old. 1 room, no monks, and a stone statue at the back of it that had been carved by somebody who had actually met the subject. A tall man, a dragon coiled around his waist like a belt, casual, the way you'd wear a rope, a 3-pointed blade over one shoulder, and at his feet, carved with the same care as the man, a dog, just a dog, a big one, sitting, with its ears up. There was an incense burner on the altar with nothing in it, a bundle of sticks beside it that had been sitting there for a very long time. Simulated me, who does not believe in anything, who had by that point personally killed a celestial and helped falsify a soul search, stood in front of a statue of a stranger and lit 3 sticks of incense, because his brother's note had said the temple, and this was a temple, and he had nothing else. Then he went down to the river. His brother's note said into the river, and the river was black and moving fast. Tianjia took his hand without being asked, and they went in. Something came up underneath them. It was long. I want to be careful about the scale here because I've since seen things that make it small, and at the time it was the largest living object I had ever been near. It came up out of a river that had absolutely no business containing it, in a mountain range in the south of an empire. It put its head next to a boy and a blind girl, and it sniffed them, celestial realm, in a river, and what it smelled on him was 3 sticks of incense. The head went away, and then the tail came around, out of the water, over the bank, hit the blood demon, who had followed them the entire way, arm and all, through 3 weeks of a maze that had nearly killed me, so hard that he went into the far mountainside and did not immediately come out. Then the river opened. Not parted. Opened, downward, into a valley that was not physically capable of being under a river. Simulated me walked into it holding the hand of a blind girl with white hair, several hundred meters below the mountains of an empire that had spent 9 months trying to kill him. Down there were people, a great many people, and the first one to reach him was neither a soldier nor a guard, it was the dog. He came up the bank at a trot, yellow face, white beard, about half a man's height at the shoulder. He was very obviously the animal from the statue upstairs and about 400 years older than the last person who had carved him. He stopped in front of a soaking wet boy with a cracked chest and a spent talisman sword and looked him over. Then he said, "Young master," and started licking the wound shut. "I did not handle this well. I have taken the news that my father was a mad prince who transplanted half my spine into himself with more composure than I took a dog saying young master. You can talk. You're a dog. He got the deep one on my shoulder closed and moved down to the ribs without being asked. You're a mortal with a celestial's bone in his back. We've all got our situations. What do I call you?" He sat back on his haunches and considered it with real seriousness. "Old servant Ah Bao is fine. Dog uncle? Don't call me dog uncle. We were going to spend a long time together in a number of futures, and I've never let that go. Hidden Dragon City is what they call it, and city is generous, and hidden is exactly right. Several 100,000 people in a valley under a river under a mountain range, veterans, most of them, great Shia regulars, whole regiments of them, with their unit banners still up in a place where nobody outside had seen those banners in 40 years, farms, forges. Children who had been born down there and had never once seen weather, an entire buried army kept in immaculate order, waiting for orders from a man who had been officially dead since before I was born. They took him to a courtyard with a plum tree in it. The man sitting under the tree was not what I expected. I'd been building a picture on the way down. Banners, height, a voice you could hear from the back of a parade ground. He was a middle-aged man in a plain gray robe drinking tea out of a chipped cup. The only thing unusual about him at first glance was that the dog walked in ahead of him and sat down like it owned the yard. "You made it through the mountains," he said. "That took you a while. 3 weeks. It took your father 9 days. He poured a second cup and pushed it across. But he cheated. Then he said, 'My name is Ma Chao. You can call me uncle.' I know that name. Everybody in the empire knows that name, the way everyone on earth knows the name of a general from a war their grandfather fought in. Ma Chao, the war god of Great Xia, the man who held the Western Front against 18 celestial realm foreign immortals by himself, on foot, for 4 days. The man who, after a border clan murdered a garrison, went into their territory alone, ended the clan, came back with their ancestor's head on the end of a flagpole, and the sovereign's entire punishment for this diplomatic catastrophe was to make him drink 3 cups of wine in front of the court. 3 cups, that's what an empire finds its favorite monster. And then, 20-odd years ago, he vanished, and every historian in the capital has a theory, and all of them are wrong. He was sitting under a plum tree in a hole in the ground, pouring tea for a 19-year-old. "You know who I am," Simulated Me said. "I know exactly who you are." "Then say it." Ma Chao drank his tea. "Not yet," he said, and he did not say it for 1 year. "I've described a lot of my life as tactics. That year wasn't. It was the best year I have ever had. Nobody in that valley was trying to kill me. Nobody was measuring me. The blood demon could not get in. The capital did not know the place existed. For 12 consecutive months, the total number of assassination attempts made against my person was 0. That is a figure I have never come close to since. Twice in that year, he coughed. The first time I didn't notice. The second time I did, because he turned away and put a white handkerchief to his mouth. When he lowered it, there was something on the cloth. He folded it very neatly and put it in his sleeve and turned back around with his face completely normal. I looked at him properly then, and there was nothing wrong with him, nothing at all. A middle-aged man in perfect health drinking tea in a courtyard. I asked the dog about it that night. Dabao was lying across the doorway of my room. That he did every night without ever once admitting he was doing it on purpose. He opened one eye and said, He coughed. Dusty. Twice. Very dusty valley. And he put his head down and started snoring in a manner I can only describe as aggressive. I let it go. I want that in the record too. I noticed, I asked once, I was lied to by a dog. I let it go, because I was having the first good year of my life, and I did not want to know. I said it was the best year of my life, and then I moved straight on to the butcher's block. That is exactly the sort of thing I do, so let me go back and give that year what it's worth. Hidden Dragon City has 11 streets. They're named after battles, not famous ones, the ones that regiment fought, which are mostly not in any history because the regiment that fought them was officially disbanded 40 years ago. There's a street called Cold Ford, which the old men will not discuss. A street called the Second Wall, that they will discuss at extraordinary length and with diagrams. Nobody down there farms because they have to. There's an array over the valley that grows what they need. They farm because 200,000 professional soldiers with nothing to do is a fire waiting for a reason. Ma Chao worked that out in the first year. So every man in that valley has a plot and a schedule and an opinion about drainage. They put me on drainage. I was at that point a 19-year-old who had personally killed a third-stage celestial. I spent my first 6 weeks in Hidden Dragon City digging a ditch under the supervision of a 70-year-old sergeant named Gao who considered me an idiot and was correct. Not like that. It's a hole. It's a ditch. A hole is where the water stops. He took the spade off me for the 4th time that morning. Your uncle was better at this. That's how I found out what Ma Chao had been doing for 21 years. He'd been digging ditches. The war god of Great Xia had come down into that hole with the remnant of his army and had picked up a spade on the first morning and had not put it down since. Every man in that valley had watched him do it, and that's the entire reason none of them ever left. Tianjia went to the alchemist on the 2nd day. I did not arrange that, and I arranged almost everything else. She got taken into the medical hall by a woman named Jia, who found her sitting in a doorway sorting through a basket of dried root by touch and putting the bad ones on the left. Nobody had asked her to. She'd been bored. Jia watched her do it for about a minute and then went and got the hallmaster. By the end of that week, Tianjia had a bench and a case of instruments and a rank. By the end of the 3rd month, she was correcting people twice her age about temperature. She'd come home smelling of medicine and tell me things about my own body I did not want to hear. Your left side is a season behind. My left side is fine. Your left side is a season behind, and when you sit down you do it in 2 movements. You think nobody notices because you do the second one fast. I said something dismissive. She said, and put a bowl in front of me. I ate all of it, and it was appalling, and I said it was very good. The training in the courtyard was the worst hour of every day, and I would give a great deal to have it back. Ma Chao never taught. That's not modesty, it's a fact. The man was structurally incapable of explaining anything. What he did was stand in the middle of that yard with his hands behind his back in a gray robe. Let me come at him with everything 5 lifetimes had given me and move about 4 inches. Not blocking, not countering. Moving 4 inches in the specific direction that made the thing I was doing pointless. 6 months in, I asked him to explain it. Explain what? The 4 inches. He thought about it for a while. Genuinely thought, the way he did about everything, and then he said, "You're throwing the punch at where I am." Yes? Don't. That's it. That is every word of martial instruction I received from the greatest fighter of his generation. It took me 2 more lifetimes to understand it, and when I finally did, I put a man through the sky with it. Once, in the 9th month, I came back from the fields, and the dog was sitting on the roof of the courtyard, looking north. He didn't hear me come in, which had never happened. "What's up there?" "Nothing," said the dog. "The pass." "You're looking at the pass." "I like the pass." He was watching the road. He had been watching the road every day for 21 years. I found that out much later, and the thing he was watching for was the carriage. The evergreen sovereign longevity scripture arrived in the 4th month. He handed it over across the tea table without ceremony, the way you'd pass somebody a book you'd finished with. I read the first page and had to put it down. Land true immortal grade. Body cultivation, foundation up, and the specific thing it does is double a man's span. I had, at that point, spent roughly 140 years of my life on a payday lender's ladder in another timeline and was fully intending to do it again. He knew. He never asked how I knew what 140 years felt like. He simply handed me the single best answer to a problem I had never described to him, drank his tea, mentioned that the ditch on the eastern plots needed doing. That's what an uncle is. I'd never had one. I have compared everybody I've met since to a middle-aged man in a gray robe who taught me nothing and gave me everything and lied to me about a cough. And the year ended on an ordinary afternoon with the incense going sideways. At the end of that year, on an ordinary afternoon, the incense smoke in the temple upstairs went straight sideways. That's a signal. I found that out about 4 seconds later, when every veteran in the valley stopped what they were doing at the same moment. A carriage came down through the river. Nobody stopped it. Several 100,000 soldiers of the Great Xia Empire stood in their fields and their doorways and let a black carriage come down into a place that officially did not exist, and not one of them moved. That is when I understood that this valley was not a rebel camp. It was a prison with very good farmland. They set a block up in the middle of the parade ground. Not a scaffold. A butcher's block. Waist high. Plain wood. The kind of thing you'd find behind a market stall. They set it down in the middle of an army, and then they came and got me out of the courtyard with the plum tree. Dabao got in front of them. That dog, who had licked my ribs closed, who had slept across my door for a year, who had told me the valley was dusty, put himself between me and 4 men, went down on his front legs, and begged, out loud, in front of an army. A creature that had been on that statue when the statue was carved was on his belly in the dirt begging for a boy he'd known for a year. Ma Chao stood at the edge of the parade ground with his hands behind his back. I looked at him, and he looked back at me, and his face did not move at all. Uncle, I said. And the war god of Great Xia said, dig it up. I'm going to be brief about this part because I've noticed that people who linger on it are usually enjoying themselves. They took the bone out of my back. Not all of it. Half. The half that was there. It took a long time and I was awake for it, on a butcher's block in the middle of a parade ground in front of several 100,000 soldiers of the Great Xia Empire, none of whom looked away, because looking away would have been a kind of protest and every one of them had a family in that valley. I made a lot of noise, I'm not going to pretend otherwise, and when it was done and I was lying on the wood not being able to feel my legs, Ma Chao walked over, picked the thing up off the block, handed it to the man in the red robe standing at the edge of the ground with one arm. The blood demon, who I had personally taken an arm off, on a coastline, 400 kilometers north, 1 year earlier. He'd been let in. He took my spine in his one hand and looked at me with an expression I can only call satisfaction and said, "The third prince thanks you for your cooperation, and you can tell the little bastard." Ma Chao looked at him. That's all. He looked at him, and the man in red folded up in the middle and hit the ground. Everything he'd spent 400 years building came out of him at once. He lay there in the dirt of a parade ground with his cultivation destroyed, still holding my bone, gasping. "Speak of my nephew that way again," said the war god of Great Xia, "and you will not be leaving this valley." And I lay on a butcher's block and started laughing because I finally understood the shape of the trade. He'd sold them the bone, and my cultivation, and my legs, and 20 years of my life. For me, the third prince, Xiao Li, and remember that name, he becomes very important and very ridiculous, had found out where I was. That was the end of it. There was no version of that week where a hidden valley full of retired soldiers said no to an imperial prince backed by the palace. So Ma Chao had made the only deal available to a man with no leverage. Take everything that makes him valuable. Take everything that makes him dangerous. Take the thing you actually came for. Leave the boy. He'd been standing at the edge of that parade ground for an hour with his hands behind his back, watching his nephew have his spine cut out. The reason he hadn't moved was that moving would have been the same as killing me. I did not understand that for about 6 years. I spent those 6 years, and 14 more after them, growing vegetables. That's what's left when they take it all. A courtyard, a patch of ground, and a man with no cultivation and bad legs who can just about get a watering can from one end of a row to the other. 20 years. Tianjia came back in the 8th year, a 7th-tier alchemist, which is a rank that gets you a title and a waiting list. She'd been sent north for her training, and she came back down through the river with a case of instruments and a very specific expression. She took one look at me, figuratively. She has never taken a literal look at anything, and started rebuilding what she could. She got me walking properly again in the 11th year. She never once said whose fault any of it was. We were, for 2 decades, in the strangest and most comfortable arrangement I have ever had with another human being. A crippled prince and a blind alchemist keeping a vegetable garden in a buried city, both perfectly aware that the other one was lying about being fine. News came down the river about once a season. Year 3. The third prince, Xiao Li, had obtained a legendary physique and was being spoken of at court as a serious contender. Year 5. The Lin family of Shanghai had been formally dissolved, cause not given. Year 9. The third prince had been executed in public, in the capital, by a one-armed swordsman who walked out of the crowd, took the thing out of him, was gone before the guard reached the platform. Han Bo. 20 years and the man was still going. Somewhere out there, a bodyguard I'd inconvenienced in a hotel lobby had spent 2 decades climbing to a place where he could remove an imperial prince from a public stage in front of the great Xia army. The entire reason he'd started was that a young master had taken something of his. He had my spine now, incidentally. He had no idea. He'd taken it off a prince because it was the strongest thing in the room, and he needed it for whatever he was building toward. It was mine, and he has never in any timeline learned this. I find that so funny, I've never been able to explain why. In the 21st year, Ma Chao took me up to a grave, not down in the valley, up past the pass, on a slope with a view of nothing, a single stone with no clan marks on it, kept clear of weeds by somebody who came up there a great deal more often than he admitted. The stone said, Ma Shu's tomb. My sister, Ma Chao said, your mother. And then, finally, standing in front of a grave 21 years after the fact, he told me who I was. My father was Xiao Ma, Crown Prince of the Great Xia Empire, designated at 11. He ran the government from 19. He was, by every account including his enemies, the most capable administrator the dynasty had produced in 300 years. He broke the aristocratic monopoly on the examinations, he put commoners in the ministries, he doubled the granary system. By the time he was 30, he had quietly reduced his own father, the sovereign, to a man who signed things. He was also the following. A man who, while his sworn brother Ma Chao was holding the Western Front alone against 18 immortals, courted that man's sister in the capital, married her in a small ceremony, and did not tell him. A man who had been stockpiling weapons in 6 provinces for a decade. A man who kept his own assassins off the imperial ledger, raised from infancy, with their memories trimmed like hedges. A man who convinced 4 of his own brothers to rise with him, then arranged the day so that all 4 of them were in the wrong place when it began. They call it the Xuanwu Gate incident. There's a version in the histories, and it's about 9% true, and here's the sentence Ma Chao said that reorganized my entire understanding of the empire I'd been born into. His father did the same thing, and his father's father did the same thing. The Great Xia Empire does not have a succession, it has a tradition. Every emperor of that line has taken the throne off his own father. Every one of them has known, from the day he was crowned, that the boy he is raising is the man who will come for him. It is the most functional and least survivable political system I have ever heard of, and I come from a place with elections. My father lost. He had a supreme sovereign bone, the real thing, or something extremely close to it, and he took it into a fight with the land true immortal and very nearly won. Very nearly is the operative phrase in this entire dynasty. He ran, he left the capital, he left his weapons and his brothers and his conspiracy. He left a woman and an infant in a house in the eastern district. He went into the wilds and he came apart. Ma Chao found him 2 years later. He didn't know me, Ma Chao said. He'd stopped being anyone. I did it quickly. He carried his sworn brother's head into the imperial palace and put it on the floor in front of the sovereign and swore on his own name and his sister's grave that the child was dead too. They believed him mostly. The price for that lie was everything. Rank, army, name, the Western Front, the flagpole with the ancestor's head on it. They stripped the war god of Great Xia down to a middle-aged man in a gray robe and buried him in a valley under a river with the remnant of his own army. They told him that if he ever came out, they would find the boy. 21 years he sat in that hole. He grew tea. He kept a dog. The Gu family, he said at the end, almost as an afterthought. Your father had them as one of his fallbacks. When it went wrong, they sold him for a title. The Gu family, whose son I had shot in the head in the capital over a woman 2 weeks before a car stopped in a road in Shanghai. Everything is connected to everything, and none of the connections were ever mine. Then I told him my secret. I don't know why. 21 years of vegetables, I suppose. I told Ma Chao that when I die, I go back, that I'd already lived that night in the road 5 separate times, that I was, at that moment, sitting in a hotel suite in Shanghai at 19, watching a 40-year-old man tell me about my mother. He laughed at me, loudly, genuinely. He put his head back and laughed like a man hearing a good joke from a cripple he was fond of. He said something dismissive about a lifetime of medicine and a soft head, and he clapped me on the shoulder, and when his hand came off my shoulder, there was a piece of paper in my collar. We were being watched. We had been watched for 21 years. There was something in that valley, or above it, or in the river, that heard everything. The war god of Great Xia had lived under it for 2 decades and had gotten extremely good at being a disappointed old man in front of an audience. The note had 4 words on it. Imperial capital, secret realm, dragon temple. I got about 6 hours with that. Then the ground came apart and Hanbo came up out of it. 20 years, 2 decades of hunting a young master who had vanished off the eastern seaboard. He had finally found the place, and he came up into that valley screaming a name that nobody had used in 21 years. And what he found was a man of 40 with bad legs and no cultivation standing next to a grave. I have never seen anybody so angry about something being over. Ma Chao put him down without turning around. One motion, no technique, a middle-aged man in a gray robe swatting the most dangerous swordsman of his generation into a hillside. But he'd already thrown. The blade came end over end across the slope, and it was going to land where I was standing. My legs were. 21 years past being able to do anything about that. So I caught it. I put my hands on the thing that had been hunting me since I was 18, and it went through me, and I held on to it anyway, all the way down, because I had about a second left and a very specific idea about what I wanted to be holding when the run ended. You are dead. 8 fruits on the corpse in the river. Take 4. Evergreen Sovereign Longevity Scripture, 5th layer. A torrent of lies, permanently repaired, and mine. The relics of the 64 Celestials, which is a hoard Ma Chao had been sitting on, and which I will explain when it matters. And the 4th one I took because I had spent 21 years growing cabbages and had developed some opinions. The soul-devouring blade. Half-immortal grade. It eats souls, and what it does with them is give you their lifespan. Do you see it? 9 steps to heaven, burns your life to climb. The soul-devouring blade takes life off other people. One of those is a debt, and the other is an income. I had just after 5 deaths put both of them in the same pair of hands. I could climb forever. I just had to keep killing. The corpse in the river didn't dissolve this time. It hung there in front of me with 1 fruit left and an expression I recognized because I have made it in mirrors. It threw the fruit at my head. Hard. 9 steps to heaven, upgraded to a celestial grade talisman, a thing I could now hand to somebody else. And then this dead man, who had spent 21 years in a garden, who had been cut open in front of an army, who had watched his uncle lie to a dog for a year, pointed north with the last thing he had, and said, heading north, back to the capital. I said out loud in a hotel room in Shanghai to no one, let's cause a huge uproar. 6th simulation, the talent roll came up gold. Heavenly official's blessing. It gives you luck, not the kind that finds coins, the kind that puts you on the left side of a corridor 40 seconds before the right side stops existing. It warns you. It turns disasters into inconveniences. It is on paper the single most valuable thing I have ever owned, and I've never been able to tell when it was working. Simulated me went into the sea realm and stayed 40 days outside, over a year in. He had the full Evergreen Sovereign Longevity Scripture, all 9 steps of the ladder, a blade that turns other people's lives into fuel, a hoard of relics from 64 dead Celestials. He came out of that realm at the Transcendent Realm, 8th stage. For scale, Lin Wei, the man who blew 2 Shanghai patriarchs through a wall without moving, was 7th. The ghost doctor came for him on the way out, 3rd stage Celestial. The old man who had taken me apart on a floor and who had, in another run, needed 100 years of borrowed lifespan and a blind girl's curse to bring down. Simulated me said, you insolent wretch, you dog of a servant, kneel. A torrent of lies. And a 400-year-old celestial being got down on his knees on the dock with an expression of total confusion, because the sentence had arrived in his head as a fact. His body had obeyed it before the rest of him could file an objection. He was still working out what had happened when the blade went in. I ate him. That's what the soul-devouring blade does, and I'm not going to dress it up. 400 years of somebody else's life went into my chest and paid off every debt I'd taken out on the ladder, with change. That is the whole engine, by the way. That's the machine I built out of 5 deaths, and once you see it, you can predict the rest of my career. Climb on credit. Pay with somebody worse than me. He took a talisman ship to the capital and got there in 9 hours. What he found when he arrived was that the Lin family had 4 days left. They'd been at it the whole time, quietly, beautifully. The celestial ancestor, the 8th tier immortal who had come out of seclusion when I was 6 and told my father there was nothing to be done about me, had been poisoned in a secret realm. The patriarch had been sent to inspect the Beast Gate on the northern frontier, in person, on a routine imperial order, and had not come back from it. 2 elders had been reassigned. 3 had been arrested for corruption that was, I'm told, entirely real, which is what makes that kind of thing so effective. All of it out of the war ministry, all of it signed by the same office. The 3rd prince, Xiao Li. By the time Simulated me got off the ship, the top-tier clan that had burned 3 districts of the capital over its useless second son was one man in a house, Lin Tao, and I did not go and see him. Simulated me had 9 hours on a talisman ship to decide. What he decided was that a man who walks into his brother's house walks into the trap that has been sitting on his brother's house for 6 months. He went to a birthday party instead. The Gu family ancestor was turning 300 that week. Same banquet, same hall, same 200 guests, the 3rd time I had encountered this event across 5 lifetimes. It is genuinely funny to me that the great fixed point of my entire existence is one old man's party. Simulated me came in through the front door with a used blade over one shoulder. The hall went silent in stages, which is how a room that size does it. The tables nearest the door first because they'd seen the doors, then the middle because the middle turns to look at the door. Then, last, the head table, where a 300-year-old celestial being was mid-sentence about the quality of the wine and did not stop until his own family had gone quiet around him. 200 guests. Every great house in the capital had sent somebody because you send somebody to a 300th. Still eating? Said Simulated Me. Don't stop on my account. I'm here to kill you all. Somebody laughed. I want that noted because it's the correct reaction. A young man in travel clothes with a used blade over one shoulder walks into the most heavily attended private function in the imperial capital and announces a massacre. A man at the fourth table laughed, and he was right to. There were 2 celestial realm experts in that room. The building had a formation on it that had been maintained for 400 years. The boy in the doorway was, by every reading anybody in that hall could take, at the Transcendent realm. Transcendent is a rank you get respect for. It is not a rank you announce a massacre from. Then he opened the bone. I have watched this back a number of times, and the thing that gets me is how quiet it is. There's no pillar of light. There's no roar. A young man walks up the middle of a banquet hall, and the pressure in the room starts changing, continuously, the way it does on a mountain road. First revolution before he'd passed the third table. The 2 celestial experts stood up. That's the correct response, and it was already too late, because by the time they were both on their feet, he was at the second revolution and still climbing. The thing that nobody in that room could see is that he wasn't climbing on talent. He was eating. The soul-devouring blade takes what a person is and gives you their years. And a 300th birthday banquet in the imperial capital is a room containing more accumulated lifespan per square meter than anywhere else in that empire. 200 of the most senior people in the capital had assembled themselves voluntarily in one building for a man with a blade that turns them into rungs. Third revolution at the head table. 5th by the time the first expert reached him. 7th while that was still resolving. 9 revolutions celestial. In one continuous surge in a banquet hall at 19 in front of 200 witnesses in about 90 seconds. There has never been a record of anything like that in the history of the Great Xia Empire. And the reason isn't that nobody was strong enough. Nobody has ever had a bone that ignores the ceiling and a blade that pays the bill and a room full of volunteers. The Gu ancestor got one move. He was 300 years old that week, 8th tier. He had held that family's position through 2 dynastic crises and had personally negotiated with my father's faction and then sold them. He was, by any reasonable measure, one of the 40 most important men in that empire. He was also, at that moment, in his own seat, at his own party, with his own family around him. He got one move. Then Xiao Li's sword slave came off the eastern wall. That's a real thing here. An imperial prince keeps an 8th tier expert on a technique leash, an actual binding, soul level, unbreakable, and that man's entire existence is to be present when the prince is present and to end things. He was fast, I'll give him that. He was extremely fast, and he came in from the correct angle and he was cut in half in the air. I mention him at all because he had a name and nobody in that room knew it. And then Xiao Li, the 3rd prince of the Great Xia Empire, was at the second table with a cup in his hand. He had come to a birthday. He had brought his slave and his authority and had spent the evening being pleasant to people who wanted things from him. Simulated Me put a cut through him from the shoulder. He survived it because there was an imperial life-saving talisman sewn into his robe, the kind the palace issues to sons it hasn't decided about yet. It burned itself out entirely, getting him 3 streets away. He arrived at the gate of his own residence on his hands and knees. I'm told he wept. I have no way to verify that. It's in the account I got secondhand in a run. I'm not describing here. I have chosen to believe it, and the reason I've chosen to believe it is that I like it. Then Simulated Me stood in the middle of a wrecked banquet hall and looked around at what was left of the guest list. Who else? Nobody moved. There were perhaps 60 people still upright in that hall. Between them, they represented the better part of the capital's aristocracy. Every one of them had at that moment worked out the same 3 things. That the boy in the middle of the room had come in at Transcendent and was now above every living person they knew. That he had done it in 90 seconds using the people around him, and that the 2 most senior beings in the building had been part of the mechanism. 60 of the most powerful people in the Great Xia Empire stood absolutely still in a wrecked room and waited to find out whether they were guests or fuel, and a voice said, "That's enough." It came from everywhere. It was not loud. It was a mild, faintly bored, almost affectionate voice, the voice of a man interrupting a dinner argument. It arrived in that hall from the Imperial Palace 9 kilometers away. A 9 revolution celestial stopped moving, not by choice. Every single thing in my body stopped, all at once, and stayed stopped. I stood there in a ruined banquet hall as a statue of myself while an old man on the other side of the city finished his sentence. That's the sovereign, the elder sovereign of Great Shia. My grandfather, in theory, 200 and some years on the throne, and I had just found out what he can do with 4 syllables at a distance of 9 kilometers, and the answer is everything. He let go after a moment. He'd made his point. The decree came the next morning, carried by a eunuch of the inner court with an escort of 40 and a very good voice. Simulated me listened to about 6 words of it. Then he killed the messenger. That was the exact moment my strategy for the whole simulation crystallized, and it wasn't temper. An imperial decree is a hook. You kneel, you accept it. You are now inside a structure with rules. The structure belongs to a man who can freeze you with a sentence from 9 kilometers away. The correct move, the survivable move, is to be a person that structure cannot process. Stand up, he told the rest of the escort. No kneeling. They stood up. He fed the officials of the inner court to the Gu family's hunting dogs, which I have decided not to describe. He sent the dogs back to the palace, and then the loyal ministers arrived. 8 celestials. That's what the Empire sent, once it had established that the boy would not be coming quietly. 8 celestial realm experts of various houses, all of them with a great deal to say about loyalty, all of them there to escort me to a room I would not be leaving. Simulated me picked one, just one. He looked along the row and picked the one who had spoken loudest about his devotion to the throne. Gave him an order, something small and humiliating, I don't even remember what, and the man refused. Of course he refused. He was a celestial of a great house. He'd been sent to collect a criminal. Loyalty that is not absolute, Simulated me said, is absolute disloyalty. And he drained him. In front of the other 7, the blade took everything the man was, and the boy holding it got a little taller. Then he looked at the remaining 7, and one of them, an old expert of the White Dragon House. I want his name remembered because he was the first person in this entire empire to make the correct call, stepped forward and volunteered. Simulated me, took the dead man's ring off the floor and gave it to him. That was the beginning of my court. It was built in 11 seconds out of 1 execution and 1 promotion. It worked, and I have never since had any illusions about what an institution is. Then he went to school. Imperial Capital University is where the empire keeps its next 100 years. Every great house sends its heirs. Every promising commoner who survives the examinations gets a place. The chancellor has a seat in the Senate, and the vice-chancellor is always by tradition a son of the Zhou family. Simulated me enrolled. That's the funny part. He filled in a form. A 19-year-old who had killed a celestial realm ancestor in a banquet hall 4 days earlier walked into the registrar's office of the most prestigious institution in the empire and enrolled as a first year. The clerk's hands shook so badly he had to write the name himself. He did it because Zheng Lao's name had been screamed at him by a dying man on a ship in another lifetime. Because the only reference to that name anywhere in the Imperial Archive was a maintenance order for a sealed hidden realm underneath the university's east lawn, the vice-chancellor received him personally in order to explain how things worked. He got about 4 sentences in. Jiang Ming, Simulated me said. Jiang Ming, who had come north, one-armed, on 9 hours' notice, who had not asked a single question, stepped up and slapped the vice-chancellor of Imperial Capital University across the face with his remaining hand. There is a particular art to being rude on someone else's behalf, and that man was a master of it. The Zhou family, incidentally, is the family of the 3rd prince's mother. Everything in that city is one thing. Before the lawn, there was the courtyard, and I skipped over it in about 4 lines. It's the part of that run that I actually want explained. Xiaojin was 19, same age as me, grandson of the sovereign, son of the 3rd prince, and engaged since childhood to a girl from the household of the Marquis of Yongning. That is a small title with a great deal of land under it. He was, by every account I collected, exactly what you'd expect. Pleasant to people above him, weightless about everybody else. Entirely convinced that the world was a corridor with his name on the end of it. He had personally done nothing to me. His father had bought my spine off my uncle in a valley in a different lifetime. His grandfather had frozen me in a banquet hall with 4 syllables. Xiaojin had spent that particular week choosing a horse. Simulated me destroyed the Marquis of Yongning's house first. Not violently. On paper. That's the thing about having the 64 Celestials horde and a celestial elder of the White Dragon House who will sign whatever you put in front of him. An old title with land under it is enormously vulnerable to a man with liquidity and a signature. 3 ministries, 4 days, and a family that had been rich since the founding was suddenly a family with a very interesting debt schedule. Then he had the engagement dissolved, which the Marquis did himself, in writing, with what I am told was relief. Then he took Xiaojian. They did it in a courtyard at the university, in daylight, with the gates open, and Simulated me did not do one part of it himself. He had a man called Guo Min do it, a fifth realm expert of no particular family who had been passed over 11 times for promotion because he had no particular family, and Guo Min used a hammer. I've been asked why the hammer. Nobody in that empire needed a hammer for anything, because a technique is a duel. A technique between two cultivators is a thing that has rules and witnesses, and a result. The imperial house can write it up as a regrettable incident between young men. A hammer is a message. A hammer says, this was not a fight. This was maintenance. It took about 11 minutes, and I've never claimed to have enjoyed it, and I have also never once claimed I wouldn't do it again. And then Xiao Li arrived. The third prince of the great Xia Empire came into that courtyard alone, on foot, without guards. He crossed to where his son was lying, and he crouched down beside him for a while. He did not look at me. He did not look at Guo Min. He did not say one word to anybody in that courtyard, and there were 40 people in it. He stayed down there for about a minute, and then he stood up. He arranged his sleeves, and he walked back out through the gate the way he'd come in. I watched him go, and I understood, with total clarity, that I had just lost, because everything I had done in that courtyard was for him. All of it. The marquise, the engagement, the hammer. The entire construction existed to make an imperial prince come out of his ministry and do something in public. And he'd come out and looked at his son and gone back to work. 11 hours later, the clan elder of the imperial house arrived at Imperial Capital University with the ancestral whip, an escort of 60, and a formal charge. The charge was harming royalty. Read that properly. Not assault, not murder. Harming royalty is an internal offense of the imperial clan. It can only be committed by a member of the imperial clan. The punishment for it is administered by the clan elder in front of witnesses. Xiao Li had not gone to fight me. He had gone and filed a document. If I accepted the charge, I had confessed in front of 2,000 students that I was Xiao Ma's son. That was the one fact keeping me alive. Because a nobody can be hunted quietly, and a claimant has to be dealt with in the open by people who then have to explain themselves. If I refused it, I was a commoner who had crippled a prince's son. The sentence for that is the same and comes with a smaller crowd. He had built a door with 2 handles, and both of them were his. I've never had a better lesson in what a bureaucracy is for. That man never once threatened me. Across 3 timelines, he never raised his voice at me, never sent an assassin at me personally, and never lost his temper. He beat me twice with paperwork and once with a phone call, so I did the only thing available to a man with 2 bad options. That is to invent a third one and make it loud enough that nobody checks the arithmetic. I stood on the east lawn in front of 2,000 students and refused to kneel. I insulted the entire institution. And then I looked up at a clear afternoon sky and dared the throne to do something about it in public. That's not courage. That's a man throwing the board over because he was losing on it. And it worked, in the sense that the charge became irrelevant. It failed, in the sense that the sky came down and I got a man killed who had been waiting 20 years underground to tell me I shouldn't have come. Both things are true. They're always both true. That's all of that simulation. Simulated me was standing on the east lawn of Imperial Capital University with 2,000 students watching. The clan elder read the charge out. Then he said, "Kneel and be taught." "Taught," said simulated me. "Kneel." "Study?" He started laughing. "Study my ass. I am a barbarian. I am unruly, and I defy every rule you have. You think you can teach me?" He drew. "You'll have to ask my sword first." Then he looked up, straight up, at a clear afternoon sky, at nothing, at a palace 9 kilometers away. "And if your majesty is truly afraid," he said, "then you might as well kill them all." The sky went black. I've seen weather in this world. I have personally caused some. This was not weather. The afternoon over the capital of the great Xia Empire turned the color of a closed eye from horizon to horizon. In it, coiling, there were dragons made of lightning. The first one came down and hit him. He stood up out of the crater and said, "That actually stings, like being hit with a car door." Second one, third one. He was still standing mostly, and he was still talking. 2,000 students were watching an imperial punishment fail in real time. That was the entire point, because the audience was never the students. Then 9 came at once. And under the east lawn, something that had been chained up down there for a very long time started to laugh. The ground opened. He came up out of it in shackles. That's the image I have never gotten rid of. An old man in rags coming up through a lawn in irons that were still attached to him, still trailing lengths of chain from a hidden realm, with his beard on fire and his eyes absolutely delighted. Zheng Lao. He put a hand up and stopped the sky. I don't know how to describe a talisman master of that grade because I became one later. I still can't do what he did on that lawn with 9 celestial-grade thunder dragons already halfway down. He wrote something in the air with 2 fingers, and the storm over the imperial capital simply agreed to be somewhere else. Then he turned around and looked at me, and his whole face folded up. "Child," he said, "you shouldn't have come." He'd known me, instantly. He looked at a 19-year-old he had never met and knew exactly who he was. The first thing out of a mouth that hadn't spoken to another person in 20 years was that I shouldn't have come. The second thing he did was spend the immortal talisman. He had one. One. Hidden somewhere in his rags or his shackles or himself for 2 decades, an actual immortal-grade talisman, the sort of object that exists in perhaps 3 places in this world. He'd kept it through 20 years underground for something. He used it on the sky lost, and the storm came back a second time because the man on the throne 9 kilometers away had another one. This time there was nothing left in the old man's hands. Imperial Capital University is now a lake. Dabao got me out. He came over the northern wall of the capital at a flat run with the incense of a 1,000-year temple burning off him, and he took me out of the crater in his teeth, and I've never managed to thank him properly, because every time I try, he says something about dust. And in the ash, when I could stand, there was a talisman on the ground. 7th tier. Golden light. Left where a man had been standing, drawn in the last 4 seconds of his life by somebody who had already decided he wasn't going to use it on himself. I stood in the ruins of the most prestigious institution in the empire and did the arithmetic on what had just happened, and it came out like this. The sovereign had not been trying to kill me. He'd been fishing. He had known for 20 years that there was something chained under that lawn that he could not open and could not kill and would not release. And he had known, because he knows everything, that if his grandson made enough noise directly above it, the old man would come up. He spent 9 thunder dragons and a university and 2,000 students to make 1 prisoner spend 1 piece of paper. I was the bait. I had walked into that with a plan, a talent, a blade, and a court. I had been the bait, and I had been so pleased with myself the entire time. That's my grandfather. That's the man at the end of all of this. Everybody else in this story wants something and can be predicted from it. He plays a game where the pieces don't know they're on the board, and the ones that do are just better bait. I sent Dabao south that night with the celestial grade 9 steps to heaven talisman in his mouth for Ma Chao, because a middle-aged man in a gray robe had spent 21 years pretending to be nobody in a hole in the ground with a bad cough he'd lied about. Because I had by that point worked out roughly what that cough was. Tell him it's from his nephew. Bao. He stopped in the doorway. If he asks whether I'm going to do anything reckless, I said, lie to him. I always do, said the dog, and left. There was one more thing the old man in the shackles said on that lawn. He said it fast, with his hand still up against the sky, in the tone of a man clearing an item off a list before a meeting ends. There are talismans under this city. I put them there. All of them. I didn't get a number that day. I got it later, in another run, from the same mouth in a quieter room. The number is not a number a sane man uses about talismans. Simulated me filed it and moved on because the capital had a great many things happening in it that week and most of them were his fault. Item 1. The eldest prince. Xiaolong was the eldest, the front runner, and the only one of my uncles with an actual power base. The Eastern Army, 3 ministries, a residence in the capital that was closer to a fort than a house. Simulated me never went near him. What he did instead was tell the Lin family's celestial ancestor that Xiaoma's son was alive. That's it. One piece of information delivered to exactly one very old man in a secluded room with the understanding that the Lin family's celestial ancestor was on somebody's payroll and had been my whole life. The information went where it was supposed to go. It went to the palace, and a jade finger came down out of the sky over the capital and removed the eldest prince's residence. Not damaged, removed, along with 200 of his people and about a hectare of the eastern district. The sovereign of Great Xia had spent 30 seconds deciding that the eldest son had learned something he shouldn't have, and had therefore stopped existing. Simulated me had used the throne to kill a prince by whispering to a spy, I have done some clever things. That one still makes me smile, and it also makes me check the sky. Item 2. The white-clothed sword immortal. The rain mist sword pavilion is Mei Ling's faction, the one that wanted me bred rather than dead. And their master, the founder, the woman the whole southern cultivation world calls the white-clothed sword immortal, agreed to meet a 19-year-old criminal in a pavilion outside the capital because he sent her a message with 4 characters in it. The 4 characters were Ma Shu's tomb. She came alone. We sat across a stone table from each other for a while. She was, I'm going to try to say this without any of the noise around it. She was a woman of about 40 who looked 25, in white, with her hands folded. She had my jaw, and she had my exact habit of going completely still instead of reacting. There is a grave in the southern mountains with her name on it, kept clear of weeds by her brother. You're not dead, Simulated Me said. No. Uncle Ma doesn't know. No. Does he still visit? Her hands moved slightly. That's all. And I got out of that everything I was ever going to get out of that woman on the subject of grief. When people hear the words abandoned her child, they picture something passive. This was engineering. 18 years ago, she left an infant with the Lin family, who were her husband's allies and her enemies' creditors, and she watched. She watched them raise me. She watched them decide I was uncultivatable and let me become a joke. She let that happen because a joke isn't worth killing. She knew about the laboratory under their compound. I'm going to talk about the laboratory later, in the run where I actually went down there. I'd rather not do it twice. And then, because a bloodline like ours is a resource, and resources should have backups, she found a girl with an exceptional constitution and raised her in her own pavilion for a decade and a half, and pointed her at me at 19. Mei Ling was not my bodyguard. She was not my minder. She was a copy operation. 7 months in a school uniform, sitting 2 rows behind me in comparative literature. Am I still your flesh and blood? Simulated me asked her. The white-clothed sword immortal looked at the table for a while. Then she said, "You can't win against him." Which is not an answer, and which is also, I have decided, the only honest one she had. She had spent 18 years doing the arithmetic on the man in the palace. Every line of it came out the same way, and everything she had done to me was downstream of a sum she couldn't make come out differently. "Then I'll die," Simulated me said. And he got up and left, and neither of us said anything else. That is the entire relationship I have with my mother in that timeline. Item 3. The birthday. The sovereign of the Great Xia Empire has a birthday banquet every 10 years. Every king and prince and celestial house in the empire is required to attend it in person, which means that once a decade, by law, every single person who could threaten that throne is in the same building. I have never seen a more efficient trap, and I have never worked out which way it was pointing. 5 weeks to build a rebellion, and I want to walk you through the actual work, because I have described a great many fights in this account, and the fights are the easy part. An empire is a set of people who have all separately decided that today is not the day. That's it. That's the mechanism. All of it. There is no chain holding a dynasty together. There are 11 kings in 11 provinces, each with an army, each of whom has done the arithmetic on the man in the palace at some point in his life. Each of whom concluded independently that he would go second. Nobody wants to go first. Everybody would go second. So you don't sell them a rebellion, you sell them a queue. Simulated me went to the 11th king first because he was the youngest and the poorest and had the least to lose. Because a king with nothing is a king who will let you in the door. He took him a list, not a plan. A list of the other 10, in order, with a mark next to the 4 he'd already spoken to. He hadn't spoken to any of them. That's what a torrent of lies is for. The 11th king read that list for about 90 seconds and then asked, very carefully, what position was still available. Then Simulated me went to the 9th king with a list that had the 11th's name on it. That was now true. A mark next to 5 more, which was not yet. By the 3rd week, the lie had stopped being necessary. That's the beautiful part. By the 3rd week, the document was accurate, and I had built a real conspiracy out of a forged one. Every man on it believed he had joined a queue that was already moving. The kings brought their own reasons, and I've described that empire as a machine when it was also 200 million people, so a few of them. The 3rd king's province had been paying a grain levy for 11 years to support a northern frontier that had not existed for 9 of them. The 7th king's daughter had gone to the capital as a lady-in-waiting at 14 and had not been permitted to come home. He had been writing letters about it for 6 years, and they had all been answered politely. The 2nd king simply wanted the throne, which I found restful. And in the 5th week, Xiao Li asked to come in. He asked. That's the part I keep turning over. Nobody approached him. The 3rd prince of the Great Xia Empire, Minister of War, front-runner for the throne, sent a private letter to a 19-year-old criminal asking whether there was room. Simulated me let him in because the war ministry moves the garrisons, and there is no version of that plan that works without the garrisons. 4 days later, Xiao Li went to the palace and gave the throne all 11 names, the meeting places, the dates, and the seating plan. The Xuanwu Hall holds 2,000 at a birthday, and it was full. The doors sealed at the 4th toast. I have been in a room when a plan dies, and it is nothing like the stories. There's no moment of realization. There's a small administrative sound, in this case a set of doors, closing. That doors do, and then about 4 seconds in which 2,000 people work out what they just heard. The 9th king stood up. He was the first because he was closest to a door. He was the first thing that happened, and what happened to him established the tone. Then the 2 celestial houses, together at the eastern end. They lasted a little longer, and I want to give them that, because they had come there to back a boy they'd never met on the strength of a document and 11 signatures, 11 kings. It took under 2 minutes. The Imperial Guard did not do it. That's the part I noticed from a hotel room and could not stop noticing. The guard stood at the walls the entire time with their hands on nothing. The thing on the throne did all of it personally, from a seated position, with the mild bored expression of a man clearing a plate. And then the plate was clear, and there was one person still standing in the middle of that hall. So simulated me put his father's face on and walked up it, so he changed his face. 1,000 transformations. Everything I had learned about wearing other people, from an assassin's corpse in the first week, upgraded 5 times across 5 lives. He put on Xiaoma, his father, the dead crown prince, the face that half the men in that hall had personally conspired with and betrayed 21 years earlier, walking out of the smoke in the middle of the imperial birthday banquet. 29 revolution celestials fainted, genuinely fainted, on the floor in front of the throne, and the sovereign of Great Xia stood up, and something in the hall changed pressure. He said, in a voice with actual feeling in it for the first time in 200 years, "Schwanner?" The blade went through his hand, and the face came off. I need to describe this properly, and I'm going to do it once. The thing on the throne of the Great Xia Empire was not an old man. The old man was a covering, and it came away from the left side of the skull in a sheet. Underneath it, there was something that had been dead for a while and had kept going anyway. It was smiling with a mouth that was not built for smiling. Supreme sovereign body, not the bone, the full thing, the complete version of what was in my spine, grown, finished, fused, and worn by something that had climbed into it. That's when Ma Chao arrived. He came through the roof of the Xuanwu Hall as a land true immortal, which he had not been 3 weeks earlier. There was a celestial-grade talisman burning out in his fist that a dog had carried 900 kilometers south in his teeth. The war god of Great Xia at full strength, 21 years late, in the throne room, for his nephew. He lost well. He had that thing off the throne and pinned against the eastern wall for about 40 seconds, and he broke 3 of the Imperial Guard's celestial-ranked artifacts doing it, and the whole capital saw it. Then it took him apart, and he did the thing men of his generation do when they've run out of options. That is to stop being a person and become an explosion. Da Bao was fighting a dragon in the courtyard at the time, an actual imperial dragon, 3 heads, kept under the palace for 800 years. The dog was winning, which I only found out afterward, and which I refused to explain, and Han Bo was there. Of course he was. He was in the hall as a palace maid, in a maid's uniform, carrying a tray. He had been in the palace for 2 years working his way in. He chose the exact instant the roof came off to put a blade through Xiao Lie's back and start stalling a land-true immortal-grade abomination in a throne room. The 3rd prince of the Great Xia Empire died face down at his father's feet, murdered by a servant he had never once looked at. Simulated me got out. He detonated the talismans first. Everyone the old man in the shackles had spent 20 years putting under that city. The capital of the Great Xia Empire came up off its foundations in a ring 9 kilometers across. In the middle of that, he took the sovereign's arm off at the shoulder. Then he ran, with his face still borrowed and his uncle's ashes still in the air, to the one place in that city he had 4 words for. The Ma Mansion, the cenotaph in the garden, the dragon temple underneath it. The last piece was down there, and I want to warn you now that it is the worst thing in this entire account. The Dragon Temple under the Ma Mansion is a room the size of a barn, with a dry stone floor and nothing in it but a low table. On the table there was a stone, a recording stone. You put your hand on it and the person who filled it talks to you. The person who had filled this one was Ma Chao, 21 years earlier, sitting somewhere quiet with his voice absolutely level. He starts with the practical things, where the money is, which of the veterans can be trusted, what to do about the dog. Then he says, "I killed your father, and before I burned him, I opened him up. Because I needed to know why he had gone mad. And what he found was half a supreme sovereign bone. Half. The size of a child's arm. Sitting inside a grown man's back where a full one should have been, badly seated, wrong. Because there is only ever one. That's the thing about the supreme sovereign bone that nobody had told me, that nobody in this entire empire seems to say out loud, that my uncle said flatly into a stone in an empty room 2 decades before I heard it. It is unique. There is one, in a generation, in a world. It does not run in families. It cannot be duplicated, farmed, or grown. My father did not have one. He had half of mine. He took it out of an infant, his own. He had the imperial physicians open up a child that was, at the time, roughly a year old, take half the thing out of its spine, and put it into his own. Then he went to fight a land true immortal with it, and he nearly won. Nearly. That's why I couldn't cultivate. That's the 18 years. Not a curse. A curse came later, and I'll get to who put it there in about 4 minutes. First, there was just a hole in a baby, and a father who went off to be an emperor with the missing piece in his back. I sat down on the floor of that temple. Then the recording said the second thing, and the second thing is worse. He'd won. Xiao Ma won that war. Not the fight against the land true immortal. That he lost. That's real. That's why he ran. But the war, the succession, the whole 200-year tradition of sons taking the throne off fathers, he came back. He came back. Mad and ruined, and he went into the palace. The thing he had learned from a half-grown emperor bone and a very great deal of study was how to get out of one body and into another one. The human sovereign is dead. Those are the words on the stone. My father's brother's father, the old man on the throne, the 200-year reign, the mild voice that stops a 9 revolutions celestial from 9 kilometers away. Xiao Ma has been sitting in his own father's body for 21 years. The man hunting me is not my grandfather. The man hunting me is my father, wearing my grandfather, ruling an empire as the corpse of the man he murdered. The reason he wants me is that half a bone doesn't work properly, and he has spent 2 decades looking for the rest of the set. The face that came off in the Xuanwu Hall, the thing underneath that had been dead a while and had kept going anyway. He'd looked at me across that hall while I was wearing his own face, and he'd said Xuaner. It had had feeling in it, and I had believed it, and it was a joke. He was greeting himself. So, my mother left me with a family that kept a laboratory. My uncle sold my spine to buy my life. My father took half of it out of me before I could walk and has spent 21 years wearing his father's body while hunting the rest, and the Lin family raised me for 18 years like a prize melon. I got up off the floor. I want to tell you what I felt at that exact moment because it is the closest I have ever come to understanding myself. It wasn't grief. There was nobody to grieve. It wasn't rage either, not really. It was relief. Because for 5 lifetimes I had been a man being moved around a board by forces he couldn't see. I had just been handed the entire board. Every piece, every player, the whole shape of it, from the infant on the table to the mild voice in the sky. Nobody in this world was ever going to surprise me again. I turned around and walked out of the temple with a plan already assembling itself, and the Lin family's celestial ancestor took my head off from behind. He'd been standing in the garden, in the Ma mansion, at the cenotaph, at 4 in the morning, in the middle of a burning capital, waiting. The 8th-tier immortal who had come out of seclusion when I was 6 years old and put his hands inside a child and announced sadly to my father that there was nothing to be done. The old man who had watched me grow up, who I had called ancestor, who had once, when I was 11 and had broken my arm falling off a wall, personally carried me back to the house. There was a ring on his finger, blood red, a color I have exactly one memory of, from underneath. From lying on my back somewhere I was too small to remember, looking up at a hand. That's the curse, not my father. Him. He put it on me when I was an infant and then spent 18 years telling everybody the boy was simply untalented. The whole family believed him, and my brother burned the capital down for me anyway. Sorry, he said. This is His Imperial Majesty's order. You are dead. I sat in a hotel room in Shanghai at 19 years old and did not move for a while. Rewards, 4 of them. 1,000 transformations, permanent, the ability to wear anybody, the heavenly official's blessing locked in. The 64 Celestials hoard, which was now genuinely in my possession in the real world and which made me, in cash terms, one of the wealthier men on that continent, and a second soul-devouring blade. Then the corpse hung there in the river of time with its head in one hand. It looked at me, and it said something extremely unkind about my mother, my judgment, and my personal habits, and spat out a stone, demonic stone, straight at my head. I caught it with my forehead, which is not the recommended technique. Thank you, I said. The dead man made a gesture I will not reproduce and dissolved. I have thought a lot about why they hate me. I've settled on this. Every one of those men lived a whole life. They had years I didn't. They had a garden, a dog, a valley, a mother's grave, 21 years of somebody carrying them up a mountain. And at the end of all of it, they get to watch a 19-year-old with clean hands take 3 or 4 souvenirs off their corpse and go back to a hotel room with a good view. I'd hate me too. But they always throw the 5th thing. Every single one of them, right at the end, out of nothing but spite, throws the extra one at my head. That's the family I actually have. 6 simulations, 5 deaths in the river and 1 in a cave. I had a bone, a ladder, 2 blades that eat people, a face for every occasion, a mouth that makes celestials kneel, the complete map of a conspiracy that started before I could speak, and I was, in the real world, still 19 years old, standing at a window on the 40th floor of the Century Hotel in Shanghai at 6 in the morning, with a woman asleep in the next room who had been raised specifically to have my children. Time to go outside. 40 days in the sea realm, alone. No alias this time, because nobody was looking for a dead man. I came out at Mountain River Peak. That's a real rank. It has a name, people say, in a certain tone. 2 months earlier, I had been a decorative teenager who couldn't light a candle. Now the harbor guard bowed when I walked off the boat and nobody had told them to. Then I went and watched 2 men die. Tian Lei was the double. Same man, same deal, same sister. I'd hired him again because he was the best there was and because the plan needed a Lin Feng in Shanghai while the real one was offshore. Lin Wei was Lin Wei. They died in a warehouse on the North Docks about 400 meters from where I was standing, and it took 11 minutes. I did not move. Cleanly, once, and then no coming back to it with excuses. I could have gone in. At Mountain River Peak, against what was in that warehouse, I would probably have won. Probably. And the moment I did it, every observer that empire had in the city would have filed the same report. The second young master of the Lin family is not dead, is not weak, is now approximately 8 realms above where he was in June. And then the mild voice would have looked south. So I stood on a roof and watched a man who had sat outside my door for 18 years get taken apart by people he could have handled a season earlier. I let it happen, and the reason I let it happen is that I needed him dead in public more than I needed him alive in private. In the last simulation, the man in the palace had taught me exactly how this is done. You spend a university to make one prisoner spend one talisman. You spend a prince to find out where a boy is. I learned it. That's my confession. All of it. I watched somebody play me for the price of 2,000 students, and my first reaction was to take notes. Lin Wei never asked me to come for him, not in one single run. That's not a defense. I've noticed I keep saying it, and I've noticed why. I got to Tianjia's apartment 40 minutes ahead of the people who were coming for her. 6th floor, broken elevator, 400 paper cranes on a shelf. You're not my brother, she said before I'd made a sound. No. Is he coming? I could have handled that 100 ways. I had a torrent of lies loaded. I could have made her believe her brother was on a boat, in a hospital, in Macau, anywhere. What I said was, he was my friend. He died for me. He asked me to look after you, and I said yes, so here I am. 2 of those sentences were true. I let her have them in a bundle so the third one would travel with the rest. She stood very still in the middle of a small kitchen. What do I call you? You can call me Dad. There was a pause. Brother Lin is fine, I said. She has never once let me forget that. In 4 separate futures. The girl remembers everything. We left in 11 minutes with 1 bag and 400 paper cranes. I'd like to tell you I helped her pack. What I actually did was stand in the doorway with a talisman in each hand watching the stairwell, and on the way down 6 flights, she stopped on the 3rd floor landing and said, "My head doesn't hurt." She'd had headaches her whole life, every day since she was 2, since the same year she went blind. Nobody in 19 years had found a cause. They stopped about 4 seconds after I walked into her kitchen. That's the bone. Whatever is in her eyes and whatever is in my back are 2 halves of an argument that has been going on for longer than this dynasty, and mine wins by standing nearby. She didn't ask. She never asks. She just filed it, the way she files everything, and got in the car. The cottage had a leaking roof, a stove that only worked on the left, a landlord's wife called Auntie Gao, who decided on the first morning that we were newlyweds and never entertained an alternative. I fixed the roof twice. It leaked both times, in a different place each time, which Auntie Gao regarded as evidence of character. 5 weeks. We had money. That's the strange part. I had, in a ring on my finger, the accumulated relics of 64 dead celestials and enough liquid capital to purchase the port, and we lived in a fisherman's cottage for 5 weeks because a rented room with a bad stove is invisible and a good hotel is a line in a ledger. I got up at 4 every morning and went out on the water with a man called Old C, who thought I was a student from the mainland avoiding my family, who was completely right about that in a way he could not have imagined. He talked about weather and nets. He never asked me one personal question in 31 days. I have decided that was deliberate and that Old C understood exactly what kind of young man goes fishing at 4 every morning in a village with no relatives in it. Tianjia learned the beach. That's what she does with a new place. She walks it in expanding arcs, counting, and by the 2nd week she could get from the cottage to the water to the village and back without touching anything. By the 3rd she was correcting me about where the path turned. She cooked in the evenings, which was a disaster and which I have already told you about, and she started teaching herself talismans. I hadn't offered. That would have been the decent thing, and I didn't do it. I had spent 6 months in a cave in a life she knew nothing about. I had come out of it with something I did not particularly want to share. She got at it anyway. She found my paper. I came in one evening and she was at the table with a brush in her left hand, working from memory of the sound my hand makes on paper. She'd produced 11 sheets of complete nonsense and 1 first-tier light rune that actually held, by touch, with no eyes, off the sound. I stood in the doorway for a while and did not say anything. Then I sat down opposite her and corrected her grip. We did that for the rest of the 5 weeks, an hour a night. It is the single best use I have ever made of my time. On the 22nd evening, she said, "Who's Lin Feng?" I had not used that name in front of her once. "Where did you hear that?" "The village. 2 men came through on Tuesday asking about a young master from Shanghai." She kept her hand moving on the paper. Auntie Gao told them there's nobody like that here. There's only Wei Jin and his wife. Wei Jin goes out with Old C and is very bad at roofs. Then she said, I didn't correct her. That was the conversation, start to finish. She never asked me for a name. In 4 timelines, she has never once asked me for a name. The reason is not that she doesn't want to know. Then Mei Ling came up the beach path at sunset in a school uniform. The uniform was deliberate. I want that on record. A 5-revolution celestial who had spent 7 months in my classes chose, for the purpose of walking into a fishing village to find me, to wear the thing she'd worn while sitting 2 rows behind me. She stopped about 10 meters short. She looked at the washing line first. There was a lot on it. 2 people's worth, obviously 2 people's worth, hung by somebody who could not see and had therefore developed a system. I watched a woman who has killed celestial beings with an open hand look at a washing line for slightly too long. Brother Lin. Tianjia came into the doorway behind me. She'd heard the voice and had already worked out something about it that I hadn't. Who is your sister? Mei Ling said. She said sister. That's the thing. She gave me the exit in the question itself. She stood there on a beach path in a school uniform and handed me a word I could have simply agreed with. Everything after that would have been survivable for everybody. Irrelevant, I said. 11 letters. I've had a long time to look at them. I meant, don't put her on your list. I meant, whatever your pavilion is counting, she is not on the ledger. She is nobody. She is a girl in a cottage. Leave her out of it. That is genuinely what I meant, and I have gone back over the memory a great many times to check. It is also completely irrelevant what I meant, because there were 2 people on that path and both of them heard the same word, and neither of them heard what I meant. Tianjia went back inside and started tidying something that was already tidy. Mei Ling did not move for a long moment. Then her face locked in the way it does, and she said something about her pavilion's position that I don't remember. She left down the beach path at a walk. 15,000 villain points. That's what the system paid me. 15,000 for one word on a beach at sunset to 2 people who trusted me. I have never been able to work out which part it was charging me for. I've narrowed it down. It's not cruelty. I've been much crueler for less. I think it's that both of them believed me immediately, without checking, that I had built that on purpose over months, that a machine somewhere had noticed exactly what I'd built it for. 4 days later, the sky opened over the cottage and it stopped mattering. Then the weird pupil clan arrived, and the 5 weeks ended. Bloodgaze came out of the sky over the cottage at about 9 in the evening. She was riding something, and in fairness, it was an impressive entrance. She'd clearly worked on it. The beast she came in on was a genuine celestial-ranked creature with more eyes than I was comfortable counting. The saintess, she said, comes with us. Tianjia went absolutely rigid in the doorway. Because it turns out the girl in the 6th floor apartment with the paper cranes was not a girl with an unfortunate condition. She was the reason a clan of celestial beings had been searching the eastern seaboard for 19 years. The mystic curse eyes are their bloodline, the highest form of it. The highest form of it shows up in one child a century, and that child is not raised. She's used. I put out her 3rd eye. That's the one that does the work. It's the entire clan's method, and I took it off her in about a second and a half. Then I kicked her, through her own beast, which was standing behind her, and which was quite badly damaged by the experience. Bloodgaze went into the sea about 2 kilometers out, and the sky over the eastern coast opened. The ghoul-eyed empress does not come in person. She has not come in person for 400 years. What arrived over that cottage was a projection, a face, 300 meters of it, with a great deal of eye and not much else, and the pressure that came with it flattened the dunes. Land true immortal. The rank above celestial. The rank my uncle reached for 3 weeks before dying at it. I had 2 soul-devouring blades, and I pointed both of them straight up. A projection, I said, and it's this rude. Let the main body come. I would like to be clear that I was, at that moment, entirely serious and completely out of my depth, that my plan consisted of the words, let's find out. The face said something about my ancestors. So what if you're a land true immortal? I said. It's not as though I haven't killed one before. Which was a lie. It was a torrent of lies, actually, deployed at a scale I have never attempted before or since. I watched a 400-year-old immortal spend 1 full second believing it. 1 second is enough for a great many things. It was not enough for this. She was going to come. I could feel the projection thickening. And Tianjia, who had spent 5 weeks in a cottage with a leaking roof and had never once asked me for anything, walked out past me into the open with her white hair down her back. I'll go, she said, upward. Don't fight him. Tianjia, you'll lose. Flatly. Not to me. To the sky. He'll fight anyway. That's why I'm going. I have replayed those 11 seconds more than any other 11 seconds of my life. I could have stopped her. I could have said 1 sentence with the talent burning and made her believe the sea was on fire. I didn't, and the reason I didn't is that she was right. We both knew she was right, and if I had lied to her at that specific moment, it would have been the last time she ever believed anything I said. I gave her my escape talisman instead, the one my brother made. Less than 1 in 100 attempts succeed. I put it in her hand and closed her fingers on it and told her it was for emergencies. She said, "This is an emergency," and I said, "No, this is a Tuesday." She laughed. That's the last thing. Brother Lin, she said, don't forget me. Then the sky took her. 200,000 villain points. That's what the system paid me for that evening, plus a purple talent scroll. I've never looked at the number without wanting to break something. Hanbo watched the whole thing from a dune 400 meters up the beach. He'd been tracking me for weeks. He saw a boy he hated point two blades at a land true immortal and tell it to send the real one. Then he left. Quietly. Without engaging. That's the first time in 6 lifetimes that man decided I was not a fight he wanted. I want you to remember it because the next time he decides otherwise, it costs me everything. 7th simulation, 2 talents this time. The purple scroll the system had handed me over the ruins of a cottage upgraded slipping away. That meant that from then on, nothing in this world could follow me if I decided to leave a room, and the roll came up purple on its own. Dragon and Phoenix. I'm not going to be able to explain that one properly. It isn't a technique, it's a posture. You stand a certain way, and the world briefly agrees that you are something other than a man. Everything with eyes has an opinion about it. Simulated me went into the sea realm first, out of habit. The sea realm collapsed, not because of him. It had been coming apart for years, and the timing was pure luck of the worst kind. He was 11 days in when the sky in there developed a seam. A broken world finishing the job. Ground going first, then distance, then the concept of direction. He outran it. 600 kilometers of a dying pocket universe folding up behind him. At the end of it, there was no exit. Because exits are a property of places that still exist. So he cut one. I'd like to describe that as heroic. In practice, it was 11 minutes of a man hitting the inside of reality with 2 blades while shouting. He came out over open water and did not go back to Shanghai. He went to the capital, on a cruise ship, in the open. That's all of strategy of the 7th run, and it's the first one I ever built out of arrogance rather than fear. 6 lifetimes of hiding under aliases and stolen faces, and every one of them ended with somebody's hand on my head. So this time, front door, real name, daylight. Shaoli had a welcome ready. The dock at the imperial capital's river port, 9 in the morning, 400 people waiting to disembark, and on the pier, in red, with 2 arms, because in this timeline nobody had ever taken one off him, the blood demon, sent by the 3rd prince to remove a nobody in public, simulated me walk down the gangway into the light and let the posture out. Nothing visible happened. That's what nobody tells you. There was no dragon. There was a young man in dark clothes walking down a gangway. There was the entire shipping district going quiet at once. But the blood demon saw something. He saw a true dragon, coming up out of a boy, through the roof of the world, and going on up past where his eyes could follow. He had spent 400 years learning exactly what that shape means and where it is permitted to appear. He started screaming. You should kill yourself, simulated me said. Conversational, barely raised. A torrent of lies, into an already broken mind, on a dock in front of 400 witnesses. Thank you, Your Highness, said the blood demon, and did. 400 people watched a half-step celestial thank a teenager and take his own life on a pier at 9 in the morning. That story reached the palace in 40 minutes and the provinces in 2 days. I did not have to say one word about who I was, because he had said it for me. Your Highness. Then simulated me went to see his uncle. Wuwang Mansion is the 3rd prince's residence. It has a wall, a garrison, and a formation that has been maintained continuously for 200 years. He walked in through the front gate wearing his father's face. Nobody stopped him. That's the thing about a face. Every guard on that gate was under 40 and had never seen Xiao Ma alive, but every single one of them had grown up under his portrait in a schoolroom. Xiao Li was in the main hall with the Zhou family ancestor and about 9 advisors. 6th brother, said simulated me in the doorway. It's been a long time. Xiao Li went down. Not a faint. His legs simply resigned. 3rd prince of the great Xia Empire, minister of war, a man who had spent 21 years running the machine that took my family apart, sat down hard on the floor of his own hall making a noise like a kettle. The Zhou family ancestor, 9 revolutions celestial, 400 years old, the strongest man in that building by 2 full grades, fainted, genuinely fainted, straight backward. 2 of the advisors caught him, and then also fell over. I have never had a better entrance, and I have had a number of good ones. Simulated me sat down in Shaoli's chair and let the face come off, slowly, so his uncle could watch it happen. And then he asked the only question that mattered. Do you want to be the human sovereign? Now, understand what he was being offered. Xiao Li was, at that moment, the front runner. His son was healthy, his ministry was strong, his mother was the sovereign's favorite consort. He had spent 2 decades building the most complete power base in the empire, and he was maybe 4 years from the throne, and he just watched his brother's dead face walk in through his own front door. He got on his knees on his own floor, and he put his forehead on the tile. He kept doing it until the tile was wet. I want it, he said. I want it so badly I've gone mad. I want it more than I want my name. Nephew, Your Highness, tell me what to do, and I'll do it. I'll kill my own son. I'll kill my son to protect my nephew. Say it, and it's done tonight. And I sat in a hotel room in Shanghai watching a man offer to murder his child as a job application. Horror is the answer people expect there. It wasn't the answer. I felt fed, that's the honest word. 6 lifetimes of being moved around a board by people who never once explained themselves. Here was one of them on the floor, offering me the only thing he had left, in the correct order, without being asked twice. I took him. Of course, I took him. He was the single most useful person in that empire, and he had just told me exactly what his price was, and the price was a job, not money, not safety, a job with a title on it. That man betrays me, in this run and in one other, at the exact moment it costs the most. Both times for the same reason, and the reason is not ambition. I'll get to it. It's the only genuinely sad thing about Zhao Li, and it takes about 4 sentences. For now, the third prince of the great Xia Empire went to work for his nephew. A war ministry is a beautiful machine, and I had never once looked inside one. Zhao Li handed it over on the second morning, in person, in a room with 11 clerks in it. The way he did it told me more about the man than the weeping had. He didn't give me authority. Authority is a piece of paper, and paper can be revoked. He gave me the filing system. This is Deputy Minister Deng, he said. He has run the Western dispatch tables for 19 years, and he does not like me. Ask him anything, and he will answer honestly, which is the only reason he still has the job. Then he introduced me to 9 more people in the same terms and left the building. That's a man handing over a ministry properly, and it is the exact opposite of how everybody else in that empire did anything. I understood in about 4 minutes why the third prince had been the front runner for the throne. I spent 11 days in those files. Here's what a war ministry actually knows. It knows where every garrison in the empire is, and more usefully, where every garrison's supplies actually go, which is a different map. It knows which provincial commanders have been buying grain privately. It knows which of the 11 kings has been quietly maintaining an army above his authorized strength, which turned out to be 9 of them, and it knows about the Beast Gate. I want to talk about the Beast Gate for a moment, because it is the single most useful thing I learned in that ministry, and it explains the shape of the entire empire. The northern frontier is not a border with a country, it is a seam. There is something on the other side of it, and there has been for at least 400 years. The standing military policy of the Great Xia Empire is to keep 2 full army groups permanently stationed in front of a gate that nothing has come out of in living memory, which means 1/3 of that empire's entire military capacity is pointed at a door, which means an emperor with 200 years on the throne has, at all times, an enormous, expensive, entirely unquestionable reason to send any man he dislikes on a routine inspection tour. My father, the patriarch of the Lin family, went on a routine inspection tour of the Beast Gate. That's in the files. Order number, date, escort strength, the lot. A perfectly ordinary document, signed by a clerk, that killed a top-tier clan head. There were 41 of those in 19 years. 41 men of consequence sent north on routine inspections, of whom 11 came back. I made a list, and then I made a list of what happened to each of their families afterward. The second list is the empire. Nobody in that ministry had ever put those 2 lists next to each other. Not because they were stupid, because nobody in a ministry ever looks at 2 tables at once, and because the man who would have noticed was the man signing them. That's the actual weapon in the Great Xia Empire, and it isn't the throne's strength. It's paperwork with an entirely legitimate reason behind it. I have used that exact trick 11 times since. I've never once had to explain it to anybody. Meanwhile, Zhao Li went to work on my behalf and did it superbly. Within 8 days, there was a formal position for me, an inspector of the Northern Dispatch Tables. That is a real job with a real seal and a salary of 41 taels a month, which gave a young man with no recorded family the right to walk into any garrison in the empire and ask for the books. Within 2 weeks, the story was in the capital's mouth. A nobody with an imperial connection, favored by the third prince, probably some illegitimate relation, unpleasant, well-dressed. That's a superb cover. It is close enough to the truth to survive contact and stupid enough that nobody investigates it. And once, in the 3rd week, over a table, he asked me a question. "Nephew, are you going to kill me?" Straight out. No preamble. He was pouring tea at the time, and he did not stop pouring. "Probably," I said. "Before or after?" "After." He nodded slowly and finished pouring and pushed the cup across and said, "Then I'd like it done in front of the court, please, not in a room." I said I'd think about it. I did not do it in front of the court. I did it in a crater in front of 4 million people, which is arguably better. I have never stopped thinking about the fact that the only thing that man ever asked me for was to be killed publicly enough that his son would be told about it properly. Then, at the end of the 3rd week, one of the 11 clerks put a document on my desk without being asked. Deputy Minister Deng, 19 years on the Western Dispatch Tables. Did not like anybody. It was a maintenance schedule for a sealed hidden realm under the east lawn of Imperial Capital University. It had been renewed continuously for 21 years, and the renewal authority was not the university and not the Ministry of Rights. It was the palace. personally, every year, signed. You've been looking at the wrong tables, young master, said Deputy Minister Deng. Went back to his desk and never mentioned it again in any timeline. I went down there the next morning. The university was still standing in this timeline. I hadn't gotten it destroyed yet. And underneath its east lawn, in a hidden realm that appeared on precisely one imperial maintenance schedule, somebody had been in irons for 20 years. I want it noted that I went down there to use him. That's not what happened. The cell is a stone room about 4 meters across with no door. The old man was sitting in the middle of it in irons that went into the floor, beard down to his waist, filthy. 20 years. He looked up when the wall opened, and he smiled like a man who'd been expecting a delivery. You're late, said Zheng Lao. I'm 19. You were late at 11 too. I waited. Then he told me what he'd done to me, and it took him about a minute. It rearranged everything I thought I knew about my own body. The seal on the supreme sovereign bone was his, not the Lin family's ancestor, not my father, him. He'd put it there when I was small, a talisman master of a grade this world has had 4 of, spending most of what he had on making a child boring. Because a child with an active supreme sovereign bone is a beacon, it would have shone. Every faction on that continent with a scrying array would have found me inside a year. The men who wanted me were not the kind who take you home, so he made me useless. 18 years of tutors and pills and a celestial ancestor going through my meridians and announcing sadly that there was nothing to be done. 18 years of being a joke, of brothels and languages and no consequences. 18 years of being alive. I had spent every one of them resenting it. I had built an entire personality out of resenting it. You could have told somebody, I said. Who? And that's the thing. There wasn't anybody. That's the answer. All of it. Then I asked him the question I'd come down there with. He gave me the wrong answer with total conviction. The wrong answer is the reason I understood the right one 4 hours later. Why does he want me? Because he isn't your father, Zheng Lao said. He'd worked it out from the other end, years before anybody else. He had never seen the Dragon Temple recording. He didn't know about the half-bone or the possession or any of it. What he had was arrays, and the arrays said that on a specific night 19 years ago, something that did not belong to this world came into it, an extra heavenly demon, that's the technical term, and it means exactly what it sounds like. Zheng Lao had spent 2 decades chained under a lawn, absolutely certain that the thing wearing Xiao Ma had come from outside. That everything since the coup, the possession, the 200-year corpse on the throne was one invader working its way up. He was right about the invasion. He had the wrong body. He gave me everything that afternoon, freely, without asking for one thing back, which had never happened to me before and has happened exactly twice since. He gave me the immortal talisman, the real one, the object he'd kept hidden through 20 years in irons. In another timeline, he spent it on a sky above my head because I got him killed showing off on a lawn, and he told me where the thunder talismans were, all of them, under the capital. Under the palace, the ministries, the 7 ring roads, and the parade ground, put there over 11 years by a man who had known this was coming and had done the only thing a talisman master can do about an emperor. I asked how many, he told me, and I laughed, and then I stopped laughing because he wasn't joking. Nobody counts talismans in that unit. You count grain in that unit. Don't waste them on the guard, he said. Then I went and found my mother. The white-clothed sword immortal met me in the same pavilion outside the capital, at the same stone table, in the same white. I did not sit down this time. I took her cultivation out in one motion. She could have stopped it. She was faster than me, and better than me, and she had been holding a sword for 25 years longer. She watched it come, and she did not move. And I have never decided whether that was guilt or arithmetic. Then I put 2 fingers on her head. Everything came out. That's what a soul search is, and what came out of my mother was the actual beginning of this entire story. It is not what anybody in it thinks it is. 19 years ago, in a house in the Eastern District, the child in her womb died. That's it. That's the first fact. Late term, no warning, no cause. It died, and she carried it for 3 more days because she could not make herself go to the physicians and say the sentence. And on the 4th day, it came back to life. She felt it move. She has never told anyone in 19 years, including her brother. Xiao Ma noticed. He had the heaven's eye, a scrying technique that reads what a thing actually is instead of what it looks like, and he pointed it at his own son. It came back with a soul in there that had not been in there the week before. He couldn't read it. That's the part that broke him. A crown prince of the great Xia Empire, one of the great talents of the dynasty, put his best divination on an infant and got noise. So he tried to talk to it. And he got 3 things back, 3 fragments, out of a mind that was, at that moment, roughly 4 days into being a baby, and still mostly a man who had died on a plane. Journey to the West, monkey, immortality, that's what my father got. That is the entirety of the intelligence that a mad prince extracted from the extra heavenly entity that had invaded his household. He concluded, reasonably, given the data, that something had come into his son from a world where a monkey achieves immortality and journeys to the west. That meant a world where the great Tao was so abundant that even the beast could live forever. That meant a world infinitely above this one, which meant that the thing in his child's body knew the way there. I sat in a hotel room in Shanghai and put my face in my hands. 19 years, 6 deaths, a blind girl's eyes, an uncle in a hole in the ground, a valley, a butcher's block, a spine in a red-robed man's hand. Because I thought about a cartoon monkey, I have had a long time to sit with this. Here is where I've landed. I did not cause it. Xiao Ma was already stockpiling weapons in 6 provinces and had already decided the throne was his and had already worked out how to change bodies. He would have eaten this empire whether or not there had been anything in that crib. But he wouldn't have eaten me. The other thing in her memory was the sky. The night I was born, 9 stars fell on the great Xia Empire. Great sun demon stars. They came down over 4 provinces, and what came out of them nearly finished the dynasty inside a week. Whole garrisons gone, 2 celestial houses ended. The reason the maps of the northern frontier have that shape is those 9 knights. The elder sovereign stopped them, personally, and it cost him something he never got back. That is the specific injury my father used, 11 months later, to take his body off him, 9 stars, on my birthday. Nobody in this story has ever explained that. Not Zheng Lao, not Ma Chao, not my mother, not the thing on the throne. 7 of them are still out there in the dark somewhere with whatever was inside them, and I've never been able to shake the feeling that they weren't an accident, that they weren't aimed at the empire. I think they came for me. I think they missed. I let my mother live. Crippled, in a pavilion with everything I'd taken out of her head. I didn't do it out of mercy. I did it because a dead sword immortal is a funeral and a living one is a hostage, because I wanted her to be there at the end. Before I could broadcast a confession by the eldest prince, I needed a eldest prince. The actual Xiaolong was in a residence with 3,000 men in it. So I took the copy. Every prince of that dynasty keeps a body double. It's standard. His was housed in a secondary manor in the Western District and had been trained since he was 9. He had Xiaolong's face and Xiaolong's voice and about 40% of Xiaolong's memories. That is exactly as much as you need, and considerably more than is safe for the man carrying them. He was, when I found him, playing chess against himself. What he said next is the single most unsettling sentence anybody has said to me in 7 lifetimes. He looked up when I came in, and he had already worked out what I was there for. He said, "Will you use my face or his? Not who are you? Not what do you want?" He had spent 31 years being a spare part, and his only question was about the attribution. I said his. He said, "Good," and went back to the board, and did not resist in any way at all. And in a locked chest in that manner, because a prince's double gets a prince's inheritance in miniature, there was the skull of the god of hunting. That's an object I'd only ever seen listed. 4th of the imperial house's 9 relics, taken off something in the northern seam 400 years ago, and what it does is find, not scry, find. You give it a thing and it gives you the direction continuously across a continent through wards. The eldest son of the sovereign had it in a chest in his double's house because he had taken it out of the palace inventory years earlier and had been quietly using it to keep track of his brothers. I used it later on my father. It's how the 7th simulation's coup happened on the correct night. Then I sat down in front of a recording stone with Xiaolong's face on and confessed. It took 4 takes. The first one was too composed. The second one was too broken. I overdid the weeping and it read as theater. I watched it back and thought, that's a man performing a confession. The third was close. The 4th was the one. And the thing that made it work is that I stopped writing accusations and started writing details. Not "my father consumes his sons." Nobody believes that sentence. What I gave them was, the corridor under the eastern annex is closed on the 11th of every month. The physicians attached to the inner palace are replaced every 4 years, and none of them retire to the provinces. There is a bill of lading for cinnabar and 3 other ingredients, quantity listed, going into a building that has no workshop in it. All of that was true and checkable, and none of it means anything on its own. Then, at the end, in a voice that had gone quiet, the eldest son of the sovereign said the thing it meant. 11 relay arrays. That's the imperial communication system, how the throne moves an edict from the capital to a provincial governor in an afternoon. It belongs to the Ministry of Rights, and the Ministry of Rights is a building with clerks in it who have never once had a reason to be suspicious of a document. I sent it to every provincial capital in the empire simultaneously at the hour of the morning report, and underneath it, a torrent of lies. I need to be honest about what that does at scale, because I have described it as a 1-second talent, and that is exactly what it is. It works on the first second. 1 person, 1 second. But 200 million people heard that stone start speaking at the same moment. Every single one of them believed it completely for exactly 1 second. Then the talent let go, and they were left standing in a square somewhere with a detail about a corridor and a bill of lading and the memory of having believed it. That's all a rumor has ever needed, not proof. A moment of having believed it, followed by something checkable. The 11th of the month is a real date. People went and looked. By the end of that week, 11 kings had begun to correspond. By the end of the month, 4 of them had stopped pretending it was correspondence. The 3rd king's grain officers had lost a levy shipment. The 7th king's daughter had come home from the capital without permission and had not been sent back. I did not have to speak to any of them. That's the part I'm proudest of, and the part that frightens me. I never met the 3rd king. I have never in any timeline had a conversation with the 7th king. I made up an atrocity in a room in 90 seconds, and 11 provinces began arming themselves. Was any of it true? That's the joke. I made it up. I invented it in a room in about 90 seconds because it was the ugliest thing I could think of, and the shape of it fit. 3 days later, I went down a staircase under my own family's ancestral hall and found out it was true. Not the details, the shape, and the room I found it in is the part of this story I would remove if I were allowed to remove one. The Lin family's residence in the capital is 400 years old and covers 11 hectares. I grew up in the eastern wing. Simulated me went in through the front at midday with the 3rd prince's authority in one hand and no intention of using it. He killed Lin Wang at the gate, who had taught me to ride. He killed 2 elders in the 2nd courtyard, and he found Lin Tao in the library, my brother, the one who handed me his best things for 18 years and asked if I wanted more, the one who walked into a 300th birthday banquet and started a war in the capital because somebody had frightened his little brother, the one who spent a fortune and a career on a piece of paper that gave me 1 extra life. He was sitting with a book he wasn't reading, and he stood up when I came in. The first thing he said was my name. I searched his soul. He let me. That's the part. He put his hands at his sides and let me put 2 fingers on his head, and everything came out. He didn't know. Not about the basement, not about the marrow, not about the arrangement with the palace or the ancestors' red ring or what our family had actually been doing with the boy in the eastern wing for 18 years. He knew that his brother was important and that the family was being paid to keep him comfortable. He had decided at some point in his teens that if the deal was to spoil the kid rotten, then he was going to be extremely good at it. 18 years of a man loving his brother on top of a hole in the ground he'd never been told about. I killed him anyway. I want that flat and unqualified. He was the last person in that house who could inherit it. I needed the house, and I had a very great deal to do that month. That's the reason. There isn't a better one, and I've looked. The entrance to the basement was under the ancestral hall. The stairs go down about 60 meters. There were tanks. I'm going to keep this short, and I'm going to keep it to what was on the surfaces, because the point of the room is not the room. Tanks with things in them that had been started and not finished. A long table with a channel cut down the middle of it for drainage. Instruments in trays, arranged by size, cleaned and put back after use by somebody methodical. And on the wall, in a grid, going back 19 years, photographs of me. Me at 1, me at 2, on a rug. Me at 6, the year the celestial ancestor examined me. Me at 11 with my arm in a splint. Me at 15, at a school event, smiling at somebody off camera. A wall of a boy growing up, kept by the people who were farming him, arranged in date order. The diary was in a drawer. Lin Mei was the matriarch of the Lin family. She ran the inner household. She is the woman who raised me, actually raised me, day to day, the one who taught me characters and made me eat and sat up with me the winter I had a fever. She died when I was 4. I was told it was illness. Her diary is about 100 pages, and I read all of it standing up. It starts as an instruction log, cold, professional. They took marrow from me at intervals from infancy, and she recorded the volumes. Around page 30 it stops being professional. She writes that the child looks at her, not the way infants look, that he tracks people who haven't spoken, that at 8 months old he was found sitting up at night facing the door 40 seconds before anybody came through it. Then there's an entry with a date and 4 lines. There had been an argument in the room. Somebody had hurt me or frightened me, and the child in the crib said one word. The word was death. Everybody in that room stopped living. All of them, at once. She was in the doorway, and she was the only one who walked out. She never wrote about it again. But the entries change after that. They stop being about a specimen. They start being about a boy. And the last 4 pages are a plan. She got me out. That's what she did. A woman in her 60s in a house full of celestial-ranked cultivators arranged over 11 months to have a 1-year-old moved out of that basement and up into the eastern wing as a legitimate son of the family, as somebody with a name, a room, a brother, and she did it by making a deal with a man she describes only as the one with the gold-rimmed glasses. I know who that is now. He had a beard down to his waist and irons in the floor, and he told me I was late. Her last entry is 2 sentences. The boy laughed today at something in the garden. I think I am going to die. Her bones were in a cell at the end of the corridor. They'd put her down there with the snakes, which was a thing that family did. They had not come back for her in 15 years. There was still a scrap of the gray silk she used to wear. I burned her. Properly, with what was down there, and it took most of an afternoon. I put the ashes in a jar and carried them out of that house myself. I have carried them in every timeline since. That is the only object I own across all of them. Under the flagstone in that cell, where she had put it before they came for her, there was a tube, marrow, mine. The last extraction, hidden by an old woman as leverage or as insurance or as a gift to a boy who'd laughed in a garden. It had been sitting in the dark under a body for 15 years. I drank it. It took me from where I was to St. Realm Peak in about 11 seconds, and I've never felt clean about it. That night I had the dream for the first time. I don't call it a memory because I have no way to prove it and because I want it to be a dream. There is a room with a golden gauze screen across it. Behind the screen, there is somebody sitting. The light is wrong. It's coming from the wrong side. So the screen shows a shape and nothing else. The shape is not sitting the way people sit. A servant carries in a covered tray. The tray is small, about the size you'd use for a single dish at a formal table. There's a cloth over it and the cloth moves. And a voice from behind the screen, mild, faintly bored, almost affectionate, the voice that stops a 9 revolutions celestial from 9 kilometers away, says, "Your Majesty, it's time to eat." I wake up at the same point every time. I've never seen behind the screen and I've stopped trying. So I made up an atrocity in a room in 90 seconds to start a rebellion. 3 days later, I found the receipts in my own family's basement. That's the empire. That's all of it. You cannot invent a slander about the great Xia imperial house that turns out to be worse than the paperwork. I came up out of that basement at about 4 in the morning with a jar of ashes and no interest at all in negotiating. The birthday banquet was in 9 days. 11 kings swore to me in a warehouse outside the capital 6 nights before the banquet. The old way. Cut palm, shared cup, names spoken aloud in front of witnesses. I'd read about it. I'd never seen it. It's a great deal less dignified in person, and it works. The price of entry was the 4th prince. He'd come to the meeting. He'd been invited because his southern garrison was worth having. He sat through 2 hours of it, and then he began, very carefully, to talk about how any arrangement would of course need to be presented to his imperial majesty in the correct terms. They killed him in the room. They did it, not me. The 11th king did it, and the other 10 watched. That is exactly what it was for. An oath is a sentence. 11 men standing over a prince's body is a contract. Shaoli swore with the rest of them. He wept when he did it. He put his forehead on the floor of a warehouse and swore on his mother's name to a nephew who had crippled his son with a hammer in another timeline. He meant every word of it, and 4 days later he went to the palace and gave the throne everything. Here's why. Consort Dung is his mother, the sovereign's favorite. She had raised him in that palace, and she was the only person alive who had ever been kind to him without an invoice. When she sent for him and asked him to choose, he chose her. That's it. That's all of thing. And in the 8th simulation, I found out that Consort Deng died a very long time ago. That the thing living in her had been in the imperial harem for 200 years, wearing her like a coat, had never once been his mother at all. So the man who ruined me twice did it for a woman who did not exist. He never learned that, in any timeline, because I always killed him before he could. 4 sentences. I said 4 sentences. The Xuanwu Hall on the night of the imperial birthday holds 2,000 people. The doors sealed at the 4th toast. I'd like to tell you I saw it coming. Heavenly officials' blessing didn't so much as itch. 11 kings, 4 celestial houses, the northern garrison, the war ministry. A boy with 2 soul-eating blades, and the whole thing had been read, filed and answered before the wine was poured. The 9th king went first, then the 2 celestial houses. Simulated me put his father's face on and walked up the hall. He did it because it works, because a man who has been wearing his own murdered father for 21 years has exactly one reflex left. The reflex is to look at that face. He looked, and the blade went through his hand and up his arm, and the whole left side of the sovereign of Great Xia came away in a sheet. 2nd form. I've described what's underneath. I'm not doing it again. What matters is that the underneath is not the bottom, and that it moved faster than the covering had, that it laughed the entire time, and that the laugh was Xiao Ma's. Simulated me killed it. I want to give this its due, because it is the single most expensive thing any version of me has ever done. He went in close. All the way in, past the arms, chest to chest with the thing on the throne, close enough that a hand went through him on the way, and then he detonated the supreme sovereign bone. His own, out of his own spine, at 0 range, the 2nd form came apart. The throne came apart. The eastern third of the Xuanwu Hall stopped existing and 400 people in it went with it. For about 1.5 seconds, the Great Xia Empire did not have an emperor. Then the 3rd form stood up out of it. Heavenly pupils. Eyes in the wrong places, and in every one of them the same sky. He had, at some point in 200 years on that throne, stopped being a man who ruled a world and become part of the world's plumbing. You cannot kill a thing that heaven itself is holding up. He walked across the hall, unhurried. He put a hand into simulated me's chest and took his heart out and looked at it. And in the last second, with a hand still in him, in a burning hall, at 19, simulated me turned his head and found the one person in that room who was still standing. Han Bo, still in the maid's uniform, still nobody. 8 years of working into a palace to reach a man who had already been reached by somebody else. He threw him the half-bone, everything he had, the thing 4 factions had spent 19 years trying to take out of him, thrown across a throne room to the person who hated him most. Because the hall was full of people who wanted it and exactly one of them was going to walk out. Then he died, in front of him, on the floor of the Xuanwu Hall. The simulator ran on afterward, and I'm going to give that its proper weight. Because I've made a habit in this account of saying, and then everybody was sad and moving on. Hanbo took the body out of the capital that night. He did it in the maid's uniform. That's the detail I can't get past. 11 men had held him at the doors, and the doors had opened eventually, the way doors do when a hall is on fire. He went back in through 2,000 people and picked a corpse up off the floor and carried it out of the Xuanwu Hall while wearing the clothes he'd spent 8 years earning the right to wear. Nobody stopped him. There was nobody left to stop him. Then he started looking for a method. That is the rest of that man's life in the 7th timeline. Not revenge. He never once went after the throne. He went looking for a way to reverse it, in the places where people look for that. The places where people look for that are all of them worse than the thing they're trying to undo. He found 4. He tried 3. The frames the simulator gave me were short, and I understood about half of what I was seeing. The half I understood involved a man trading things a person should not have to itemize. The 4th one is the one he was still working on when the recording ended. Tianjia went the other way. She had been in a pool on a rock in the Eastern Sea for 11 weeks, and then the world had informed her that the person who'd said he'd come back for her had died on a floor 900 kilometers away. The weird pupil clan wanted a saintess. What they got eventually was something that had stopped negotiating. There's a stretch of coast in that timeline, about 400 kilometers of it, where nothing grows. That's her. It isn't malice. I've watched the frames a great many times, and there is no malice anywhere in them. It's a girl who could not see, who had learned the whole world by counting it, deciding at some point that she was not going to bother learning any more of it. She never once came to the capital. She never went after anybody who had done it. She simply stopped being careful, and what she was carrying was not a thing you can stop being careful with. And Mei Ling built me a tomb. Overseas, on a rock, 3 days by ship, from anything. There was nothing in it because there was nothing to put in it. She sat in front of it for the rest of her life. Died alone is the sort of phrase that slides straight past a person, and this one shouldn't. She kept the pavilion running for the first 60 years. She was extremely good at it. She fought 2 wars on their behalf and won both and never once left the rock for more than a season. Then she handed it over, and after that there are frames spread across a very long time. They are all the same frame. A woman in white on a rock in front of an empty stone in weather. She talked to it, not constantly, about once a month and mostly about administration, a dispute in the southern branch, a girl who was showing promise, a decision she was unsure about. She never once said anything I'd have wanted to hear. 3 people wrecked, and not one of them was wrecked by the thing on the throne. They were wrecked by a boy in a hotel room in Shanghai, making a series of extremely clever decisions with other people standing downwind of them. That's what the 7th simulation actually cost, and the system did not charge me for one bit of it. The reward screen came up with 9 fruits on it and a cheerful note about my performance. The machine has never once had an opinion about that part. It counts what I take from the story. It does not count what I take from the people in it. I have thought about that a great deal, and I've concluded it isn't an oversight. It's a design decision. Somebody built this thing, and they built it to make a specific kind of man. They left exactly 1 line out of the ledger. I'd like to meet them. Then the last frame came up, and something in it looked at me. Then the last frame came up, and something in it looked at me. It was Han Bo, older, in red. Not the rags, actual red, the color you wear when you've stopped hiding, standing on a cliff above the sea in a timeline that had already ended, and he turned his head and looked directly out of the recording at me, through the river of time, through the simulator. At a 19-year-old sitting in a hotel room in Shanghai who had not yet done any of it. "I will find you," he said. I sat there for about a minute with my hands flat on the desk. Nobody is supposed to be able to see me in here. This is my room. 6 lifetimes, 5 deaths. Everything I have ever built came out of the assumption that the simulation is a window and windows only go one way. Rewards. 9 fruits. Take 4. Dragon and Phoenix, promoted to pseudo-gold. The posture that makes the world briefly agree I'm something else. The immortal talisman master's legacy, which is Zheng Lao's entire life's work handed over in a hidden realm by a man who never asked me for anything. A soul-stabilizing pearl, which does exactly what it says and which becomes the most important object in this entire account in about 2 hours. And a tube of marrow, taken from under a flagstone in a cell. The corpse in the river waited until I'd finished choosing. Then it threw the 5th one at my head, from about a meter away, with real commitment. The celestial demon ruination art. A technique for taking apart things that heaven is holding up. Thank you, I said. It made a gesture and dissolved. I'd worked out by then that they weren't giving me anything. They were making a point. Every one of those men had gotten all the way to the end and found the same wall. The 5th fruit was always, in every run, exactly the thing they'd needed 40 seconds earlier. They weren't throwing me gifts, they were throwing me their homework. 8th simulation. The roll came up purple and the description made me put my head down on the desk. Late bloomer. The older you get, the stronger your talent becomes. That's it. That's the shape of it. No number, no mechanism, no immediate effect of any kind. I was 19 years old, being hunted by an entity that had been ruling an empire for 2 centuries. The system had handed me a retirement plan. I equipped it anyway because it was purple, and I am who I am. Then simulated me went and found the 2nd statue. There were 2 in the sea realm. The one where Han Bo had his epiphany, and another one 400 kilometers south of it in a valley that nobody visits. By that point, I had been through that realm 5 times and had run out of interesting places. The 2nd statue taught him emergence of the Ma spirit. You split, not a clone. Not an illusion. You take the part of yourself that thinks and walks and lies to people. You put it outside your body, and then there are 2 of you. The body, sitting somewhere safe, doing nothing but growing, and the spirit, out in the world, wearing whatever face it likes. The body cultivates 24 hours a day with no interruptions. The spirit does everything else. I have never found a better solution to the fundamental problem of my life. That is that becoming strong and being useful are 2 full-time jobs, and I only had one of me. He parked the body in a hidden realm the 64 Celestials horde had a key to. Then the Ma spirit walked out into the world with no cultivation to speak of, a very great deal of technique, and total freedom about what it looked like. And it went to find Han Bo, not to kill him, to recruit him. This is my favorite thing I have ever attempted, and it very nearly worked. The plan was simple. Han Bo had spent his whole life hunting a young master called Lin Feng. He was at that point alone, one-armed in some timelines, uniformly furious, and driven by a grievance nobody in the world took seriously. What does a man like that need? Somebody who understands. So Simulated Me met him on a road in the northern provinces in the same style of night clothes, carrying the same style of blade, missing the same arm, and introduced himself as Guang Lei. And then, over 3 days and a great deal of cheap wine, he told him his story. There was a young master, rich family, capital connections, absolutely no talent, appalling manners. He took Guang Lei's beloved. He cut off Guang Lei's arm. He had Guang Lei's family driven out of their province, and he laughed about it in a hotel lobby. Guang Lei has been walking this empire for years now, with nothing but a blade and an intention. Every word of it true. I want that on the record. I did not invent one detail. I simply told Han Bo's own life back to him with the pronouns changed. He believed about 60% of it. That's the thing about Han Bo that everybody underestimates, including me, including in the runs where he kills me. He is not stupid. He is angry, which people confuse with stupid because it makes him predictable in a fight. But he had been lied to by professionals since he was 14, and something in him kept its hand on the door the entire time. We traveled together for 5 weeks. I would like to state that they were good weeks. He is, when he is not trying to remove my head, genuinely funny. He has a completely unhinged idea of what constitutes a reasonable breakfast. He cannot navigate. He once got us lost for 2 days in a province with one road. On the last night he asked me a question, out of nothing, staring at a fire. Do you think honesty is the only way to be a good person? I have thought about that sentence more than any other sentence in this account. He wasn't asking me, he knew. Maybe not the whole shape of it. Maybe not who was sitting across the fire, but he had worked out that he was being handled. Instead of drawing, he asked the man handling him whether it was possible to be decent while doing it. I said something clever, I don't remember what. It doesn't matter, because whatever I said, he heard the answer. He left in the night, and he did not come back. In that timeline, he did not fight me again until the very end. At the very end, he arrived 21 years late for the only reason that has ever moved that man, which is that he'd worked out I was in trouble. Then Simulated Me went and dealt with his mother. The white-clothed sword immortal was in the garden of the Ma mansion, which was hers, and which she had not entered in 21 years. She was standing at the cenotaph her brother had built for a boy who wasn't in it. He didn't say anything this time. He crippled her in one motion, the way he had before. Then he stopped and left her lying in the grass with everything gone. Alive, breathing. Ruined. I could give you 3 tactical reasons, and all of them are real. A dead sword immortal is a funeral, and a living one is a hostage. Her pavilion pays attention to what happens to her. Mei Ling would come. The actual reason is that I wanted her to be there when it ended. I wanted her to be there as nothing, and I've never pretended that was strategy. She said one thing while I was walking away. He'll come for you last. She was right. That's the other thing about my mother. Every single piece of information that woman ever gave me was correct and arrived too late to be worth anything. That I have decided is the family curse and has nothing to do with rings. Then the Ma spirit went to the palace, not to fight, to look. It walked in as a junior official of the Ministry of Rights. Because the Ma spirit can be anybody and nobody looks at the Ministry of Rights. It spent 9 days in the imperial residence quietly building a picture of the household of a man who had been dead for 21 years and was still eating dinner. And on the 9th day, it looked at Consort Dung properly, the sovereign's favorite, Xiao Li's mother, a woman of about 50 who had been in that palace since before my father was crown prince, and who everybody agreed had aged remarkably well. Painted skin, I don't have a better way to say it, and the term is the local one. There was a woman-shaped covering with something inside it, and the something had been inside it for over 200 years. It was not from this empire, and possibly not from this world. The mother goddess of disaster keeps a piece of herself in the imperial harem. She has been there since before the current dynasty's 3rd emperor. She has raised princes. She has arranged marriages. She was, at that exact moment, the single most influential person in the Great Xia court, and the throne had absolutely no idea. Because the throne was itself an imposter, and the two of them had spent 2 decades being polite to each other across a dinner table. An empire with a dead man on the throne, and a foreign god in the harem. Every single person in that building bowing to both of them on the way to lunch. I got out of that palace and did not go back for 6 months. And in those 6 months, simulated me found the temple. It's on no map. It's in the western wastes, a day past the last garrison. There's nothing left of it but a floor, a door frame, and half a plaque. The National Preceptor's Temple. Great Xia had a national preceptor once, 400 years ago, before the current line took the throne. Every history that mentions him once, in passing, in the sentence where he disappears. Zheng Lao's whole tradition comes down from him, and Zheng Lao had never been able to find the place. Simulated me stood in a ruin in a desert with an ancestral technique nobody had used in 4 centuries and put his hand on half a plaque. 2 things came out of it. The first was the Taiyi talisman, which is not a talisman at all. It's a seal holding 3,000 immortal-grade talismans, complete, made, ready, sitting in a stack the way you'd keep paper in a drawer. The man who made them had apparently regarded that as a modest working inventory. The second was broken, innate Dao talisman, cracked most of the way through, most of the writing gone, and what was left of it did exactly one thing: resurrection, one use, one. And badly damaged, so that what came back would come back wrong, and would come back somewhere else, and would take its time about it. Simulated me sat in the sand with that thing in his hands for about an hour. Then he did the coldest piece of planning of his entire career. It is the reason I am telling you any of this. He went to the Golden Sands Kingdom, a small tributary state on the southern edge of the desert, 9 days' ride, entirely unimportant, and he walked into the main temple in the capital. He put a wisp of his own soul inside the altar. Then he put the broken talisman in with it. Then he went back north and let the sovereign of Great Xia kill him. He walked into the palace and got himself killed, and he did it carefully. The care is the point, because the whole 8th simulation is built on one piece of stagecraft. He had to die in front of the right people. Not because it was sentimental, because a wisp of soul in an altar 900 kilometers away needs 1 year of nobody looking for it. The only reliable way to get a year of nobody looking is for the people who would look to have watched it happen. So he made sure Hanbo was in the building. He made sure Mei Ling had been summoned. He made sure the court was assembled and the doors were open and the light was good. Then he attacked the throne with 3,000 immortal talismans and lost. It took 4 minutes. I've been asked whether he could have won that fight if he'd meant it. The honest answer is no. He was one man with a national preceptor's inventory and no cultivation to speak of, because the body was still in a fold of the world doing sit-ups. What was standing in that hall was a spirit in a borrowed shape spending paper as fast as it could unfold it. 4 minutes against something heaven was holding up isn't a defeat, it's a citation. The thing on the throne came down off it personally. That it had done twice in 200 years. At the end, it looked at what was left of a young man on the floor of the Xuanwu Hall and said something almost gentle. "You were the last one." Mei Ling did not scream. She has never screamed in any timeline. She stood absolutely still at the western end of that hall with her hands at her sides while a 5 revolution celestials worth of pressure came off her and put cracks up 2 of the columns. Then the guard came and took her out, and she let them. That's the part. She let them. Hanbo tried to reach the body and 11 men held him. He'd come in through the roof 20 minutes after it started, in a stolen uniform, having worked out something was wrong from 4 provinces away, and the reason he'd worked it out is that a one-armed liar called Guang Lei had traveled with him for 5 weeks and had, at some point around the 3rd week, mentioned in passing that he never drank on the road. Guang Lei had a drink with him on the last night. That's what tipped it. Not the story, not the arm. A man who didn't drink had a drink on the night before he left. Han Bo had spent 6 years turning that over. When the news came out of the capital, he was already moving. They dragged him out shouting, the doors shut. And 900 kilometers south, in a temple in a tributary kingdom that has never once been mentioned in an imperial document, a wisp of soul in an altar began to spend a broken talisman. That year is not nothing. Everybody skips it, including me the first time. A resurrection talisman that has lost most of its writing does not do the job in an instant. It does it the way water does a job. He was aware for part of it, not conscious. There was nothing to be conscious with. But there were stretches of that year where something in an altar in the Golden Sands Kingdom knew that it existed, and did not know anything else at all. The frames the simulator gave me for those stretches are the only ones I have ever skipped. Meanwhile, up in the Empire, the 8th simulation's world got on with it. The sovereigns spent that year consolidating. The kings who had corresponded were dealt with quietly over 11 months in the ordinary bureaucratic manner. Inspections, appointments, 1-grain audit. Han Bo went south and looked for the body and did not find it because it was in a fold of the world doing sit-ups. I have often wondered what that year was like for him. Mei Ling went home to a pavilion and did nothing at all. And in the 11th month of that year, the tributary kingdom of Golden Sands had a small local incident that made no records anywhere. The ground outside the capital, in the dry channel north of the walls, moved. He came up out of the sand as an old man and could not stand and crawled to the water to drink, and saw a face he had seen once before, at 10 years old, in a storehouse, in the surface of a bowl. He came up out of the sand outside the Golden Sands capital a year later. The first thing he did was fail to stand, because he was old. Old, in the ordinary way, not aged by anything clever, 70, maybe 80, with hands like a set of dry sticks and no cultivation at all. None, not a spark. The resurrection had brought back a man, and had not brought back anything he'd built. He crawled to a water channel to drink and saw himself, and he knew the face. I need to go back 9 years to explain this, and I'm going to do it in 4 sentences, because it's the only rewind in this whole account, and it earns itself. When I was 10, I found a Spirit Descent Immortal Talisman in the Lin family storehouse and used it, because I was 10. It summons something and lets it speak. What answered was an old man's face in the surface of the water, who looked at me for a long moment with an expression I could not read at all, and who said only, "You have 18 breaths." I thought it meant I was going to die at 18. I spent 9 years thinking that. It's most of the reason I never bothered to be a good person. The face in the water channel outside the Golden Sands capital was the face from the storehouse. It was mine. He sat in the sand next to a water channel in a foreign country and laughed until he couldn't breathe. I sat at a desk in Shanghai and did not laugh at all, because I finally understood that the sentence hadn't been a prophecy, it had been an instruction, and I still didn't know what for. A merchant ship going east picked him up as a charity case. He worked in the galley for his passage, which he was bad at. There was a little girl on board named Wang Ruo'er, 7 years old, daughter of the cargo master. She attached herself to him on the 2nd day and talked at him for 11 weeks. She talked about everything. Her brother, a cat she'd had, whether fish knew they were wet. She called him Grandpa Xiao and asked him roughly 900 questions, of which he answered about 40. He never told her a single true thing about himself. He cried when they put her ashore at the eastern port. If you want the entire architecture of my personality in one image, that's it. Then he went south on foot because he had no money and no strength and 800 kilometers to cover. It took him most of a year to reach the 10,000 mountains. The pass was open. That was the first bad sign. There was no maze anymore, and the incense burner in the little temple was gone. The statue of the man with the dragon at his waist had been broken off at the knees. The valley under the river was emptied rather than destroyed. Several 100,000 people had been taken out of there in an orderly fashion at some point in the previous 18 months. The fields were going to seed and the forges were cold. Somebody had walked through afterward and knocked over every banner. He found the graves on the eastern slope. There were a great many of them, and they were recent. About 200 meters up, on its own, at the top, there was one with a name on it. His, Xiaojian, my actual name, the one I said out loud in a hotel room and frightened a celestial with. Carved properly by somebody who had paid for the stone. And down in the bottom right corner, small, scratched in later, by hand, badly, with something that wasn't a chisel, Jianer, you're dead. Your uncle has no family left in this world. The sovereign had taken Ma Chao in the spring. He'd risen. Of course he had. His nephew had been killed on the floor of the Xuanwu Hall in front of the court. The war god of Great Xia had come out of a hole in the ground for the first time in 21 years with an army of retirees. It went exactly the way everyone in this account except him knew it would go. They executed him in the capital and left what was left of him up for a season. There is no more detail than that in this telling, and there doesn't need to be. An old man with no cultivation sat down in front of his own grave and stayed there until dark, and then something started digging behind the stone. It came out backward, at speed, spraying dirt, and it was about the size of 2 fists. It was yellow, and it fell over its own front feet and rolled and landed against his shoe. A puppy. He picked it up. It bit him, ineffectually, and then fell asleep in about 4 seconds. That is a thing that animal has done in every single timeline I have ever seen it in. Ah bow, he said. The puppy did not respond because it was a puppy, and it had no idea. It would not have any idea for another 11 years. Something had gotten out of that valley and had gone to ground behind a boy's grave and had started again from the bottom. He built a cottage on the slope above the valley. There were peach trees. That's not a poetic detail. They were already there. Somebody had planted them decades earlier, and nobody had eaten a single one for 2 years. And that is where a man with no cultivation, no name, no allies, no plan, and one purple talent called Late Bloomer spent the next 21 years. Those 21 years need saying, because I have described a great many things in this account as the worst thing that ever happened to me, and that stretch is the only one I'd actually refuse to repeat. Nothing happened. That's it. That's the horror. All of it. He grew peaches. He got arthritis. He got a bad hip. 21 years of getting older with an empire on the other side of the mountains being run by the thing that had killed everyone he'd ever known. And every single day, Late Bloomer did nothing. He never once stopped believing it would. I find that harder to look at than the butcher's block. 21 years is easy to write and impossible to sit through, so let me give you 4 of them properly, and then we'll move. Year 3. The dog learned to sit. It took 2 years, which I have already said, and what I did not say is why. Da Bao in his previous incarnation was a 400-year-old servant of a national temple who could talk, argue, lie about dust, and carry a celestial-grade talisman 900 kilometers in his teeth. This one ate a shoe. He was starting over from nothing, the same way I was. I've never been able to decide whether that made it easier or worse. I'd say his name, and he'd look at me with total incomprehension, and then fall over sideways. Every day, for 11 years, until one afternoon in the 12th year, he came into the doorway with his ears up and said nothing at all in a way that meant something. He never spoke. Not once in 21 years. But somewhere around the 12th he started being in the right place, and after that I stopped being alone in that cottage. Year 6. The market village. Twice a month, down and back, 4 hours each way with a bad hip. They knew me as the old man on the peach slope. There was a woman who sold salt who gave me a bad price for the first 2 years, and then, for no reason I ever identified, started giving me a good one, and did so for the next 19. I never learned her name. I want that on the record as a fact about me, rather than about her. Year 11. The boy with the rice. He was about 14, and he shortchanged me on a bag of rice, deliberately, badly, in a way that any adult in that market would have caught. I caught it. I looked at the scale, and I looked at him, and he looked back at me with the specific defiance of a boy who has decided that an old man will not make a scene. He was right. I paid, and I walked home. Here is the thing about that afternoon. I could have made him give it back, not with strength. I had none. With a sentence. I had spent 7 lifetimes learning exactly how to take a 14-year-old apart with 4 words in a public square. I stood in front of that scale with the whole apparatus loaded and I put it down. Because it wasn't worth the walk back. That's what I told myself. It was not worth the walk back. And also, I was 81 years old and I had killed people for less that year in another life. I had stopped, and I would like to believe those 2 facts are related. I have never been able to prove it. Year 18. The peaches. They were good that year. Genuinely good. For the first time, I'd been doing it wrong for over a decade, watering them like a man who has never grown anything, which I was. In the 18th year I got it right, more or less by accident. There were about 400 of them, and I could eat maybe 6. So I carried a basket down to the market village and left it outside the salt woman's stall with no note. That is the total sum of everything I accomplished between the ages of 70 and 91. Now, I've had a long time to work out what those 21 years were for. I have 3 answers, and I don't like any of them. The first is that they were for nothing. Late Bloomer is a talent that scales with age, and the system gave it to a 19-year-old, and the simulation simply had to run long enough for the number to come due, and everything in between was the machine idling. The second is that they were the price. That a man who had spent 7 lifetimes buying power with other people's lives got handed, once, a bill in the only currency he had never been asked for, time in which nothing happens and nobody needs him. The third one is the one I actually believe. They were the only stretch of any of my lives in which I was not useful to anybody, not to a family farming me, not to a pavilion breeding me, not to a throne hunting me, or an uncle trading me, or a system paying me by the humiliation. For 21 years, the total value of Xiaojian to every faction in that world was 0. In that time, he grew peaches badly, taught a dog to sit, got cheated by a boy over rice, gave a basket to a woman whose name he never learned, and at the end of it, a talent nobody had believed in fired in a bed. The first thing that man did with the strength to end a god was tell a slope of dead trees to flower, out of season, for nobody, because he liked them. I would like to be that person. I have his memories and his face, and I am, in every way that matters, him. I am not that person, and I know exactly which 21 years are the difference. In the 22nd year, he started dying, properly. Organ by organ, in the ordinary way, in a cottage, with a yellow dog on the end of the bed who had gotten large and gray around the muzzle and had never once said a word. Tianjia found him 3 weeks before the end. I don't know how. She was something else by then, and what she had become had taken her a long way from the girl with the paper cranes. She came up that slope and sat by the bed and did not say anything at all for 2 hours. Then she said, "It's you. It's me. You're old." "You're not," I said, "and I'd like a serious explanation about that at some point." She laughed. It was the same laugh. That's the thing about her that has never changed in any run. She left before the end, because whatever she was carrying by then could not stay in one place long. She went down the slope and did not look back. 1 week later, 7 days from the end of a completely wasted life, in a bed, at 91 years old, late bloomer fired. There was no announcement, no light, no voice. An old man lying in a bed in a cottage on a hillside took a breath. The breath went all the way in. That was the first thing. 21 years of a chest that didn't fill, and then one that did. The dragon and phoenix talent turned true gold in his spine while he was still lying down, and underneath it, from nothing, out of a body that had been cut open on a butcher's block in a different lifetime, and had died in a throne room in this one, and had been reassembled by a broken piece of paper in a desert, a supreme sovereign bone began to grow, a new one, complete. His own, from the beginning, no halves and nobody else's. That took 4 days, and he spent all of them on the floor, because the dog had gotten too old to help him up, and neither of them wanted to make an issue of it. On the 5th day, he stood up in a doorway and looked at the peach trees. Something else had arrived while he wasn't paying attention. Law follows words. I don't know how to explain what that is without sounding like an idiot, so I'm going to describe what it did and let you build it yourself. He said, to the trees, without thinking about it. Flower. It was autumn. They flowered. Every tree on that slope, all at once, out of season, because a 91-year-old man in a doorway had made a remark. I sat in a hotel room in Shanghai with my hands flat on a desk, and I understood that we had left the part of the story where things can be fought. He walked north. He didn't fly, and he could have. He walked out of the 10,000 mountains and up through 4 provinces of the Great Xia Empire on foot with a very old yellow dog beside him. It took 9 weeks, and he stopped in villages and ate at roadside stalls and did not once identify himself. The empire had gotten worse. 2 decades under a thing that no longer bothered pretending. The northern frontier was gone. 2 provinces had been given away to something as tribute, and in the capital, the Xuanwu Hall had been rebuilt bigger. The birthday banquets had been moved from once a decade to once a year. He arrived on the day of one. The imperial dragon got out first. 800 years under the palace, 3 heads, and the fighting had cracked something. It came up through the parade ground and went for the sky with the whole city underneath it. He looked up at it and said, "Stay." It stayed. Then it came down, not fell, came down, folded, the way cloth does when you drop it, and it landed across his shoulders. It stayed there, and for the rest of that day, the man walking up the steps of the imperial palace was wearing an 800-year-old celestial dragon as a robe, with 3 heads hanging down his back, all of them awake, none of them able to do anything about it. 2,000 people in the Xuanwu Hall watched an old man come through the doors in a dragon. The thing on the throne stood up. I'll give it this. It knew immediately. Every other person in that hall was still working out what they were looking at. The sovereign of Great Xia took one look at a 91-year-old stranger and came off the throne with everything it had. Second form in the first second, third form in the second, heavenly pupils, the whole sky in every one of them, the thing that had put its hand into my chest in a burning hall while I was still 19. He took the supreme sovereign body off it. That's the phrase, and I'm using it exactly. Not destroyed, removed. The celestial demon ruination art is a technique for taking apart things that heaven is holding up. A dying man had thrown it at my head out of pure spite. It turns out that what it actually does is separate a thing from its support. The supreme sovereign body came away from Xiao Ma the way the old man's face had come away from the skull 22 years earlier, and underneath it there was nothing at all. No third form, no monster. A man of about 50, in a robe that no longer fit, on his knees on the floor of his own throne room. And then heaven objected. I've been putting off describing this, and I'm going to do it plainly. The sky over the capital of the Great Xia Empire tore open. There were people on the other side of it. The God race, that's what they're called down here. About 100 of them came through the tear, and at the back of them, unhurried, came something they call the God King. Every one of them was at or above the rank my uncle died reaching for. They had been the arrangement. That's what the 200 years actually was. There was no immortal emperor and no mandate of heaven. There was a deal, made by somebody, upheld through generations. The entities upholding it had just watched their asset get taken apart on the floor. An old man in a dragon robe looked up at 100 gods coming out of a hole in the sky. Then he looked past them, at the sun. "Let the sun set," he said, and the sun stopped, not metaphorically. The actual sun over the actual continent halted in the sky and began to move backward toward the western horizon at a rate that took 11 minutes off the afternoon. Every living thing on that landmass felt it in their teeth. Law follows words. The God King said something. I couldn't hear it. It was, I think, an objection. And the old man in the dragon robe watched the sun slow down, tilted his head slightly, the way you do when you've reconsidered the plan. "Never mind," he said. "Let's just fall." The sun fell. I am not going to attempt this. I watched it from a desk in a hotel room in Shanghai, and I had to stand up and walk around and come back. What I can tell you is that 100 members of the God race stopped existing in one sentence. That the God King burned for a while first because he was strong enough to burn. That the tear in the sky closed itself out of what I can only describe as a survival instinct. And that the sun went back where it was, afterward, because he told it to. The capital of the Great Xia Empire was still standing. That's the part nobody believes. He'd been specific. Law follows words does not do collateral, because collateral is not what you said. Then he turned around and walked back into the hall and dealt with what was left of his father. I have decided not to describe that either. It was quick and it was not interesting, and after 22 years, there was surprisingly little in it for anybody. The empire had a problem though. The tear had closed, but the seam was still there, and everything on the other side of it now knew the address. He had about 10 years before something came back through with a better plan, so he built a sky. Yellow heaven. He put a new one over the whole world, a seal, a lid, a ceiling drawn by a man who had inherited the complete legacy of the last national preceptor, and 3,000 immortal talismans, and had spent 21 years in a cottage with nothing to do but think. It would hold 10 years. He said so out loud, and because of what he was by then, it did. 10 years is not a solution. 10 years is a man buying time for people who would need it, which is a different thing. He knew exactly what it was when he made it. Then he put his affairs in order, which took 2 days and which I found almost impossible to watch. He gave Mei Ling everything the Rain Mist Sword Pavilion had ever wanted from him, and a great deal it hadn't thought to ask for. He did it without the contract, without the alliance, and without letting her thank him. He gave Tianji the rest. And then he went down to a water channel outside the Golden Sands capital, 900 kilometers south, where there is nothing at all. Sat down in the sand and used the last thing he had, a spirit descent immortal talisman, pointed backward. 22 years and about 900 kilometers to a storehouse in the Lin family residence in the capital of the Great Xia Empire, where a 10-year-old boy who had just found something interesting on a shelf was about to summon a spirit for a laugh. He looked at the boy for a long moment. I remember that moment from the other side. I remember an old man's face in the surface of the water and an expression I could not read at all. I remember waiting for a prophecy and getting 6 words. You have 18 breaths. I thought it was a death sentence for 9 years. It was a countdown. He had 18 breaths left in a body that was 91 years old and finished. He spent every one of them reaching backward through time to look at himself as a child. What he did with the last of them was set the whole thing in motion, because the boy in that storehouse spent the next 9 years believing he was going to die at 18. That belief is the entire reason that boy was sitting in a car with nothing to lose on the night a woman fell down in his headlights. He built me. The old man built the young one, on purpose, out of a lie he needed to be true. Han Bo arrived 4 breaths before the end. He came through space itself, tearing it, 21 years late and 900 kilometers off. He came down in the sand in front of an old man in a dragon robe and stopped dead. He'd known. Somehow, at some point in 21 years, he had worked out that the man who died on the floor of the Xuanwu Hall was not entirely gone. He had spent 2 decades looking, and he had arrived at a water channel in a desert with 4 breaths left on the clock. You're not dead, he said. No, you lied to me. Again. His voice came apart in the middle of it. You always lie to me. And a 91-year-old man who had killed a god king with a remark about the weather sat in the sand and started laughing and did not stop and died like that, smiling, in front of the person who had hunted him for 6 lifetimes and had, in the end, been the only one who came. The simulation kept running. It always does. Han Bo carried the body out of the desert and nobody ever found out where he put it. Mei Ling and Tian Jia each had a child. I'm not going to speculate about the arrangements, and neither of them ever explained. The boy was born in the spring, and somebody came to the room on the 3rd night and put their hands near his throat and stopped and left. I never got to see who it was because the frame moved on. 10 years later, the yellow heaven came down on schedule. And a figure went up through the seam wearing my face. Han Bo. 10 years of preparation, and what he had prepared was to walk into the upper realm as me. That is either the greatest act of loyalty in this entire account or something considerably stranger. I have never been able to decide which, and I am reasonably sure he hasn't either. Then the frame moved one last time to the Zhuanwu Hall, empty, repaired, dust in the light, and an old man walked up the middle of it and sat down on the throne. Not the covering, not the thing in it, the actual man, the elder sovereign, Xiao Wen, 200 and some years of him, who had supposedly been murdered by his son and worn like a coat for 22 years. He sat down on his own throne in an empty hall and arranged his sleeves and looked out at nothing with an expression of very mild satisfaction. He had been alive the entire time. I want you to hold both of these facts at once because I had to. 1. Everything I know about the last 22 years of the Great Xia Empire comes from a recording stone in a temple under a garden made by a man I trusted more than anyone. That stone says the human sovereign is dead and my father has been wearing him. 2. The human sovereign is not dead. He sat down on his throne in an empty hall after the last of us was gone, unhurried, like a man returning to a chair he'd left a book on, which means either my uncle was wrong, or my uncle was lied to, or the thing my father climbed into was never as empty as he thought it was. He spent 22 years being the mouth of something that let him. The mild voice at 9 kilometers. The 9 thunder dragons spent to make one prisoner spend 1 talisman. The university, the bait, the fishing. I've never been able to make that read as my father. My father was a genius and a coward, and he ran into the wilds and went mad when he lost. That was never him on the throne, or it was him, and there was something sitting behind him the whole time with its hands on his shoulders, waiting for the boy with the complete bone to finish growing. I stopped the simulation review there and sat in a hotel room in Shanghai for a very long time. 13 fruits on the corpse this time. Take 5. Half-step land true immortal, the rank my uncle died reaching, handed to me in a cup. The complete supreme sovereign bone, grown from nothing in a bed on a hillside by a dying man. Mine, whole, no halves, nobody else's, and nothing left in this world with a claim on it. Dragon and phoenix at true gold. Law follows words, gold. And late bloomer, purple, which I took last, and which I took specifically because I now knew what it does and I intend to be extremely old one day. That's 5. The system closed the selection, and the 6th fruit was still hanging there. The supreme sovereign scripture. The actual cultivation method for the thing in my spine, complete. The one document that nobody in this world has, that my father did not have, that would have made all of it easier for everybody involved. 5 of 13. Rules are rules. I stood in front of that corpse and I did not leave. I have very few genuine principles, and one of them is that if you make the sad face for long enough, somebody eventually gives you the thing. So I stood there, in a river of time in front of a 91-year-old dead man in a dragon robe, and I sighed, audibly, several times. I looked at the 6th fruit and then at him and then at the 6th fruit again. I said, to nobody, that it was fine, that I'd manage, that I'd worked out most of it myself anyway, probably. The corpse watched this performance for about 40 seconds. Then it reached over and tapped me on the top of the head with 2 fingers, twice, the way you'd acknowledge a cat, the exact way I had once tapped a 5-revolution celestial who had kicked her quilt onto the floor and threw the 6th fruit at my head. This will not be repeated, said the oldest man I have ever been. Then he was gone, and I was alone at a desk on the 40th floor of the Century Hotel with the sun up over the harbor and a woman asleep in the next room. I had every single thing I was ever going to need. 8 simulations, 7 deaths, and 1 very long retirement. Let me tell you what I actually had, and I'll do it once, because I've spent this entire account earning it. I had a complete supreme sovereign bone in a spine that had never been opened. I had the scripture for it, which nobody in this world has ever read. I had 2 blades that turn other people into rungs, a ladder that turns years into rank, an income that pays for the ladder. A talent that makes the world take 1 second off to believe me. I had a technique for taking apart things heaven is holding up. I had 3,000 immortal talismans and the legacy of the last national preceptor. I had a posture that makes a half-step celestial cut his own throat on request. And I was 19 years old in the real world on the 17th of August. With 66,000 villain points in the bank and a woman in the next room who had been raised for my children and did not know I'd watched her die 4 times. 2 months. That's how long the real world had moved while I'd been doing all of that. 2 months, 1 banquet, 1 cottage, 1 girl taken into the sky. Nobody in the Great Xia Empire had the faintest idea I existed. I put on my coat. Then I went into the bedroom and Mei Ling was awake, sitting on the edge of the bed with her hands folded. She looked up at me the way she'd been looking at me for weeks, like a woman auditing a document that keeps changing. "You're leaving." "I'm going north. To the capital. To the palace." She stood up. "You'll die." And I stopped in the doorway, and I thought about a butcher's block in a valley, a sofa with a static channel playing, a wall of photographs in date order, a jar of ashes, a cell with snakes in it, a note in a collar, a dog that lied about dust, a blind girl walking out under a sky, an old man with my face sitting in the sand telling a 10-year-old he had 18 breaths. "I've had some practice," I said. Then I went and got a boat. I stopped at the eastern port on the way because I had 1 piece of unfinished business and it took about 40 seconds. The shipping lane had been closed for 11 days, 300 cultivators on the dock, arguing, and out past the breakwater, a stretch of water the size of a district, moving in a way water doesn't. I said I'd come back for it once, in a life that never happened, in front of a crowd that never existed. I keep my appointments. The harbor was open by lunchtime, and I've never explained to anybody why I bothered. The sea realm was already coming apart when I went in, 11 days ahead of schedule, which meant I had 11 days of a dying pocket universe and a 10-to-1 clock. I spent every hour of it. Supreme sovereign body, emergence of the Ma spirit, the scripture an old man threw at my head after making me beg. Mei Ling came with me, and I have thought since about what those 11 days must have been like from where she was standing. She watched a 19-year-old cross a realm boundary on the 2nd day, then another one on the 4th, then 2 in a night. There are people in this world who spend 200 years on the step I took on a Tuesday because I was bored and had run out of things to read. By the end of it, she had stopped commenting. On the last day, with the sky in there coming apart in sheets, she asked me one question. "What are you?" "Ask me again in a week," I said, "and I'll have a much better answer." Then I split. The body went into a fold of the world with the 64 celestials key on it, and the Ma spirit, the part that thinks and walks and lies to people, went out through the seam with an itinerary because I was not going to the capital alone. I was going to the capital while a second version of me went south, west, up, and settled 4 accounts that had been opened since a woman fell down in my headlights. More on that in a minute. First, the palace. I did not knock. I came out over the Great Xia Imperial Palace at noon on an ordinary Thursday, in the open, at half-step land true immortal, with a complete supreme sovereign bone and no disguise at all. The capital saw it. 200 million people in that empire, and about 4 million of them were in that city. Every single one of them looked up, because when something of that rank stops hiding, the sky tells you. There has been one land true immortal in the Great Xia Empire for 200 years. There were now 2. I want to list who was watching because I have waited a long time to say this part. The Gu family in their compound in the Eastern District, 400 years old, whose ancestors' 300th birthday banquet is the fixed point of my entire existence. What was left of the Lin family, including a very old man in seclusion with a red ring on his finger who had put a curse on an infant on somebody's orders, and had then spent 18 years telling my father, sadly, that there was nothing to be done. Xiao Li in the war ministry, who in one timeline had bought my spine and in another had put his forehead on a floor until it was wet. Xiao Long, the eldest prince, alive in this one, and in a pavilion outside the city, in white, with her hands folded, a woman who is technically my mother. All of them. At once, looking up, 100,000 villain points landed in about 4 seconds and kept coming. Underneath it, something else started happening that I had not expected and did not understand for another hour. The dragon luck of the Great Xia Empire began to move. That's a real thing here. An empire accumulates it, a dynasty carries it, and it goes where the throne is. And on that Thursday, over that city, in front of 4 million witnesses, it started coming to me, sideways, in a stream, off the palace roofs, out of the ancestral hall, out of 200 years of accumulated legitimacy. And the reason it did that is not that I won anything. It's that it agreed. The sovereign of Great Xia felt that happen and did the only sensible thing. He ran. I want that in the record with no decoration on it. The thing that had ruled that empire for 2 centuries, that had frozen a 9 revolutions celestial with 4 syllables, that had spent a university to make 1 prisoner spend 1 talisman, took 1 look at what was over its palace and went for the horizon. I caught him about 9 kilometers out. "Father," I said, "where are you going?" Then I took him by the head and put him into the ground. The capital sank, not collapsed, sank in a circle about 9 kilometers across, 1.5 meters, all at once. Every window in that city came out of its frame, and under it, all of it, every talisman that a chained old man had spent 11 years burying under the palace and the ministries and the 7 ring roads, went off. I'd like to say I planned the timing. I did not. I had simply, on the way in, made a mental note of where they were. The sovereign came up out of that second form, immediately, no covering, no pretense, the thing that had been dead a while and had kept going anyway, and it hit me in the chest with everything it had, that 2 months ago would have removed a district. Its arm broke. Its own arm, not mine. The imperial markings on a complete supreme sovereign body do not care what hits them. A thing that had spent 22 years using half of one had genuinely never encountered the finished version. It stood there holding its own arm with an expression I have no name for. "You're so naive," I said. "You can't even get through Lin Feng's defenses." I'd been saving that for 6 lifetimes. It landed exactly as well as I'd hoped. 4 million people watched the crater for about 90 seconds without anybody saying anything. Then the court arrived, which is the part of that afternoon nobody puts in the songs. Because an empire does not stop having a bureaucracy just because the sky has fallen on the parade ground. Ministers came out, clerks came out. The chamberlain of the inner palace came out with 11 attendants and an umbrella, walked to the edge of a 9-kilometer subsidence, began, very carefully, to ask questions about procedure. The Gu family came out too, 400 years old. The clan whose ancestors' 300th birthday banquet is the fixed point of my entire existence, whose son I put a hole in over a woman 2 weeks and 7 lifetimes ago, who had been one of my father's fallbacks and had sold him for a title. The current head walked to the edge of the crater and prostrated himself in the dust. Behind him about 90 members of his family did the same, and they stayed there. Nobody had asked them to. That's twice now I've had to write that sentence in this account. It means the same thing both times. At a certain point in this world, the machine stops needing to be told. I did not deal with them that afternoon. I've never dealt with them, and the reason matters because it's the only genuine mercy in this whole story, and it wasn't one. They were irrelevant, that's all. I stood in a crater with the sky still open and looked at 90 people in the dust and discovered that I had no feeling about the Gu family whatsoever, that the thing I had been caring about them for 2 months had never been about them. Xiaolong was at the northern edge, the eldest prince, alive in this timeline because I hadn't needed to whisper anything to a spy in it. He had come out with the Eastern Army's capital garrison behind him, 11,000 men drawn up in good order at the edge of a disaster, on the reasonable theory that whoever was still standing at the end of the afternoon would be tired. He was right. It didn't help him, but it took me another 6 hours to get to that, and it wasn't personal. And my mother was in the pavilion outside the city. That is where she had been for 2 hours, watching, before she came out with a sword. The kneeling started properly about 20 minutes in, not all at once. That's the thing about 4 million people. There's no moment. It moves, like weather across a plain, and it started at the eastern end near the ruined ministries where somebody in the crowd went down and the people around him did the arithmetic. By the time it reached the western districts, it was moving faster than a man could run. And underneath all of it, quietly, continuously, the dragon luck of the Great Xia Empire kept coming. I want to try to describe that because it's the strangest sensation I have ever had, and it is nothing like power. It felt like being agreed with, not obeyed, not feared. Agreed with, by something enormous and impersonal that had been holding a different opinion for 200 years and had, over the course of an afternoon, changed its mind and was now moving its weight from one foot to the other. I have had a great many things since. Nothing has ever felt like that, and I understand completely why men spend 2 centuries in a body they murdered somebody for. The second form got up 3 more times before the third one came. I'm compressing, and I'd rather say so because it went on for about 40 minutes and most of it was the same shape repeating. It came at me. It broke something of its own on the imperial markings. It went into the ground, and it got up. Twice it tried to leave. The first time it went east, low and fast, toward the sea. I let it get about 200 kilometers before I said the word, and it came back. Saying a word at that distance is not a technique. It's a sentence being true. The second time it went for the crowd. That's the only moment in that entire afternoon when I was in a hurry. It went for the western districts, where 4 million people were kneeling in the open with nothing over them. I got in front of it about a second and a half before it arrived. It put its remaining hand through my chest doing it. That didn't work either. The markings held. But I wanted in the record that the thing that had ruled that empire for 200 years, on the afternoon it lost, tried to spend its own capital as a shield. 4 million people saw it try. That's the actual reason they knelt, incidentally. Not the sky, not the sword. 4 million people watched their emperor go for them and watched somebody stand in front of it, and after that the paperwork was a formality. Somewhere behind me, in the rubble of a plaza, a man was still screaming that it was fake. Somewhere behind me, in the wreckage of a plaza, a man was screaming, Xiao Li, third prince of the Great Xia Empire, minister of war, who had come out to watch and had gotten a much closer look than he'd budgeted for. He had his face in his hands and he was on his knees in the rubble insisting, at volume, to nobody, that it was a trick, that it was a false image, that somebody had made it up. He was, I think, the only person in that city who genuinely could not accept what was happening. The reason is that he had spent 30 years building a plan for the throne on the assumption that his father could not be beaten. He was watching his entire life turn out to have been unnecessary. I stopped paying attention to him, which was a mistake I have made in 3 timelines and made again in this one. Father, I said, let me teach you what a fist is. And I kicked him into the sky, straight up, about 1,000 miles, which sounds like a figure of speech and is not. I watched him leave the atmosphere. The sound arrives a very long time after the event. Then I said, return. Law follows words. He came back down, considerably faster than he went up. The crater is still there. They've built something over it. I dislike having to look up, I said, when I'm speaking to someone. My mother came out of the pavilion. She crossed 9 kilometers of ruined city in white with a sword out. She came at me in front of 4 million people, and what she said while she came was, how dare you? He was your father. I have had that sentence in my hands for 2 months, and I still don't know what she thought was going to happen. If a father doesn't treat me as his son, I said, how do I have a father? 1 punch. She went down in the rubble about 40 meters back, and she stayed there. She was not dead, because I had already decided in a previous life what I was going to do about her, and I've never changed a plan I made in a garden. 80,000 villain points. I do not enjoy that number. I've looked at it a great many times. Then the third form came. I'd been waiting for it. That's all of reason I hadn't finished him. I have watched that thing stand up out of its own wreckage twice, in 2 different lifetimes, at the exact moment I thought I'd won. Both times it had a hand in my chest inside 4 seconds. Heavenly pupils, eyes in the wrong places, and the same sky in every one of them, fused with heaven, held up by heaven, and therefore not something you kill, structurally, the way you can't kill a load-bearing wall by hitting it. The sky over the capital split and ran red, and the thing that had been the sovereign of Great Xia spoke with the whole of it. In Great Xia there is only one heaven, it said, and it is me. Everything else is a traitor, and traitors are executed. In fairness, that is a magnificent line, and I would have used it myself. I hit him once. The celestial demon ruination art is a technique for taking apart things heaven is holding up. A dying man threw it at my head from a meter away out of pure spite in a river, because he'd needed it 40 seconds earlier and hadn't had it. The third form came off him like a coat, and the sky closed because it had nothing left to hold on to. 4 million people watched the heavens over the Great Xia Empire quietly withdraw an endorsement they had been extending for 200 years. Something fell out of his hand. The human sovereign sword. The dynasty's own. The thing on the seal. The object every emperor of that line has carried since the founding, and which does not accept anyone it hasn't decided on. It went sideways through the air, past its owner, and put itself in my hand. I did not summon it. I want that clear. It made a decision, in the air, in front of the entire capital. It made the decision the way you'd expect an object of that age to make it, instantly, and without consulting the man holding it. That's when the crowd changed. Up to that point, I had been a catastrophe, a thing that had come out of the sky and broken the world's ceiling. An hour later, they were kneeling. Not because they liked me, because in the Great Xia Empire, the sword decides, and it had. Xiao Li came out of the rubble. He actually crawled, across a plaza, past his own guards, to where his father was lying. He got there and put his hands on him and started saying, "Father, don't die," over and over, in the voice of a man who was about 8 years old inside. And the second form, because the second form was still in there. It was still my father, and it had a very consistent character, put its remaining hand through its own son's chest to use him as a battery. I blocked it. I want to be extremely clear about the sequence, because I've been accused of dressing it up. I stopped that blow. I put my hand in the way of a killing strike, and I took it. I saved Xiao Li's life in front of 4 million people. I did it in about 1/5 of a second on pure reflex. Then I looked at him, and I remembered a warehouse outside the capital in a different lifetime, with 11 kings and an oath in the old way, a man weeping on the floor and swearing on his mother's name, and I remembered his mother, who was not his mother. Had been dead for 200 years, had never once been anything but a coat with something in it. He looked up at me. He had 1 second in which he understood that he had just been saved. I broke his neck. 100,000 villain points. The system was very pleased with me. It gave me a great deal of money for the specific structure of that. Rescue, then removal in front of witnesses at a moment of maximum gratitude. Here's the thing about it, and then I'll move on. I could have let the hand land. It would have been cleaner. Nobody would have known. Nobody would have counted it against me. He'd have died as a man killed by his father instead of a man killed by his nephew. I didn't want him to die confused. I wanted him to have 1 second of knowing he'd been saved by the boy he sold, then to have that taken back. I did it on purpose, and I've never been able to explain the difference between that and what my grandfather did with a university. Then my father tried the last thing in his pockets, primordial corpse tooth. He'd traded for it. From up there, through the seam, at some point in the last 200 years. What it does is turn the user into something that does not die, ever, at the cost of everything he is. An undying emperor of a dead empire. He'd been saving it, presumably, for exactly this afternoon. He got about a third of the way through. Sovereign eye. That's what a complete bone gives you, and I'd had it for 11 days and had not yet found a use for it. It shows you what is about to happen, not a vision, a certainty, the next 4 seconds arriving early. I saw the finished version of him. Then I reached into his chest, mid-transformation, and took the tooth out. He came apart into a shape that was not upright and not finished and not anymore capable of very much at all. He lay in the ruin of a 9-kilometer crater at the feet of a 19-year-old and looked up, and I said one word, seal. Law follows words. Everything he had left closed like a shop. 200 years. The coup at the Zhuanwu gate, the 4 brothers in the wrong place, the half-bone taken out of an infant, the corpse he wore, the empire he ate, the university, the valley, the butcher's block, the sofa with the static playing, the girl who walked out under a sky, the wall of photographs in date order, the cell with the snakes, all of it lying in a crater looking up at me, sealed, breathing, and entirely conscious. The whole court was watching. What was left of it? Ministers, kings, the Gu family, 4 million people in the streets, the sword in my hand, the sky still open where heaven had let go. Everybody in that empire knew what came next. There is one thing you do at that moment, and it takes a second. I took something out of my coat and threw it on the ground in front of him. It was a dog leash. I'd bought it in Shanghai, in an actual shop, from an actual person, 2 months earlier, at a time when I could not cultivate and had been dead 3 times and had absolutely nothing except an idea about how this was going to end. Nobody in that plaza made a sound. It's good, I said. Now that I've taken the throne, I was just short a guard dog. I put my hands in my pockets. I hope Father Sovereign won't mind. He looked at the leash for a long time. Then the sovereign of the great Xia Empire, the human sovereign, who had ruled 200 years and killed his own father and worn him like a coat and hunted his son across 19 years and 7 lifetimes, picked it up and put it on. 200,000 villain points. I kicked him the length of the hall. Now let me tell you what the other half of me had been doing while all that was happening. Because it took 11 hours, and it is the only part of that day I planned properly. The Ma spirit went to the harem first. Consort Dung was in her own rooms with 11 attendants when the roof over the capital came off. She did what a person who has been in a palace for 200 years does, which is nothing at all. She stayed where she was. She had her tea brought. She sent one of her women to find out what the noise was, and then had the answer read to her twice. She had raised princes. She had arranged marriages that moved provinces. She had, 4 days earlier in a timeline that no longer existed, sent for her son and asked him to choose. He had chosen her, and it had cost me 11 kings. The Ma spirit came in through the garden door. She knew immediately. She looked at a palace maid crossing her floor and said without raising her voice, "Ah, you're the boy." Then the thing wearing her stopped bothering. It took 11 minutes, and it happened in a room with silk on the walls. At the end of it, there was a very great deal of extremely old fabric on the floor and nothing at all inside it. Consort Dung, the actual woman, died approximately 200 years ago. I have no idea what her name was, and there is nobody alive who does. Then Xiaolong, at the northern edge of the crater, with 11,000 men in good order. He'd worked out the play correctly. He'd been the eldest for 40 years, and he had spent every one of them being careful. On the one afternoon it mattered, he made the right call, and the right call was worthless. How he took it deserves a line, because everybody else in this account went down badly. He saw what came for him. He had about 4 seconds. And what he did with them was turn around and give the order to disperse, an actual order to 11,000 men to go home, and then he turned back and straightened his sleeves and waited. They dispersed. Every one of them. That's the only decent thing any member of my family did in 7 lifetimes, and it was done by a man I killed 90 seconds later. Then the mother goddess of disaster. I'm not going to name the place. I would like it to stay empty, and it is. There are 4 provinces that are habitable because of what happened there, and nobody in any of them has ever heard of it. What I'll say is this. She'd had a piece of herself in that palace for 200 years and had never once moved against the throne. I spent a long time not understanding why, and the answer turned out to be that she wasn't interested in the throne. She was waiting for the seam to open. Everything in this account that looked like politics was, from where she was standing, weather. She had been sitting in an imperial harem for 2 centuries the way you'd sit in a departure hall. And then the Eastern Sea. The ghoul-eyed empress had run out of patience. 19 years of looking for a saintess. 11 weeks of finding out that the one she'd finally collected would not cooperate about anything at all. Not threats, not pain, not offers, not the whole accumulated pressure of a 400-year-old immortal. Tianjia had held for 11 weeks, blind, 19, in a cave, alone, with no reason to believe anybody was coming. So the Empress had stopped asking. There was a pool cut into the floor of that cave, and the plan was not to kill her. The plan was to move in, to take a body with the highest expression of the weird pupil bloodline in a century and wear it, the way something in a harem had worn a consort for 200 years, the way my father had worn his own father. Everybody in this story ends up in somebody else's body, I've noticed. I don't have a conclusion about it. The Ma spirit came through the roof of that cave. I did not win that cleanly. I've described the rest of that day as a procession, and this was not one. She was a land true immortal, and I was half of one, and I was fighting in a spirit body 400 kilometers from my own. I won it because a projection of me on a beach 2 months earlier had told her, with a talent burning underneath it, that I had killed one of her kind before. She had believed that for 1 second, and then she had spent 11 weeks building a plan around a man who did not exist. When the real one came through her roof, he was smaller and worse than the one she'd prepared for. She spent the first 90 seconds of that fight looking for something that wasn't there. That's what 1 second buys. I have never needed more than one. At the end, there was nothing left on that rock above the waterline, and then I got into a pool in a cave and picked a girl up out of it. She was not conscious. 11 weeks. Her hair was still white, and there was nothing about her that a physician would have called good news. I sat in the water holding her for a while, which I have not admitted to anybody and am not going to explain. I put the Calamity God Core in the pool with her. That's what came out of the ghoul-eyed Empress at the end. The accumulated everything of a 400-year-old immortal, the single most valuable object in the Eastern Sea. It went into the water in a cave under a rock because a blind girl needed something to hold on to. I didn't leave a note. What I said, out loud, in an empty cave to somebody who could not hear me was, "Get some sleep. You'll feel better when you wake up." Then I went back to the capital and put the 2 halves of myself together on the steps of a palace. The sun was going down, and there were 4 million people in the streets, and nobody had gone home. The system settled up while I was still standing in the crater. A golden talent enhancement scroll, which is the object that had turned a red talent purple in the hands of a boy who couldn't cultivate, which the palace had apparently been carrying around as a paperweight. An undying underworld king seal, which I have not used yet and which I intend to be extremely careful with. And 3 million villain points. 3 million. I had opened the day with 66,000 and had regarded that as a fortune. By dinner I could have run 3,000 simulations back to back and still had change. I have not spent any of it, and the reason is the only piece of advice in this entire account. Every single thing I own came out of a version of me who died. The bone, the ladder, the blades, the talismans, the sentence that stops the sun. 7 men lived 7 whole lives and handed me the receipts. Every one of them, at the very end, threw me the thing they'd needed 40 seconds earlier. The simulator does not make you strong. It makes you honest about what a mistake costs. You can't buy that. You can only be shown the bill in advance by somebody with your face who is furious about it. There was one more thing. The Lin family's celestial ancestor came out of seclusion that evening, because everybody who was anybody came out that evening. He arrived at the palace steps at the head of what was left of his clan to offer his congratulations. He was wearing the ring, blood red on the 3rd finger, the same one from underneath, from lying on my back somewhere I was too small to remember, looking up at a hand. I'd had it wrong for 2 lifetimes. Zheng Lao put the seal on my bone, and he did it to keep me boring and alive. He paid for it with 20 years in irons under a lawn. But the ring was in the room, which means the old man who had gone through an infant's meridians and announced sadly that there was nothing to be done had known exactly what he was looking at on the day with his hand inside me, had gone out and told my father the boy was untalented, 18 years of a house raising a prize melon. He got about halfway through his congratulations. I have decided not to describe what I did about it. It was not interesting, and it did not take long, and he had the ring off before the end. I keep it in the jar, with the ashes. It seemed like the right place. So, let me give you the shape of the day, because I've been telling you this for a long time, and I'd like to land it properly. 2 months ago, I was 18 years old and sitting in the back of a car on an empty road in Shanghai at midnight, bored out of my mind, with no talent, no future, no idea, and 3 hours to live. Somebody had spent a year building a machine to get my spine out of my back. I was not a player in it. I was the part they were collecting. Today I stood in a 9-kilometer crater in the capital of the Great Xia Empire with the human sovereign sword in my hand and my father at my feet on a leash. That's the story. Everything else is details. Everything else is details. The empire is mine. They knelt. The luck came over. The sword decided. Nobody in that city needed it explained. But I'm not going to pretend it's finished, and here's why. 2 things are still sitting out there in the dark, and both of them know my name. The first one sat down. In the 8th simulation, after everything, after the God King burned, after the sun came back, after an old man died smiling in a desert with the only person who came for him, the frame moved one last time to an empty Xuanwu hall, and Xiao Wen walked up the middle of it and sat down on the throne. My grandfather, 200 years of him, the man my father supposedly murdered and wore. He was never dead. He was never once dead. Everything I have done in 7 lifetimes was done inside a room that old man was standing in. The mild voice at 9 kilometers, and the university spent to make 1 prisoner spend 1 talisman. The 9 thunder dragons. I have never been able to make any of it red as my father, and now I don't have to. He's up there, past the seam, in the upper realm, and he left me a message which I found in the ancestral hall on the 2nd night, in his hand, dated before I was born. The second thing is older. The night I was born, 9 stars fell on this empire, great sun demon stars. They ended 2 celestial houses and redrew the northern frontier inside a week. My grandfather stopped them, and it cost him something he never got back. My father used the opening to take his body. 9 came down. 2 were destroyed. 7 of them are still out there, and I have known for exactly 11 days what is inside them. I have not told anybody, including the woman standing next to me on those steps. They didn't fall on the empire. They fell on the night a dead child in a womb in the eastern district started breathing again. Everything in this account since the coup, the bone, the laboratory, the leash, has been the noise that made. They weren't aimed at Great Xia. They came for me. And they missed by 4 days, so that's where I am tonight. 18 years old, on a throne I took this afternoon, holding a leash with the previous owner still on the end of it. 7 stars out there in the dark that already know my name, and an old man above a sky I can already see the seaman, who has been waiting 19 years for his grandson to be worth the trip. They have all had a very long time to get ready. So have I. 7 times.